Collaborate together on tackling shared problems and developing innovative solutions, and really promotes the notion of integrated sustainable urban development. Zero Carbon Cities is one of 23, just 23 isn't it, action planning networks which will be running for about 30 months now. In normal times they would have met lots of times, been to one another's cities, had the chance to dive deeply into the physical environment and the space. Sadly, quite early, right from the beginning of the journey, they've been working through the pandemic, working remotely, trying to use the great new digital tool we've got. However, I think for all of us it's been pretty frustrating, and I think it's really great. At least we're having this final chance to connect together as cities. Around the table we've got Bistrica, Modena, Vilvoorde, Tartu, Zadar, and of course Manchester, which is the lead partner for this city. Ably supported by Ian Turner from Energy Cities, who's the lead expert for this project. Ian and some of the other cities will be joining us later this morning to take part in a panel session. That's all from me just now. I'll come back shortly to say a bit more about the content. But it gives me great pleasure now to invite Tracy Rollins, who's the executive member for the environment for Manchester City Council, to say a few words of welcome and to get us started. Thanks a lot, Tracy. Great to see you.
Thank you. Thanks, Eddie. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. And also, good morning to our online audience. It's really good to be here with you all. Some of you in person. And I really want to encourage us to enjoy that face-to-face experience today. It's been a long time coming, hasn't it, over the last couple of years. So let's really make the most of being together and sharing our learning and our experiences. It's great that we're all part of this Zero Carbon Cities project. And it's been really good to be part of that, and I've really enjoyed getting to know what the project's about and finding more. So I'm really delighted to be part of this event today and just really encourage us all to make the most of the opportunity we've got to learn. This is a learning network, isn't it? And as cities globally, we're all having to respond differently to climate change. We're all different in our cities and what we have to tackle. The ultimate goal is the same, isn't it? It's to change our planet, save our planet for the future. So we are all working to the same massive goal, but the way we do it is different for each of us, and we can really learn and share those experiences. So this has been a great network, and I've been really proud that Manchester have been able to lead on this work. So really glad to be part of this with you all today. We've been one of the first cities to adopt that science-based approach to carbon budgeting, and there are experts with me that understand the technical stuff far more than I do, but I think it's really important that we do that because it gives us that really strong evidence base to be able to demonstrate why this is so important and so crucial at this time if we are going to make those changes that we're all committed to within this Zero Carbon Cities partnership. You'll be hearing about the city journeys that have been going on for the last couple of years, and the challenges that we all actually have faced in developing those carbon budgets. You'll hear about our framework and our own climate change action plan that I am very proud of. It's quite robust, I think, and we're developing it further and responding to the changes that develop over time and emerge as things change around us in our lifestyles, etc. I hope you'll find the event informative. But most of all, I really want us to enjoy being together, learning from each other, challenging each other, and just learning as we go. So enjoy the time, and thanks for everyone being with us today. Thanks.
And I guess one of the key things about these networks is over time you build trusted connections with cities, and you have a real opportunity to get beyond the airbrushed story of how we do things, and that's obviously really important because this is a complicated and challenging policy space. It's an area where cities are all trying to find the right solutions, and there are winners and losers along the way. It's not a straight linear journey. So I think the opportunity for cities in this network and in every RBAC network to really kind of get below the surface of things and to build those trusted connections is really, really important. And Gronya, who's on the team, said to me in Manchester, said to me earlier on today, they're really hoping to continue that momentum, to continue those trusted connections. There is a small matter of Brexit, which Adele might pick up on later on, but let's leave that aside for the moment. But what we wanted to do today was, in a way, to lift a lid on each of these city stories, to give you a chance. We can't take you to our 5+ Manchester 6 cities. We wanted to give you a flavour of what each of them has been doing. We're going to do this through a series of short videos. We also have a chance to hear what's been happening here locally with the Manchester Climate Assembly, which Bob is going to talk about later on this morning. And then after the break, we're going to have a chance to have a panel session and also hear from Sam Nicholson from the MCCA, just to give us a notion of the refresh that's been going on there and to give us a better understanding of the kind of state of play with Manchester's framework. So that's the plan in a nutshell. Tracy mentioned carbon budgets, and carbon budgets has been one of the kind of central conversation pieces between these cities. To get us started, we're going to show a short animation, which kind of sets the scene, and for those of us who are new to carbon budgets, helps you understand what they're about and also how they've figured with this project. So, Ricardo, are we good to go with the animation? Thanks.
How to calculate a carbon budget for your city. Global carbon budgets are used to set national policy commitments on limiting greenhouse gas emissions. Cities can take a science-based approach to setting climate change targets by adopting a carbon budget, which can define long-term targets and prevent exceeding the total budget. A local carbon budget downscales the global carbon budget to local areas and helps cities to understand how to tackle climate change through local action and help them stay well below the 2 degrees centigrade of global warming. Much like a financial budget, a carbon budget sets out how much CO2 can be spent over a fixed time period. To allocate a share of this budget, different data sets are needed depending on the method used. Each approach has advantages and disadvantages, but a city can decide what works for them based on the data available. Let's explore these options and see what option worked for each city. Modena, Italy. Population. The per capita approach is where the carbon budget is shared equally based on the relative proportion of the city's population to the national population. GDP at city scale is not available in Modena, only at country level. They therefore chose the per capita model for a more accurate calculation. For some cities, this may not be a fair or equitable distribution if per capita carbon emissions are uneven in the country. The main advantage is that this data is easily accessible and is simple to communicate as it follows the equality principle. Bistrița, Romania. Economic. The carbon budget is shared based on the city's proportion of national GDP. Therefore, areas with more economic activity get a larger proportion of the budget. Bistrița used this method by taking its population data, calculated its growth rate for both national and city data to create an average figure. This took into consideration the intensity of economic activity at city level, including activities where commuters are involved, not just the population or residents of the city. Manchester, UK. Grandfathering. Grandfathering means that the budget is shared based on the city's proportion of average national CO2 emissions. It gives greater emissions budgets to areas with current high emissions, but does require more data on energy use and transport at the local level. In Manchester, they localise national data provided by Anthesis's scatter emissions model, which has been independently analysed by the Tyndall Centre at Manchester University. It looks principally at direct or Scope 1 carbon emissions. For all three measures, a 5-year average of these datasets can be used to improve how representative the values are. This is particularly important for the grandfathering allocation, which is more affected by factors such as weather. Like the global carbon budget, how the budget is spent is a policy decision depending on the pathway for transition to low carbon. Doing so entails the trade-offs between using more of the budget in the near term and having less available in subsequent years. Calculating a city carbon budget helps streamline national targets, set policies and actions to help stay within a carbon budget, clarify immediate and long-term actions, enable collaborative change, share a carbon limit across specific timescale.
I know some of you have seen that before, but I think it's a useful kind of overview of not just the city partnership, but also the way in which some of the cities have kind of picked up this notion of carbon budgets. As we saw from the short video of some of them, there were technical issues. You had to kind of customize it depending on the availability of local data, depending on the national situation. So, starting with a specific approach, each city has then evolved and developed its own specific model of what originally started from the conversations in Manchester and the work of the Tyndall Centre. So we're going to have a chance now to dip into that across each of the cities. Let's go to Bistrița first in Romania. We're going to see a short video this time, not an animation, a short video of the Bistrița journey, and then there'll be a chance after that for me to ask a couple of questions just to follow up and hear a bit more about the experience that they've had. So, are we good to go? Thank you.
Bistrița municipality is one of the 6 partner cities in the Zero Carbon Cities project, carried out under the URBACT 3 program.
Mă bucur că împărtășim aceleași preocupări cu privire la mediu, mai ales în aceste momente complicate în care dezvoltarea comunității poate provoca schimbări climatice ireversibile. Provocările cu care se confruntă Bistrița în ceea ce privește schimbările climatice necesită soluții de dezvoltare urbană inteligente și durabile, care sunt în conformitate cu obiectivele stabilite și suntem dornici să împărtășim și să învățăm cele mai bune practici în ceea ce privește protecția mediului. Vreau să subliniez că o astfel de soluție este Bistrița Zero Carbon Cities, un proiect în care cred cu tărie. Este un angajament față de tranziția spre energia verde, iar scopul său este de a atinge neutralitatea climatică până în 2050.
The Integrated Action Plan as the main output of the project shows the way Bistrița can achieve its goal of carbon neutrality in 2050.
Este foarte important ca orașele să aibă strategii și planuri orientate în direcția potrivită. Direcția potrivită însemnând acele politici care să permită o dezvoltare sustenabilă a orașelor bazate pe principii durabile.
The transnational experience within the Zero Carbon Cities project helped the municipality to lay the foundations of a local working group. Together with the members and local stakeholders, Bistrița municipality conducted a sustainable urban mobility campaign, through which a series of education, informative and awareness actions took place. Zero Carbon Bike Tour. Smart mobility games. Traffic safety lessons for children. And the implementation of a network of air quality monitoring sensors.
S-au montat în cadrul liceului nostru, liceu cu program sportiv Bistrița, 2 senzori, unul interior și unul exterior de monitorizare a calității aerului. Pentru elevi, importanța acestor senzori este cu atât mai mare cu cât noi, pe lângă cele 4 clase de sport, avem și o clasă de protecție a mediului.
Oriunde te poți deplasa super ușor cu bicicleta. Prin cadrul proiectului Tura cu Copaci și prin cadrul proiectului Turul ciclistic de anul trecut din 3 iunie 2021, cumva am încercat să schimbăm mentalitatea tinerei generații care vine de acum, adică măcar ei să facă o schimbare, adică prin noi, demonstrându-le că se poate și în orașul ăsta.
The municipality hopes that such activities will resonate among the citizens and contribute, through small gestures, to the transition towards Bistrița Zero Carbon City.
Do we have a roving mic? Yeah, great. I'm just going to ask Julia Popartak. Julia, hi, great to see you. City looked great, looks fantastic. And you get a strong sense of the participation and the fact you're kind of reaching out to different stakeholders across the city. Can you say a bit more about how you did that and how Urbact helped you how this project helped you to connect with citizens in this kind of way?
Hi everybody, greetings from Bistrica. I don't know, is it like this or well, the Zero Carbon City project actually gave Bistrica municipality first of all the opportunity of creating this urban local support group, which brought together along the local and county level institutions, also local stakeholders. And so Bistrica municipality, together with this local group, developed the action plan and work together in setting the best measure for Bistrica to achieve its goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. Anyway, as you saw in the video, through the small-scale action, so the pilot project, we had the opportunity to involve even more the local stakeholders. More local stakeholders showed their interest to participate in the project activity and even being part of the ULG group. For instance, when we installed the air quality monitoring sensors, a local high school asked us to be part of the project and be part of the ULG group. And in the same context, another high school from Bistrica, which benefits from the same sensors putting in their school, asked us to if they can conduct studies and analyze data of the sensors because the students were so interested and wanted just to be part of this process. The Zero Carbon Bike Tour also helped us involve more NGOs. One NGO who is still doing activities in promoting mobility and sustainable means of mobility, means of transport. So really the Zero Carbon Cities helped us involve more the stakeholders, more the citizens, and make them to be more aware that of the consequences of their everyday decisions that they individually make by taking, for instance, the bus instead of the car or by less consuming energy. So it really helped.
Thanks a lot, Julia. Thank you.
Thank you.
I should say all of our partners will be here during the breaks, obviously, and over the lunch breaks. If you want a chance to connect with them and to find out a bit more about what's happening locally there, then you can chat with them then. Julia mentioned the ULG. The ULG is an Urbact local group. Every city involved in Urbact sets up this local group. The idea is we want to have a mechanism which engages all stakeholders. So if that project is about climate neutral cities, as our focus is, if the project is about entrepreneurship in universities, if it's about migrant integration, the stakeholders around the table will be different. But the key thing is we want to see a real 360-degree representation. That is not always easy, and we see different approaches to that across Europe. So it's really good to have that chance to share with one another what works and what doesn't work. And I did a Scalable Cities event last week in Utrecht, and one of the big things from that session was, from the Horizon projects, which are big technical projects generally, most of them talk about they wish they'd started earlier in the citizen engagement process, because all the hard, shiny stuff gets a lot of attention at the beginning, and you realize actually that's only part, a small part of the story. So I'm sure that conversation will come up later on in this morning's session. Let's jump from Romania to Belgium. Let's go to Vilvoorde. Again, our second video hopefully gives you a flavor of what's happening in the city, and and we'll have a chance to have a chat about it afterwards. Thank you.
Het is zeer belangrijk voor een dynamische, maar ook kleine stad als Vilvoorde om deel te nemen aan een Europees netwerk waar we zeer veel kunnen leren van andere partners. We zijn een oude industriestad die in spoedtempo moet omgebouwd worden naar een klimaatbestendige stad, naar een robuuste, duurzame stad. En dat proberen we te doen door ons ganse organisatie reflexen bij te brengen rond klimaat en rond duurzaamheid. Ja, de uitdagingen zijn van die aard dat je je ganse samenleving moet mobiliseren, dat je alle stakeholders moet meehebben in dat duurzaamheidsklimaat, zowel van binnen de stad, maar ook onze lokale actoren. En in dat verband is het zeer belangrijk dat Urbact ons inderdaad ook samenbrengt met andere steden en dat we ook hun aanpak daarvan kunnen meenemen in onze ambitie.
We hebben een klimaatbeleid 2025, dat is realistisch en haalbaar. In tegenstelling tot het burgemeestersconvenant, daarbij moeten we 40% reduceren tegen 2030. Dat is niet echt realistisch omwille van personeelscapaciteit, maar ook omwille van financiële middelen. Dat wil niet zeggen dat we niet gemotiveerd en geëngageerd zijn, in tegenstelling. We willen zoveel mogelijk stakeholders betrekken om die doelstellingen waar te maken. We proberen met onze stadsdiensten duurzaamheid en klimaat zoveel mogelijk te betrekken in de zaken die uitgevoerd worden. En we zien ook dat we daarin slagen. Natuurlijk zitten we met het probleem dat we personeelscapaciteit tekort hebben en ook financiële middelen. Maar wat we kunnen doen, doen we ook voor het klimaat en voor duurzaamheid in het algemeen.
Participatie in Vilvoorde is eigenlijk een relatief nieuw begrip. Het is ook superbelangrijk dat we zoveel mogelijk stakeholders daarbij betrekken. Dus niet enkel bedrijven of verenigingen. Maar het nieuwe aan de trajecten die we nu lopen is eigenlijk dat we ook maximaal naar burgers gaan kijken. We lopen in Vilvoorde momenteel eigenlijk een traject waarbij we alle wijken van onze stad afgaan in een participatieverhaal waarin we aan de burgers vragen van oké, denk even mee over je wijk en hoe je wilt dat ze er in de toekomst zal gaan uitzien.
Nu zijn we bezig met de wijkcontracten om echt wijk per wijk te gaan werken en daar is het de stad vooral die de ideeën van de mensen uitvoert. We moeten ook echt op zoek in ons klimaatplan naar manieren om de bevolking meer zelf te betrekken. En dat hebben we nu een eerste keer geprobeerd via het Small Scale Project met Proximity. Dat is een wedstrijd die we hebben uitgeschreven en daarbij geven we het geld aan de mensen. Het Fietslabo is een van de 2 laureaten. Het is echt een bottom-up project in een arme wijk in Vilvoorde om mensen te leren fietsen repareren en dus de jeugd veel meer naar de fiets te begeleiden. En het andere project, de Hedge, die organiseren natuurkampen, die werken samen met scholen. Dus dat gaat echt over natuureducatie en bij de jongere bevolking het besef binnenbrengen van het belang van biodiversiteit en het groen om ons heen.
Wat we bij Urbact Zero Carbon Cities hebben geleerd van andere Europese steden is hoe ze omgaan met hun stakeholders, hoe ze proberen alle stakeholders te betrekken bij hun klimaatbeleid. We weten dat dit voor ons ook een enorme uitdaging zal zijn in de toekomst. En we proberen via dit project de eerste stappen verder te zetten in een participatief proces. Ook bij onze communicatie zullen we meer en meer de aandacht vestigen op die klimaatreflex, welke acties die klimaatondersteunend zijn. En daarom zal je meer en meer het logo zien waarbij we klaar zijn voor morgen en waarbij we iedereen willen oproepen om samen met ons aan die toekomst te werken.
I hope it's giving you a feel for some of these places. So sadly we can't go on a whistle-stop tour, but they give you a nice insight into the differences and also some of the connections between them. I mean, I like the fact that you picked up the nature-based solutions stuff. You talked about biodiversity. Some of us this afternoon we're going to look at the West Gorton Sponge Park. There's a chance to look at what's happening in Manchester around that. Barbara De Backer, who appeared in the video, is here with us today, which is great to have you with us, Barbara, and you'll join the panel after the break this morning. And I guess one of the things that came out, because I think it was Tina Paredes in the video talked about some of the challenges. And I'll maybe bring in Pascal actually here. Can I grab the mic again? Pascal, you know, Vilvoorde is quite a small city. We ask a lot of our cities. What are the kind of pros and cons for small cities of being involved in urban? What have been some of the challenges, and also some of the key reasons why you might want to get involved as a smaller city?
Yeah, for us it was difficult because it's our first European project, and it's difficult because we are a small city, and the methodologies that Urbact is proposing are a lot of time very structured and very for a group or for a lot of people to handle with. And for us it's difficult to get this structurized in the time period of the project. So at the other hand, it helped us to see what we could do with the stakeholder engagement. A lot of things we were doing already or thinking about, And the fact that we learned about the Manchester approach was exactly the same problems and the same approach that we were thinking about, but on a whole other level. So that gave us the opportunity, because of the URBAC project and the Zero Carbon Cities project, to start with small-scale action, to try something out, to do the next step in participation, because we already did the community budgets. But now, by doing the proximity project, it gave us the opportunity to give a responsibility to the stakeholders itself, so, and the budgets also, that they had to deliver the project and that they could help on our climate policy.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, that's really good to hear, Pascal. We'll talk about that a bit more later on today, I'm sure we will. You mentioned small-scale action, so you know, throughout URBAC we try to create and innovate and change and introduce new things. So this is the first generation of URBAC networks who've had these small-scale actions, very modest amounts of money to try and pilot something practical on the ground, because the ultimate product from these networks is an integrated action plan, which is about, by definition, it's planning to do something bigger in the future. But the idea of these small-scale actions is we can do something on the ground, test something, prototype it, scale if it works. So again, these are really kind of good things for us to learn. The other thing about URBAC, and Adele might talk about this later, is we're always really keen to bring in newer cities all the time, because there are many, many European cities out there who have not had the experience of this kind of collaboration experience. So anything we can learn from you about how we can make that easier for newcomers is always really kind of good to hear. So thanks a lot, Pascal. Again, more from you later, more from Barbara in the session after the break. Let's come closer to home. Let's see the Manchester video and again hear a bit more about what's happening there, and then we'll have a chance after that to go in a bit more deeply and hear from Bob about the Manchester Climate Assemblies. So are we ready to go, Ricardo? Are we good for this one? Thanks.
Over the past 15 years, Manchester has led the way in understanding the impacts of carbon, climate change, and the pressing need for urgent decarbonisation, mitigation, and adaptation. Manchester was one of the first cities in Europe to establish both a science-based zero carbon target and a series of carbon budgets. The city has led the Zero Carbon Cities project to assist in the development of delivering its science-based target and encourage other cities to undertake the same process, with all the detailed and complex challenges this brings. The data provided by this project has assisted Manchester in understanding what scale of action is urgently needed in meeting its carbon targets. It has also provided renewed emphasis on accelerated actions that it must do to keep within its budget, whilst understanding the need for embedding it with a climate adaptation and resilience strategy. The Paris Agreement highlighted global targets needed for urgent action. Manchester had already decided its fair share with a carbon budget calculated. An average of annual 13% reduction was needed to stay on target. The Manchester Climate Change Partnership was an existing stakeholder group in place to engage the key sectors of the city to focus climate action and carbon reduction. This was the perfect mix of organisations to develop project actions and engagement. Manchester's ULG stakeholder group has been essential to driving down the city's carbon emissions. It has brought together all parts of the city to understand the need for coordinated climate action. Membership has and will continue to grow. The legacy of the project will remain within the Manchester Climate Change Partnership as they continue to work closely together, implementing a transition plan designed to assist in reaching carbon targets. Citizen engagement and consultation, another crucial element of the project, help to support the direct delivery of the integrated action plan and framework refresh. Manchester ran a community assembly where residents in different parts of the city took part in 7 weeks worth of workshops to explore themes such as transport, fashion, retail, food and agriculture, buildings and energy, policy and leadership to the emotional impacts of the climate emergency. This provided residents with an opportunity to explore and demand action on climate change at every level. We welcome their ideas and enthusiasm on how we can work together to bring about real change over the next few years, and how the city will get to net zero as fast as possible. Without zero carbon cities, actions would have been delayed. The project has accelerated progress, built capacity for development around carbon data and highlighted the need for scale-up action for the city to keep on track.
Clap as well, shouldn't we? Well done. And I should say, you know, these are not just for today, these videos. I mean, they're really brilliant little sort of snippets to be able to reach out to the wider world. So hopefully they get recycled and used loads. So they're really, really great ways of telling a complex story in a short, impactful way. I'm going to ask Sam Nicholson a quick question. And then I'm going to bring Bob in, actually, who you saw actually in the video. I mean, Sam, you're now at the helm at the Manchester Climate Change Agency. Can you just maybe say a little bit about, in terms of the framework that Manchester has, how this URBAC project is connected to what that you do? And then let's ask Bob to tell us a bit more about the actual assembly work itself. But over to you, Sam, first of all. Thanks for joining. It's good to see you.
I'll just emphasise. All right. Sorry, hang on. I'll just re-emphasise the key message in that video, that this project has enabled us to do a new piece of work to build a more detailed evidence base on the scale of action needed in order for us to meet those stretching targets that we've set and that to stay within the carbon budget. So without that support from this project, that piece of work couldn't happen. And I don't want to steal my thunder from my slides later. So I'll pass over to Bob, shall I?
Small scale actions earlier on. Bob, do you want to come up? And so Manchester's focus of small scale actions was piloting and rolling out this notion of a citizens' assembly. Citizens' assembly is a phrase that lots of us use, but it's different, unfolds differently in different places. So, Bob, we saw you on the screen there. Tell us a bit more about how it works, and I think you're going to bring in a couple of voices of people who have been involved in the process, just to kind of add a bit more kind of flavour to the discussion. Great to see you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, nice to be here. It's always quite inspiring to be around all of these lovely people doing amazing things, and some great cities as well, to go on your holidays, perhaps. So thank you very much for having me. So my name is Bob Worley. I'm a lecturer in community leadership with the University of Central Lancashire, but also a researcher in climate change engagement and communication. Also one of the co-founders of a group called Envirolution, which is a Manchester-based cooperative. We've been running large-scale engagement events in Manchester since 2010 in local parks, where we aim to try and engage the disengaged by running free events that are in local open green spaces that people are going to use anyway. So if we're blessed with the weather, and we have been so far for the most part, then we can expect to see around 6,000 people coming along and getting involved. And so last year we worked with Manchester Climate Change Agency to run the small scale action, which was the Climate Assembly for Manchester. And so this was the Zero Carbon funded project, and it was to support the direct delivery of the Integrated Action Plan and Manchester's Climate Change Framework 2.0 refresh. So we managed to recruit around 106 participants from 5 different geographical areas around the city, and we had a couple of different outcomes. I think I'm a bit too hairy for this, Mike. Is it interfering with the vibe? Step back a little bit. Okay. Yeah? Okay, it's just there. Just don't stand there. Okay. So yeah, we recruited quite a few people, which we were very happy about. That's better. Is it better? I'll just crack on, should I? So yeah, our aim was to try and recruit quite a wide demographic of people from across. Shall I just use the roaming mic? Yeah, let's do that. Shall I come in again? Okay. So if you got any of that, that was about the action plans. And then there was the main outcome for participants, which was the mandate. And so this represented what local citizens could not do. And so they needed infrastructure and policy changes from local council, business, national government. And then there were other outcomes as well, like the project film, which I believe is going to be shown in the break afterwards. It's all open source and it's all up online for use and for learning from as well. Next slide, please. Just a couple of things about the assembly itself then. Our recruitment strategy used wording like, come and get involved in the future of your city and come and have your say in how you'd like your city to look like. So we were trying to use a different strategy from this is a climate change assembly. And so to try and bring in more voices really. And we were very pleased with how that went. Because we had a range of different participants, from people who have been working in this sector for 20 years to others who had just seen a David Attenborough documentary, had kids, got a bit scared, didn't really know what to do for the best, and they wanted something to do. And so the Climate Change Assembly gave them that opportunity. Next slide, please. So we secured venues around the city which were accessible and inclusive for local participants, central from where those applicants were. We were trying to make it as inclusive as possible. That was one of our main aims. Next slide, please. We wanted to start strong, get people fired up and come back. So we did start with a introduction to the subject, so introduction to climate change, to get everybody up to the same sort of level of knowledge. But then straight away, the emotional impact of climate change. So we had people from the Climate Psychology Alliance, which is a national group of academics, researchers and practitioners who came and gave workshops about how it's okay to feel these emotional responses that we all feel to climate change: guilt, anger, grief, despair. These are all quite actually natural and healthy emotional reactions to something like climate change, and it's important to create a space for these so that you can then move on and do choose proactive, informed actions after that. So this was the first time that a lot of people in the room had actually been given this opportunity to talk about how they felt about climate change. So you could sort of see the room relax as people are like, oh yeah, it's okay to feel like this. There's lots of other people feeling like this too. So it's the first time to create that space, I suppose, which was very valuable for a lot of the participants. Next slide, please. And so we had other topics, workshops after that, which covered, as you saw in the video, different themes like food and agriculture, transport, and we had local groups come in who were doing really amazing things in the local community. So for the transport, we had Walk Ride Greater Manchester. For building energy, we had a local cooperative, Red Cooperative, who do a lot of retrofit. So again, for a lot of the participants, this was the first time that they'd heard about how they could get their home retrofitted. A lot of people don't know where to start with that. I didn't. So Red Cooperative could come in and talk about the first steps and where you go with that. So again, very valuable for the participants. We had the Tyndall Centre for Climate Change Research come in and talk about where we are at, I suppose, and the urgency of this of projects like this. And then also the University of Manchester, we had a professor who works for the let me get this right. Institute for Sustainable Development, Professor Matt Patterson, who is a former IPCC lead researcher, and so he came in and talked about how you can best engage with policymakers and make it win-win scenarios, and who's going to support you and how you can get people on board. And then thesis about where Manchester is at and how we are doing so far. Next slide. So the action plans that were created, they're also up on the board outside as well. So you can see what we've put together for the different areas there. Next slide, please. And we also have the mandate, a copy of which is on each of your tables if you want to read through that document. and it's also, of course, online and open source. Next slide, please. At the final event, the outcomes were presented to members of Manchester City Council and others, and it was an amazing opportunity for local participants to come and meet people who they wouldn't necessarily have an opportunity to meet otherwise. And this wasn't an excuse to have a rant or a photo opportunity or anything like that. It was a chance to get people in the same room and start having real conversations about how these outcomes can be implemented. So it was a fantastic final event. Next slide, please. And we do have a couple of the participants here who are going to say a couple of things about what they got out of the project. So I'll pass on to Simon briefly.
Hello everybody, I'm Simon. Yeah, it was amazing journey actually. There was 10, 12 of us, I think, Kay, who hadn't met before. We're all still in touch, and most of us are now doing things. Bob asked me to tell you my takeaways from it. I kind of went into it as a concerned citizen, and I came out of it as a very concerned citizen, realising that it was, you know, very urgent and very complex, and action was needed. So that was my main takeaway, but I also came out much more educated about it. I think the way it was broken down into sections really helped sort of break down the complexity of it. Bob also asked me to say what would I do different. So I mean, I wouldn't change anything of what we did. I would like to see some follow-up, maybe a 6-month follow-up at the end of the session. Would have been really good just to see what's happening. I would have liked to have seen more engagement from less engaged people, if that makes sense. We were probably fairly like-minded people, I think, and it would have been nice to have found maybe a wider sort of community basis. And maybe there could have been an extra session about how to engage people as well. I think that's really important, because what we all need to do now, the 106 of us, is to go out and share this message. And you know, if each of us can engage 10 people, that's job done at the community, because there's a lot to do.
Hi, I'm Kay. I'm standing up because I'm very short. I kind of reiterate everything that you've just said, that it was really a great project to kind of find out about that complexity, about that we need to understand about climate change. We all kind of know our own bit, really. You know, there were lots of people who were very interested in the transport side. Myself, I'm from a food project. I'm very interested in getting people to think about sustainable food. And for the first time in my experience of doing my job for 10 years, people actually come to me and they're saying, I'm worried about food sustainability. That's never come up before. It's always been about saving money and, you know, growing for kind of just to feed the families, really. It's been economic more than anything else. So I know that it's beginning to grow. There's a greater awareness of the fact that we need to have some behaviour change. But I think that how we get that message across is also very important, which is what you kind of just alluded to. Then we have to go away and be leaders now. We have to go and communicate that without overly catastrophising, because I think people have been through a terrible time over COVID, and there's a lot of closed ears. We've got to make it appealing. We've got to say that a greener lifestyle, you'll just feel better, you'll feel healthier, you'll feel more positive. So that's on us all to kind of get that message across and get to those wider communities that weren't represented, because we did have a lot of people who agreed with each other and got it, but there are a lot of people out there who it's not even on their agenda, and we need to be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very diverse groups, and also yeah, a lot of learning was taken from the assembly in general, and so this is a continuing model and a continuing learning process from that. But what it did do was mobilise 106 people around Manchester who are now being very active and getting involved in things for the most part. So after the project, it was then presented up at COP26 in Glasgow, And from that, there has been interest in the Manchester model, and so we're helping to continue to evolve the climate assembly model so it can be used with different audiences and different target groups. So at the moment in Manchester, we're doing one with under 18s as well. So yeah, the project continues in another form.
Well done, that's great. Really great. Thanks. That's brilliant. And I think I said earlier, I mean, a lot of cities that we work with, you know, they really kind of, they want to do this, but they struggle to know how to get started, how to avoid that very confrontational, messy, you know, I think the point was made about the catastrophization. I mean, I think that's really true. People are crawling out of the wreckage. They feel they can't do anything about this. So how do you frame that useful, constructive dialogue? I think is, you know, a small practical steps. So that's really brilliant to hear. And I'm sure loads and loads of people who are watching this just now on live stream and also involved in the wider community with our back will be really interested in knowing how you did that and how they can learn from your experience. So thanks a lot, Bob, and thanks a lot to our two local voices who gave us that kind of sense of what it was like to be involved in the overall process. We're going to keep going, and we're going to jump from Manchester to Modena. Let's see our short film about Modena. We'll have a little question about Modena, and then we'll carry on through the other three cities, and then we'll take a break after we've seen the second round. So the Modena video, please. Are we good to go on that one? So Modena is in northern Italy, as you'll see. We've got a couple of colleagues here from Modena who will be sharing their experience with us afterwards. Here we go.
The Zero Carbon Cities project gave the city of Modena the opportunity to improve its policies on climate, energy and sustainability. Thanks to the Energy and Sustainable Development Agency, for more than 1 year about 30 local stakeholders met regularly to co-create a vision for the future of our city and to identify strategies to reach carbon neutrality by 2050.
CETA manages the local public transport in the province of Modena and is therefore committed to the improvement of the public transport effectiveness and efficiency as a key measure to change the culture of mobility. The planned actions for 2050 will enhance the offer of services through the optimization of journeys, the increase of punctuality and commercial speed, the renewal of the vehicle fleet with more efficient and sustainable means, the implementation of exclusive preferential lanes, and the introduction of new smart technology for booking journeys. Furthermore, in the not-so-distant future, it could be possible to develop a test line of self-driving hydrogen buses on a dedicated lane.
Energy poverty is one of our challenges to reach carbon neutrality and promote environmental and social justice. To combat it is necessary to implement synergic interventions, including informing families, accompany households in identifying the best strategies, and start a dialogue with local public and private institutions. Therefore, Legambiente and Caritas are launching a pilot project on energy poverty in the Crocetta district in Modena, in order to support the lower-income households in reducing their energy cost and increasing comfort and energy awareness. Activities will include interviews with stakeholders and families, analysis of neighborhood, social and structural features, and facilitation activities for an energy community constitution.
Within the Zero Carbon Cities project, University of Modena and Reggio Emilia aims to develop 3 pilot actions to strengthen the knowledge, education and research on sustainability. The first is to open to citizens the cross-cutting skills on sustainability training course and to identify sustainability targets for all courses offered by the university. The second proposal is the creation of a green office to coordinate all the activities related to sustainability inside the university, for example, mobility, charging station for electric cars and carbon footprint. Finally, the research activities will support the energy transition, focusing on the Interdepartmental Center on Hydrogen, life cycle assessment for different types of materials, renewable energy and energy saving, and urban Italians.
Got the mic? So, Alessandra, just before you give us I'm going to ask you about the tools which have been used to involve stakeholders. Tell me about that first. So tell us about that first, and I've got another thing to say. Okay, you're going to lead it because, okay.
Hi, everybody, and thank you for this appointment, these meetings. I'm sorry, but my English is very, very bad, and I read the answer. Her support was very useful to help us to structure the activities of the local group of stakeholders. We had already a number of actors involved in city policy making processes, but the meetings were occasional and not structured. The Urbact method helped us at first to draft a more complete map of stakeholders from different sectors related to climate strategies and to define a regular planned calendar of activities with a medium-long-term perspective. Furthermore, we had the opportunity to learn new interactive online methodologies and practical instruments such as Miro or Mentimeter to use during the meetings that could not be organized in present due to COVID restrictions. These online working techniques, as well as icebreakers or ways to interact informally through the computer screen, allowed us to create a united group that participated consistently and with passion to the definition of a shared vision for the future of Modena. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Alessandra. I'm going to keep us going because I'm just keeping an eye on the clock. Let's stay in the Mediterranean. Let's jump from Italy to Croatia. Let's go from Modena to Zadar. So I think we're ready to tee up the Zadar video, and then again we'll bring in the voices responsive of one of our partners just to hear a little bit more about what we're going to see in this short story.
Grad Zadar već dugi niz godina provodi čitav niz projekata koji se odnose na održivi razvoj, na sustavno gospodarenje energijom, na prilagodbu klimatskim promjenama i po zadnjem dekarbonizaciji. Dakle, to je jedan od projekata, inicijativa gdje se grad Zadar aktivno uključio. Cilj svih ovih mjera koje u proteklih 10-ak i više godina provodimo je što ugodniji život građana grada Zadra, žitelja Zadarske županije, kao i naših gostiju i turista koji redovito posjećuju Zadar. Dakle, osim što na lokalnoj razini čitav niz ovih mjera provodimo, sudjelujemo i u čitavom nizu europskih projekata i potpisnici smo čitavog niza sporazuma na razini Europske unije, kao što je sporazum gradonačelnika za klimu i energiju, dakle gdje podržavamo zajedničku viziju do 2050. godine za dekarbonizaciju praktički na području cijele Europske unije. Također smo dio asocijacije energetskih gradova, Energy Cities, i čitavog niza drugih asocijacija s kojima na neki način promičemo i provodimo ove projekte. Važno je naglasiti da smo izradili akcijski plan energetski klimatski održivog razvitka grada Zadra, dakle SEKAP, i cilj nam je praktički smanjenje emisije plinova do 2050. godine. Zadnji projekt u koji smo se uključili je projekt Urbact, Zero Carbon Cities, gdje zajedno sa 7 europskih gradova želimo provesti smanjenje utjecaja ugljika U tom smislu radimo akcijski plan za izgradnju kapaciteta kako bi u konačnici mogli Pariški sporazum implementirati i provesti na cijelom ovom području.
Zavod za javno zdravstvo Zadar, odnosno Služba za zdravstvenu ekologiju i zaštitu okoliša, pruža znanstvenu potporu gradu Zadru u projektu Zero Carbon Cities. Kroz projekte grad nabavio uređaj za praćenje kvalitete zraka RQ. On prati više parametara kvalitete te pruža uvid u podatke u stvarnom vremenu na jednostavnom korisničkom sučelju. Neki od parametara koje ovaj uređaj bilježi su ambijentalna temperatura, relativna vlažnost, atmosferski tlak, dušikovi, ugljikovi, sumporovi oksidi, ozon te čestice raznih veličina. Uređaj se sastoji od niza senzora koji su automatski povezani na cloud i možemo im pristupiti u bilo kojem trenutku sa bilo kojeg uređaja. Sučelje omogućava jednostavan i slikovit prikaz mjerenja, a grafovi omogućuju brzo uočavanje promjena u mjesečnim ili dnevnim kretanjima.
Dakle, grad Zadar neće stati samo na ovome, nego će zajedno sa svim drugim europskim inicijativama i europskim gradovima nastaviti provoditi sve mjere i sve ono što je potrebno kako bi smanjili utjecaj klimatskih promjena, dekarbonizaciju, povećali energetsku učinkovitost i na neki način održivo razvijali grad Zadar i imali ljepši život u njemu.
Where's Anna? I've never been to Zadar, but it looks really fabulous. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And I guess the tourists have been away for the whole pandemic period, and as they come back and you think about sustainability and how you can do this in a way which keeps the climate neutral as well, tell us a little bit about what you've learned from this network experience that's maybe helped that.
I would first like to say hello to everyone from sunny Zadar. As you can see in the film, Zadar don't have any heavy industry, but it has a huge tourism pressure, especially on the old peninsula. It's the center of town. We realized that we have to do something to decrease that pressure. In this project, we decide to install this device for air quality metering, because we recognize that the traffic is one of the hugest problem in our city, because that pressure, because during the tourist season we have lost traffic congestions in the old peninsula, and we know that that affects on air quality and also on historical monuments. As you can see, Zadar has walls. It's under UNESCO protection, so we have to take care of them. In that way, actually, we will metering the air quality parameters during the tourism season, and then compare it with the data when there is not tourism season. So in that way, we can see the difference of the influence of the tourism, and it will help us to make decisions how to prevent the air pollution, and also the citizens will be informed about the air quality, and we think that that will have influence on them, on the raising awareness, maybe to use more ecological means of transport. So I can conclude that this air quality metering will help us to put actions in place, address the issue, and mitigate in the future to zero carbon.
Thanks a lot, Anna. Thank you. Thank you. So last but not least, let's go north. Let's go to Tartu in Estonia. Tartu is the second city in Estonia. It's a university city. It's actively involved in many European projects, including several URBAC projects. This is our final video, and then we're going to take a short break. But as with the others, we'll hear from Tartu, from our colleagues in Tartu before we take a break. But let's see the film first.
We have worked hard to make Tartu an even more enjoyable city, with clean air, diverse nature, and an attractive and safe environment. We have set sustainable development as our goal to ensure that the natural environment and well-being of the people are in harmony. To this end, we brought environmentally friendly gas buses to Tartu, which are already making our city air a little cleaner. We have also launched a hugely popular smart bike share system, which has increased the number of bike riders, helping to make them healthier and happier. Together with residents, we have renovated a number of apartment buildings in the city centre into near-zero energy buildings, and we are now continuing with similar projects in other neighbourhoods. For several summers now, residents of Tartu have been delighted by the car-free avenue, which is making waves across Estonia. The space previously occupied by cars is now shared by pedestrians and cyclists, offering a new and friendly urban experience. We cannot slow down in our efforts because the overall trends are alarming. Car ownership numbers keep rising, while pedestrians, cyclists, and electrically powered road users are squeezed into a single narrow lane. We should be renovating our current homes at a faster pace and making sure that the city does not spread outside its borders. It's hard to make choices when we are subjected to a daily information overload. But we all want to be as sustainable as possible, today, tomorrow, and the day after. Tartu will be the European Capital of Culture in 2024, with the motto, Arts of Survival. We want our city to have a future. We want to survive. That is why, in the year of the Capital of Culture, we are telling stories about the deepening climate crisis, social tensions, and the bonding of communities, all of which are highly relevant today. We have a strong community that has helped to share the participative budget for the past 10 years to ensure a better urban space. It was at the request of the community that the latest project, the former Harbour Railway Corridor, came to fruition. A pleasant environment for pedestrians and cyclists instead of the originally planned car road. We also held our first climate assembly, where participants focused on how to make Tartu even more livable. We see that the community is longing for more. We have received a clear message that the people want environmentally friendly solutions, that they want positive changes. Tartu has joined the 100 Climate Neutral and Smart Cities mission. We are in the company of 100 European cities aiming to achieve climate neutrality by 2030. We have set for ourselves the world's most ambitious climate target. This is not an easy task. It requires innovation and approaching solutions in a new way. We thank everyone who has helped prepare Tartu's participation in such an ambitious undertaking. We thank our Zero Carbon Cities partners from Manchester, Bystrica, Frankfurt, Modena, Vilvoorde, Zadar, and Energy Cities. We could not have done it without you. But the big work still lies ahead.
Thanks a lot. Casper, great to have you with us. Lots of congratulations on being one of the 100 climate neutral cities. It's a brilliant thing to be part of. Again, maybe just tell us what's the most important thing that you've got from this experience to help with this bigger challenge you have in Tartu?
Well, hi everybody. Just before the break, quickly, I think the Urbex project and the Zero Carbon Cities has been a great opportunity for Tartu. we did get a lot of inspiration from, for example, from Manchester, also from Vilvoorde, things to implement during the project, but also things that we want to do in the future in order to reach this zero climate neutrality by 2030, the mission. But the most important thing here was that this project and Durban gave us the opportunity to engage our citizens and science institutions and also companies in Tartu to put together the candidacy for the mission. And thankfully, as a result of this, we did get to be a part of the mission. So thanks, everybody.
And I guess one of the other things to say is quite often cities build trusted networks and they use the experience of RBAC to move on to bigger things sometimes. So Horizon projects, as you mentioned, the climate neutral stuff. So, you know, these connections are really important and quite often sustainable. Thanks to all of you for patiently listening. It's always difficult in these events. How do we cram everything? We've also got so much to say. How do we cram it in the right way? Second half is a bit more interactive. We've got a panel session, a couple of inputs at the beginning, but you can take a break now, go and have a caffeine fix or whatever you need to do. So we've got 15 minutes, tea and coffee and everything else are just outside the room here. I make it 10 past. Can we get back in for 25 past? And we'll jump back in. Thanks again to our speakers for getting us started. Enjoy the break. See you shortly. Thank you.
My name is Bob Worley. I'm a researcher in climate change engagement and communication, and I'm also a co-founder of the Envirolution cooperative based here in Manchester. Manchester Climate Change Assembly was a proposal that we put in to Manchester Climate Change Agency because we felt like there needed to be something like this in Manchester. We really wanted a good representation of the people of Manchester. And so we held 5 different workshops with 5 different groups around the city and different geographical areas. We looked at various different themes, different topics like transport, food and agriculture, buildings and energy, and fashion and retail, and started thinking about what we were able to do in our areas. What can we get going in our local neighbourhoods which is going to be a positive change and really get people on board with it. Alongside that, we started exploring what are our requirements of higher up as far as policy and infrastructure change from perhaps Manchester City Council or business or national government. And so that formed the two main outcomes of the Climate Assembly. So action plans for the different areas and a mandate which represents the requirements from higher up in order for us to be able to meet carbon reduction targets, but also strive towards this sustainable society that we all want to live in.
I think just getting to meet people with different perspectives, that has definitely been something that I've enjoyed, because as a student sometimes you just hear more opinions from other students, and we all tend to be very progressive on like climate issues, but everyone in the community assembly also cares a lot about climate change, but then they bring in their own perspective of the problems that they are facing. And I think the good part about this community assembly is that it's very representative. So you've got people from different ages, different social, economic, religious backgrounds coming together and discussing their problems. So I think that is one of the biggest highlights.
I've been really pleased with the demographic that we have as far as participants in the Climate Assembly, because we have had lots of different levels of knowledge with the subject. So we have people who are very aware and can use a lot of terminology and are quite switched on with it all and are quite active. And then we have other people in the groups who have just got kids and I've maybe watched a David Attenborough documentary or something and just got a bit scared, and so they're thinking the same thing as most people do on this journey, which is, what can I possibly do? What difference can I possibly make with just one person? And so Envirolution has always been about trying to link up all of these people, trying to engage that target group, that demographic of people, and bring them together with people who are making positive changes in the community, and so show them that you can form groups, you can get involved in things that are going on, and it's not just you.
That's definitely one of the things we focus on. We are a community interest company anyway, so for us getting out into all the different neighbourhoods around Great Manchester is like a key thing and something really important to us. So to be able to do this, it's just been great, because we've been able to educate around like what we do, but then gather that information from what people need, and that's like more important than anything.
My name's Carl Peachy. I live in South Manchester, so Didsbury. Hearing from people presenting, expertly, expert opinions is obviously of massive value, because you have a certain level of knowledge. There's always more to learn, isn't there? But also connecting with other like-minded people, I think it's been really good, and certainly in our work group, having the little WhatsApp group that we've got, so we started to communicate more regularly off the back of that, and I think going forwards we're probably going to stay connected and try and implement some changes, within our own circle of friends, but the broader community as well. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how that's going to go actually.
It's really difficult to undo that psychology that goes with clothes.
I think you need a very representative group to talk about their problems. For instance, I can convey some of the problems that I face as a minority in the climate movement, but my problems will be different from someone, say, who has a disability. And so I think that just bringing together these voices is really important.
The COP conferences have brought about very little tangible results as far as real action on climate change, and there's many reasons for that, but the Paris Agreement is still an achievement, and it's still something that has never been done before in the history of the human race. The reason why Glasgow is so important is because now it's time to actually put those plans, those pledges into place. And so what is your plan for getting to that level of carbon emission reduction, or whatever it might be? But this is all stuff that just people hear about on the news, and they'll hear talk about, they'll see it in the papers or whatever, and there's no real engagement with that. There is a real disconnect between the communities on the ground and what's happening higher up. So any kind of method that you can use to try and bridge that gap with otherwise inaccessible world leaders or policymakers is definitely going to be a good thing, because it makes people more engaged with the subject itself, and it makes them feel like they are working towards that same goal. So taking the project to COP26 and presenting it to the COP26 Coalition and others will then give the people of Manchester the chance to represent how they feel and what they think is important and what can be done in other parts of the world.
It'll be really interesting to see actually what's going to be presented to the committee, and you know what action's going to be taken from it. Are they going to listen to it? Is it just going to get pushed aside? Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see like the prominence of it, and hopefully it's going to pique some interest.
Something that never ceases to amaze me when working on these kinds of projects is how much can be done in such a short space of time, and also how little time it can take groups to really bond and gel when they're working towards a common theme. And you can see already that the groups are working really well together, and when they were all brought together in the large group session at the Friends Meeting House, then it was really magical to see, because you could sense the energy in the room. I suppose everybody was sort of spurred on by everyone else. Yeah, that's where the magic's at.
I think I could go on for like 3 more months or 6 more months, because there's always so much that you learn from others, but also about what's happening in the city. And I feel like initiatives like this should be implemented, maybe not every week but every month, so that citizens just get an idea of what change is taking place in the city, especially in local communities. So I think as someone who's really interested in these issues, I could engage in these discussions for months.
To try and create something which is going to represent this. Like I said, this could be... So last night we decided on the creation of the mandate and what form it was going to take. And so each of the different groups came up with all the different ideas, and we tried to involve as many of those ideas as possible into the final form of the mandate. What I really wanted to do was try and have something which represents it, which symbolises it, because that document of paper can just be too easily just filed away and just, oh yeah, thank you very much for that, very interesting, and slot that away. But if we have something else, if we have a symbol which can represent that and people can get behind, then that gives it a lot more weight. And so the symbol that was decided on last night was the symbol of the green bee. So the bee of Manchester is obviously quite a symbolic icon, and it was decided that a green bee of Manchester could be used in all sorts of different ways.
It's not to scale. As communities, to kind of talk about what was important to us.
The Climate Assembly was really, I thought it was really good. It was really encouraging to see many people getting on board with the need to do more. Yeah, the need to do something about the climate emergency that's happening all around us. And I'd hope to see that continue. We need more of that, really.
The fact that the work's happening on this mandate, the fact it's going to COP26, the fact we are Manchester and we've got that spirit behind us, to me is really important. So that's why I'm sort of really pleased to be invited here tonight.
We will need to see action. We will need to see action soon. I have grandchildren. I want them to have grandchildren. If we don't alter things a lot, that will not happen. And we are investing in the future. We have to do that. We all have to do that, and we have to do it starting now.
Manchester's first ever Climate Change Assembly is just the beginning as far as this project and our wider goals are concerned. So this is the catalyst. We've brought together some amazing people from around Manchester, and we've had a look at what we can do and what we can get going, and we've inspired each other and motivated each other to do that. We've also looked at what we can't do, so what we need help and support and change made from higher up, from outside of our hands. And so those goals are still the things to achieve. And it's also about trying to get more people in the room to have these kinds of conversations. So the Climate Change Assembly is just the beginning.
You come from mainland Europe, you come to the UK and you think COVID never happened. There's no signs of anything. You know, if you're living in another member state, it's still quite visible. Here, it's as if it's just a horrible, bad dream, but it did really happen. During that time, we all became very adept at using digital tools. We're about to use one of those digital tools. We're about to have Claire Rumet, who's the Executive Director of Energy Cities, join us via Zoom, hopefully. You saw her there, so she is there. Claire was due to be here in person, but has COVID, sadly, so is not here. So it definitely did happen. It was a thing, and it hasn't gone away. But Claire, can you hear us? Claire, can you hear me? I think that suggests Claire can't hear me. Can Claire hear you? Can one of you guys say hi to Claire so we can join the dots here? Looks as though she's doing Wordle while she's waiting. It was really hard today, actually. Yeah. Claire. Max, Ricardo, help. These are the things we really forget about digital working. Remember all that, you're on mute, we can't hear you. Ooh. Claire, can you hear me? Yes, you can. Great to see you. I don't know if you can see me, but nice to see you. I just explained to the audience that you've had COVID, so thank you very much for joining us today. I'm not going to say any more. I'll leave the floor to you, and thanks a lot for connecting with us this morning. Oops.
I really enjoyed last time that we have been together, all the project partners in Manchester, but in general also to have seen the city, how it evolved in the past decades. And I think indeed there is a lot to be told about Manchester, and I'm also speaking a lot about the Manchester Histories Festival, because I think it's a very great idea that all cities should have to make sure that indeed they reconnect with their deep roots, with their own DNA, because that's basically the very, very first thing to be done if you want to really have an idea about your own resources and about your own metabolism. So what I want to speak to you today is to have a look to the last 2 years and see a little bit how this carbon budget concept have evolved within the cities, which kind of cities have tried to use it, where they did stop and why. And even though obviously 2 years is very, very short time, and giving the current context, there is almost no conclusion that can be drawn. However, we can see already that there is really a big deepening, and that's my main message, even though I could have left it for the conclusion only, but there is really a big deepening on for cities' climate strategy to not only look at carbon. So because carbon is an extremely powerful metrics, but it's not really the one that helps you to understand very well your territory. So that's the main point I want to go with you through today. So first of all, a little bit of a context, but that I'm afraid there is no breaking news there. We have been in 2 years of COVID, very hard on the economies, very hard on people, very hard on our own beliefs also, and completely changing the city's role. And I think this is really what has been quite telling, and something that we have seen across Europe, is that cities have to enter into a completely new role. It's like before they were really trying to get to be the one promoting the attractivity of the city, to make sure that indeed the city would be attractive for new investments, attracting new companies. With the climate strategy, then they were starting thinking about, well, if we have many new employment, and it's great, but it's also a problem if we attract too much economic activities that will actually worsen our own climate our climate budget or our climate impact. But with the COVID crisis, what we have seen is that cities have just understood rapidly that they needed to be also an economic actor. And I think this is one, they needed to be to ensure supply of basic goods, supply of masks, but also they needed to become a big, huge organizer of logistics to make sure that the vaccine could reach out everyone. And what I mean is that indeed what they discovered is that they are the one that can basically best organize many different things, and that in terms of in times of crisis they have an absolute key role because they know very well the territory, and no one else knows as well their territory than a municipality. And this is something that actually when we are trying to look at climate data, we were looking at it before only from macroeconomic data that are coming from the national level and applying it like almost without any filter on the territory of each city. So this is, like, I would say, the first age of the methodology of the carbon budgets, and this is where actually we can see that there is a big evolution because of the crisis, that in these carbon budgets are very good to start conversation, but very, very rapidly you need to go into something that helps you to take the real decisions, and for that you need the actual geographical local data. That is like something that needs to come in the future. So the second thing that has been really impacting a lot, of course, all our lives is the energy price crisis, which was there before the Ukrainian war. It's the Ukrainian war did worsen a lot the conditions, not only about the energy price crisis, but in general for many supply chains. So it can be supply chains on food, but not only. It's not only about food. There is a lot, like Eastern European countries have a massive commercial relations with Ukraine, and for them there is a lot of disruptions in many different kind of supply chains on construction materials and so on. But this has also shown that indeed energy, I mean, I shouldn't say that like that, but the beauty of the energy price crisis is that really it shows where that energy is everywhere, and in that we are completely addicted to energy in our daily life, in our entire economic metabolism. And this is the second reason why actually we have seen that there is an emerging need to have a wider perspective on the climate strategy, so that indeed it can also have a closer look to other items than only the carbon budget. Now, what have been the exercise that have been done into the different two other contextual elements that are very important and that have changed cities' panorama for the last two years, and you can see that it has been massive shocks. So there is a health crisis shock, or a pandemic crisis shock, an energy price shock, and then there is two elements that are like changing also the knowledge landscape, and it's the latest IPCC report that has been published in March this year. That actually is also going into the exact same direction, saying that basically, well, first that we are very, very bad in implementing policies that are absolutely needed if we want to limit the climate change. But it also said two very important elements. The first thing is that there is not enough done on avoiding needs and we are still considering energy policies and even climate strategies as how we can basically shift our demands towards other energy carriers. So basically from fossil fuel going to renewable electricity. But that we have not been consistent, because in any scenarios towards climate neutrality, there is a big part which is about reducing our needs, but nowhere we have been consistent in doing that, and there is not at all any kind of indication that we have started this decreased needs. So decreasing need it can be, for example, like the teleworking that has been implemented in most of the countries during the pandemic. That decreased the needs of commuting transport between the workplace and the living place. So this is really something that could, in the long term, if we do apply it like consistently in the entire society, could decrease or change and decrease and change our mobility needs. But we have not decreased any other needs, and we are still very bad on all of our wasted. What the IPCC report also highlighted very, very strongly, and this is why actually we have seen that there is a development of new compass for doing the climate strategy evaluations and to take decision on climate strategy at local level, is that there is only one big asset that we really have to care for, and that we have to cherish, and that we have to invest in, if we want to be able to do the transformation of the entire economy towards climate neutrality, and it's social inclusion and social cohesion. And this is something that intuitively everybody knew in a way, because we have seen that the countries that are doing the best are the countries where actually the social inclusion is super, super strong, like the Nordic country. But the scientific review years of scientific reviews have shown that actually really the social inclusion and the strong local democracy is really one of the biggest assets we can have, because we will have to do difficult decisions about what do we stop. Sometimes we will have to maybe shut down some enterprise, some of the part of the city, who knows. But this needs to be done with a democratic choice, and that can only be done if we have strong, very, very strong local governance in place. Therefore, I think that the Manchester Climate Partnerships, for example, is a very strong asset for Manchester, but that also the entire Zero Carbon City project, and what it brought with the Urban Local Action Group, and that I really think that indeed URBAC can be proud to have those invested in those urban local action groups, because these are part of a social net of committed actors, and even if they are committed on other topics, this is something that brings local democracy much strength to local democracy, and that will be absolutely needed. So finally, one last gift, or I don't know how to call it, because it's very, very early and much too early to say anything about it. But I think it's like it was a seed that has been put by the latest commission into the new programming period on research and innovation, and it is an appropriate way of rethinking climate action and urban action together. And it's the big program of the European Commission, Mission Climate Neutral Cities, that will finance 100 climate city contracts across Europe, and to try to really have and reach this climate neutrality by 2030 in a number of pioneer cities. Why I put it there as a changing context element, it's because maybe it will fail. I mean, maybe it's very ambitious, very, very ambitious. But what I can see is that it already brings new ways for cities to consider their own climate strategy. Because if you are starting to look at the climate neutrality in 2030, it means that you completely need to revise everything, and you need to implicate absolutely every department of the city, which is also what Manchester has done with a carbon budget. And I think this is also why now the carbon budget is a very good tool, and one of the tools that cities can take to to advance and to design their climate neutral city contract. Coming back into what has been happening for the cities that have been trying to use a carbon budget or a similar exercise, I think I'd like to say, so indeed, we have Tampere, who is a very, very advanced city, and that has been able to really divide the carbon budget into each sector, and really also each department with a very precise decreasing matrix. So it's really like every sector knows what it has to do year by year in terms of reduction of emission. And the same thing will happen in Clermont-Ferrand, a medium-sized city in France, where they have currently they are finalizing their exercise of a carbon budget for the administration, and where they have seen that they actually only by doing that it means that every director knows that they have to do something and that they have to decrease every year their own carbon emission. Just 1 second. I am well, but not that well yet. Soon to come. So
being very stoical and brave to make that input. Can we just say thanks very much to Claire for
should be fine. No.
I don't think
Thank you.
See us, but I'd say thanks a lot. We're going to, I mean, very helpful. You mentioned the big picture, the IPCC stuff, also the 100 climate neutral cities, Tartu, who are here, are in that happy group of cities. Also very good you picked up on the whole thing of the need to align the climate justice and the social justice debate. Those are sometimes two separate conversations. We're about to have a panel discussion where I'm sure we'll join some of those dots. We will leave you to go back to bed or have a drink of water, whatever you need to do, but thanks again. And we'll keep in touch, and Ian will be here with us from Energy Cities to join the panel discussion later. Thanks again, Claire. Nice to see you. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to ask Sam Nicholson. I mean, Claire mentioned the Manchester framework. MCCA has been involved in this project since the very beginning. I came to the kickoff meeting. Johnny at that time was the person wearing your hat, and he was there. And you've been central to driving this notion of the budget, but also having this framework for the city. So ahead of our panel discussion, do you want to just say a few words, Sam, and tell us what's been happening and what the latest situation is from the perspective of the MCCA? You got your clicker? You got your microphone?
Thanks.
Need anything else?
Got
let me know.
I need.
Okay.
Just wave at me if it's not working. So thank you. Hi everyone. Sam Nicholson. I'm the director of Manchester's Climate Change Agency. We are a small community interest company that provides Manchester with an independent voice on all things climate change. We also coordinate Manchester's climate change partnership, more about that later. And between us, we set the strategy, the climate change strategy for the city and champion positive action. And just from here, I thank you for all of the stories today. It's been really lovely to hear how everyone else is tackling this same challenge. Some less interesting slides than your stories to follow, but hopefully the content is useful. So there's too much information on all of these slides. I apologize in advance. I'll try and just pick out the key messages. We came into this process with a really strong track record as a city of taking climate change seriously. We launched our first climate change strategy in 2009 that covered the last decade, and we did manage to reduce our emissions as a city by just over 40% in that time. The key document that's driving us now, you've heard a little bit about already today, is our current 5-year climate framework. And that did use a science-based targets approach to set what you can see on the bottom left there is an ever-decreasing carbon budget. It actually stretches all the way out to 2100, but really, if we don't get things right in this 5 years and the next 5 years, then all the way to 2100 is kind of irrelevant. But what that gives us is a zero carbon date of 2038 to go to, and a nice trajectory. The smooth yellow line is that 13% reduction that you've heard about already today. But the other two lines show us that if we don't start to take action quickly, then actually the rate of reduction increases and increases and increases. Now, we've been doing annual reports for the city as well since 2013, so holding the city to account against those targets and ambitions that it's set. And unfortunately, we are not hitting our 13% per annum reduction. And so this is where the Zero Carbon Cities programme has come in. And it has helped us say, okay, so that framework was brilliant and that it set that ambition. It gave us credibility by using a science-based targets approach. It put us ahead of the national target. It formalised those ambitions. It gave us the sort of targets in which to hold the city to account against. But it didn't really tell us the scale of action needed in order to meet those targets. I will come back to the other 4 headline objectives later on, but it's just worth noting that that framework does acknowledge more than just the need to reduce our direct emissions. It talks about our indirect emissions as well, about the importance of adapting and becoming more resilient to the effects of climate change, about recognising the intersection between climate change and health inequalities, and about the role of creating a sustainable, inclusive economy in that journey as well. But so what the Zero Carbon Cities project allowed us to do was to look at the scale of action needed. So we used a tool called Scatter. I think Anthesis are in the room. And that tool basically was developed to help cities, local authorities identify the scale of action needed to deliver their emissions reductions targets and to look across different areas of the city, so our buildings, our energy use, our transport, etc. The process starts with a detailed understanding of where your current emissions are from, and then basically develops, starts to develop pathways. So the first point really was to give us a more detailed understanding of our current emissions profile, particularly for our direct emissions. So the headlines there are, we're very reliant on gas, and we use our cars too much for our transport, and we don't by any means generate enough renewable energy within the city. So from there, what Scatter does is looks at different pathways to get to net zero. It's effectively, if you imagine a machine where you can pull different levers and say, well, if we do this with our housing stock, or if we do this with our transport behaviours, what does that do? Now, the upshot is, as we all know, Claire's just mentioned the kind of, IPCC recent reports. We all need to take urgent action this decade. So it was kind of no surprise that we need to pull all of the levers to maximum in order to hit our targets. Now, excuse me, there's no spoilers today because our refresh is coming out soon. So there's no specific numbers, but I wanted to give you an insight into the type of information and data that this piece of work is generating for us. So in terms of our buildings, it's going to tell us how many homes do we need to retrofit, what is the percentage energy reduction demand, as Claire was just talking about. That demand reduction is critical. So what level of demand reduction do we need to see for domestic appliances, for industrial processes? How many people do we need to get switched off gas to electric heating sources? What's the scale in terms of our new build that goes on? How many of those new builds need to be at a very high zero carbon standard? In terms of transport, it will tell us again about that demand reduction. What kind of level of journeys do we need to sort of think more consciously about and not do? And then within that, what's the level of modal shift out of cars into other forms of transport? How much more active travel do we need to do? How much more do we need to utilize our public transport systems? And what level do we need to do in terms of switching our normal cars into electric vehicles? There's also improvements in freight and industrial logistics that we need to look at, just in terms of kind of reducing the amount of freight that travels by road, and then also the fuel efficiency of that transport. And then in terms of renewable energy generation, it's going to tell us the kind of how many megawatts of solar do we need to be doing at micro scale across the city and at large scale. And it's also going to talk to us about the CO2 savings from each of these actions, what the estimated capital cost and operational cost savings will be, and really importantly, what the co-benefits are. We've sort of talked about the energy crisis a little bit from Claire, but that broader cost of living crisis is really important to Manchester, and one of the threads that runs through our framework is this need for a just transition, that we don't leave people behind and we don't just target CO2 emissions, that what we target is transforming everyone's lives in a better way. So we're conscious that some of that can be very data heavy, so we've been looking at ways to kind of present the data in a more interesting and creative way. So this is colloquially known as our zip wire diagram now, which will sort of show where the emissions come from now on the left-hand side, the scale of reduction on the right-hand side, and the kind of, once we've got those numbers, they'll be plugged into that diagram again, so that people can kind of get a more visual idea of the change that needs to happen. But we're also really conscious that there's going to be some big numbers in this piece of work, and that those big numbers can be quite scary. Bob, you talked about that sort of psychology of that earlier, which is really critical. So we are really consciously looking at trying to break those numbers down into where is the agency for action. So what things can we do locally that's in our powers to do locally, whether it's a city council action, us as residents or businesses. What do we need to work with our colleagues in Greater Manchester on? Transport is an easy answer there. We've got Transport for Greater Manchester. What do we need to advocate national government or other national entities to do more of to help unlock our ability to do more? And then where is there space for us to just think very differently about these challenges? So we're doing a lot of work to co-design these actions with stakeholders across the city so that we've got expertise from the owners of some of those actions and that we get buy-in and consensus to what needs to be done. There are some examples on the bottom, but hopefully you get that sort of layers of the onion picture. Just very quickly, I talked about there are 4 headline objectives within the framework. We're also updating some of the other activity there. There's been research carried out for us by the University of Manchester on our indirect emissions, looking at the footprint there, the sort of the black and yellow and white circles show that our footprint from indirect emissions is actually much larger than our direct emissions. but it's much more nebulous and difficult to quantify and difficult to take action on, but we're not shying away from that challenge. We've done lots of work, again, with the Manchester Metropolitan University on adaptation and resilience, looking at understanding how we assess vulnerabilities and suggesting actions, again, for people at different levels to how do we move our city to be climate ready. And we're doing a lot of work with colleagues across the city on that health and well-being and how taking action on climate change can also help to reduce health inequalities. So very quickly, the process that we went through, we commissioned Scatter and Thesis to run that Scatter tool to start that process off. We worked with Bob and colleagues on the climate assemblies to understand community priorities and barriers to action. We've been doing heaps of work on kind of analysing that data and co-designing the actions that will come out of it with our ULG, which is the partnership, and with a huge number of stakeholders across the city. We're kind of starting now to write up that, the framework that will come out. It will go through a series of endorsements from partners across the city so that everybody is kind of backing the same strategy, and we expect to launch that in September this year. If I've got time, fabulous, I can do it in 2. Just a little bit more about our climate change partnership, which acted as our back local group for this programme. Manchester has done something innovative here in terms of setting up this partnership. It's a cross-sectoral partnership, which is, as you can see on the right-hand side, has got oversight of quite a good chunk of the city's direct carbon footprint, and then influence through its employees and networks and audiences to a much wider slice of the city's footprint. And we facilitate it. It's a huge mixture of institutions, universities, our airport, our football club, but also, you know, our age-friendly Manchester, our youth board, and some of our consultants, all the clever people around the city, as well as our activist community. And we were able to do an action with that group that we've just sort of in the middle of now, which is about trying to reassess that collective carbon footprint, understand the impact that that partnership is making on delivering the city's targets, and then identifying what excellent practice is going on, because there's so much good work going on across that partnership. How do we surface that and then share it across the partnership and with others through sort of peer-to-peer learning sessions, so that we can accelerate the decarbonisation of each of those organisations, and then also leverage all of the expertise that sits around that table to helping the city tackle some of its city-scale challenges. And we launched a net zero new build standard as our kind of first city-scale initiative last year, which is about setting the challenge down to the city to say, here's what a gold standard of a new build could look like. Now let's work together to see how we can get Manchester to adopt that. So I think that's probably my 2 minutes up. We just really want to say as Manchester a great thank you. We've had so many benefits from this project, so it's been great.
Brilliant, thanks a lot, Sam. Yeah. Great. Thanks a lot, Sam. I know you'll be with us over lunch. There's a lot of stuff in that presentation, and we'll be sharing the slides with, you know, across the network, so there's a chance to go into those in a bit more detail. I love my job, but one of the things I hate about it is always having to push people on to the next thing, so I'm keeping an eye on the clock. I'm going to invite 4 colleagues to come and join me on the stage. So Tracy, Barbara, Iona, and Ian. If you can make your way up the stairs on the right-hand side there, as we look at the stage, it's a bit dimly lit. It's a bit like a nightclub at the front of this room, actually. So on the right-hand side, there's some stairs there on the way up. So you're all mic'd up. We need one handheld microphone, I think, for Ian. Thank you. Brilliant. Cheers, Sharon. There you go. That's for you. So we've probably got about maybe 20 minutes. I want to give a chance for Adele from our back to come in and say a few words at the very end. So I'm keeping an eye on that to make sure we have time for that. So thanks for joining us, first of all, and great to hear those city stories. I'll maybe ask Ian, first of all, because I haven't heard from you this morning, and you've been like at the centre of this whole journey. I mean, maybe pick out from from the 6 city stories that we heard today, what are the key things that you're really pleased about? I mean, it's been a zigzag journey because of COVID and everything, but if you're putting your finger on a couple of things you're really happy about as lead expert, what would they be?
Sure. So, everyone hear me? So, yeah, just following on, I think for me there was, when you do ULGs, setting up your ULGs, we talk about getting the unusual suspects. So I found what was pretty nice when we were doing our transnational meetings was like in Modena the one time we had a presentation from the doctors, you know, and they were able to get the agricultural department on board. Bistrica, we had someone from the water department. I'm just saying, I've been working at energy cities quite often, you know, energy, it's very classic, it's transport buildings. And we know, listening to Claire, you got to go beyond that. Time goes beyond that. You need to go food. So I thought that was really great. It was like the way that the cities were able to engage those unusual suspects. They did really well. Also, the way, if you look at the films, did you notice the number of elected representatives who came and presented? There were mayors coming in, talking in a film. That's great. You don't always get that. So that was really impressive. I think as well, what was also nice was the exchange of ideas. When we had the small scale actions, even some of the cities managed to implement ideas that we picked up that the other city didn't even implement themselves. So there was this option initially. Manchester wanted to set up their food, I think it was like food fridges. So it was an initial idea, but they actually went on to do something else. Whereas Tartu took that idea, implemented it straight away during their festival, and bang, you know, it was like that. So yeah, I think what was really great about the group is that practicality, just getting things done. And I don't know if I'm going to have some concluding things.
Yeah, I'll come back to you at the
when
end.
I come back, so I'll stop there.
Okay, great stuff, great stuff. You mentioned elected officials. We've got 2 on stage with us, which is great. I mean, Tracy, what we heard there from Sam was the role of the City Council. I guess, you know, you've got Manchester City Council, which is a big, complex organisation with thousands of employees. So I guess there's a decarbonisation thing within the organisation. And then you've also got that kind of wider enabling, facilitating, coordinating role. Can you say a bit about how that works in practice? I mean, that's hard to do the 2 of those things well at the same time. How does that work?
It's almost chicken and egg, isn't it? But that's challenges and opportunities within both situations. And I think for me, that is the excitement of this situation that we're in. And so as an organisation, it almost feels like we can control that better and monitor and change things better because we're in control of that. But actually, every one of our employees goes home to a neighbourhood. They have neighbours, they have friends, they have children, etc. So it's really important for me that we do some really good work as an organisation with our employees so that we are educating, we're learning, we're changing our mindset. My own mindset has changed so much over these past couple of years, you know, realising that actually maybe I didn't eat meat so much because I couldn't afford it as a single parent. Now I choose to eat less meat because I understand the impact on the environment. So my learning and understanding about why I make certain choices and actions in life has changed. And I think that education role that we have as an organisation is really, really important. We can decarbonise our own buildings. We can make changes that might seem really simple, but if you badge them all together, they have a really significant impact. So changing LED light bulbs, for example, changing our fleet as an organisation to electric vehicles, encouraging the use of e-cargo bikes, all of those actually make really significant impacts eventually. And then we're demonstrating that we're leading by example. So I'm not expecting my next door neighbour to go out and get an e-bike or start biking more. We're showing that we're doing these things. We're struggling. Some things don't always work. There isn't always the market. It's not cheap. Yeah. I really struggle to be able to, you know, change my home and retrofit my home, but I really want to be able to learn how to do that so I can share that learning. And that comes to the second bit that you asked me about our influencing and enabling. We lead by example. well, and we have to have these difficult conversations. Manchester is such a complex city. We have so many different economies, businesses. We have a hospitality sector that's thriving, a cultural sector. How can we influence and bring those people on this journey with us? Our schools, you know, our industries, it's really, really complicated. It's challenging. So we know, as Sam's already said, as an organisation, the City Council is doing well in terms of our own carbon budget, but actually as a city as a whole, it's not so good. So we really need to ramp up that messaging, those conversations to say, look, we are on this journey together, but it's everyone's collective responsibility. I can't do this for the city, we've got to do it together, and that's really, really important, but I don't shirk away from that heavy responsibility that I do actually feel as an elected member.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Tracy, and I guess thanks for those kind of personal comments, because all of us individually think about what can we do differently, and then it goes up to different levels, and I guess I'm going to move to Barbara now, because Manchester is a big macro city. You walk through, so it's building work, it's a big metropolitan city. Vilvoorde is a smaller city, about 50,000. But I think, you mentioned the importance of neighbourhoods, and I think some of the work you've been doing at a neighbourhood level is really interesting and has been really kind of, impactful. Can you maybe start by telling us a little bit, maybe introduce yourself first of all, Barbara, tell us where you fit in, and then say a bit about the neighbourhood work so we can understand it better.
So my name's Barbara de Bakker. I'm an elected member in Vilvoorde. Vilvoorde is a small city next to Brussels, right next to Brussels, and going back to the resources, we're small cities, so like many other, with the strengths of this learning network, small cities tend to be underfunded, struggling with resources, with manpower, just finding the people, keeping the people, and coming from, now I'm going to content. Our previous climate strategy, which was coming from, we have to have we have to be the lead by example. We have to reduce our emissions, our direct emissions, and finding that we cannot really achieve that. Then coming into the new strategy, okay, so people were always saying, you as a city, you have to fix this. But we can't. In fact, it's actually all of society that needs to do this, and then having to reach out. And so with the city contracts, that's really coming from bestuursakkoord, that's a Dutch word. Our strategy, our contract as a coalition to involve people.
A bit hit and miss. Try that microphone. I don't know what people can hear.
Are they switching it off?
Out a little bit. Try that.
Hello? Yeah? So the city contract goes back to the contract we made as a coalition starting after the elections, where we said, okay, we have to actually involve people and really focus on participation, give them a voice and actually listen to them. So I think previously we did some experiments on participation that didn't do very well, and you tend to get maybe 20 people for the whole city well, you have the moaners and you have the critical, and then you have the constructive people, and then you have some silent people, and it's very hard to get anything to come out of it. With the new approach, the city contracts, we're going neighborhood by neighborhood, and so we do a recruitment campaign, first of all, broadly to get ideas from everybody, and then we do a recruitment campaign to select panelists, people to look at their neighborhood and to filter through all of the ideas and to take them from the idea level to the project level, and then actually we give them a budget and they have to also prioritize because we don't have enough money to do everything. And that's really working now. We've been doing it since September and it's great. We see the input of ideas is huge. We get about 300 ideas to start with per neighborhood, whereas we see cities that get 300, 500 ideas for the whole city. And the panelists now making the selection, what you end up with is a vision for your neighborhood. That's really concrete. So very excited about that.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot. And a colleague from Tartu also mentioned earlier on about participatory budgets. So empowering people by giving them resources, not just asking them to make those tough decisions and prioritise, but also giving them something to kind of make that happen. It really seems to make a difference. So thanks a lot, Barbara. We'll come back to you again shortly. Let's move to Iona, and we heard about Beatrice earlier on. We haven't really talked so much about business in this conversation, and business is a key part of the discussion, and sometimes quite controversial. Your business are part of the problem, but also part of the solution. I know that in Beatrice in particular, you've done quite a bit of work to engage businesses. Can you maybe tell us what you've done and what you've learned from that process, Iona?
Yes, I think it was a very interesting process that started with one of the master classes in the project, actually, because we were discussing about the split of the pie for different sectors, strategies to get everyone on board, top-down versus bottom-up approaches, and so on. And I think that there was a change in our mindset when hearing that, and understanding that although business representatives were already in our ULG, maybe we can do more because we are still lacking some data. We would like to get them involved more in different ways and so on. And then we thought a lot within the project team, okay, so what can we do? We decided to actually enlarge the ULG. We invited additional businesses to our next meetings. We had additional requests for data and information, but in a different format. Because first we tried to get data from them in the very traditional way, sending, an official request, and then they didn't reply. And we just went on with working on the action plan, consulting them, because everyone was, of course, consulted within the ULG. But we actually tried to think about a more hands-on engagement strategy. And we had results in two ways, I would say. First, we did receive some data, mostly from the public utilities and service providers. But also, we managed to involve individual companies because we mapped the top 10 or 15, I think, I don't remember exactly, the top companies in the city, and we went back to them with individual invitations, personalized messages, and so on, phone calls, so we were very hands-on for like 2 weeks working on that, and they actually participated in the ULG. And then after some discussions, presentations, again, some of the traditional ways of doing it, but more engaging maybe, we also had a survey asking all of our stakeholders, business representatives included, how they could get involved in further developing and implementing the action plan. And that was a very interesting moment. We didn't have a lot of responses because, of course, it wasn't mandatory. You cannot do that if you want stakeholders to genuinely participate. But the ones that responded, because we provided some categories, and that relates a lot to what you were saying. So we tried to map the ways that stakeholders could get involved further on in the activities. And we had different options, like you can get involved as a partner, you can develop projects on your own and ask for support from the municipality. You can promote this issue of carbon neutrality between your employees, students, family, and so on. I think that your point was spot on. And actually what companies replied mostly was that, okay, they might be able to get involved in projects, provide data, and so on, but they would definitely get involved in promoting carbon neutrality issues between their employees and maybe providing some opportunities for their employees to have a more sustainable behavior. And I think that that is quite important in a way.
And one of the things I've followed as part of the Manchester during the last couple of, 2 or 3 years is the attempt to engage micro businesses, small businesses, people who drive vans around the city, and the whole conversation about air quality and congestion charging. And I guess those kind of groups are identified as being maybe most at risk as we kind of move on. And we've talked a bit about the need to align the climate and social justice agendas. I mean, from a Manchester perspective, I mean, who are the biggest groups at risk? Do we think, Trace, in terms of making sure that we don't leave them behind, to use the phrase that Claire used, and what kinds of things have we found from this city that work well that we might share with others?
Okay. I think this is one of my biggest anxieties, and if things keep me awake at night, it is this thing about making sure we have a just transition, because this is about our lives and our futures, isn't it? So for me, I think that's why it's very important that we recognise that one size does not fit all. And the way we've tried to break that down somewhat in Manchester is by developing ward-based climate change action plans. So we have 32 wards, the city split up into 32 smaller wards across Manchester, and each ward now has a climate change action plan. And so really that acknowledges that different parts of the city are different. I live way down in the south, but that's actually a very different area to perhaps in the north, and very, very different to the city centre. So it's really key that we recognise that. And it's about that context. It's about all those things Claire talked about. It's about the pandemic. It's about our health and well-being. We're really conscious of health inequalities in this city. We're part of the Marmot Review. And it's about how we connect all of this in, because nothing can be done in isolation. It's about how we live. It's about what we eat. It's about our homes. It's about our clothes. Do we need to buy, fast fashion, isn't it? We call it now. What are we doing about that? How are we educating our children? Are we listening to our young people that actually are really good at this stuff? And sometimes we just don't listen, but it's more than that, isn't it? It's active listening and taking on board what they're saying they need us to enable them. What I need to do as a policy maker to make sure that those policies are enabling and not barriers. So it really is, I think, about that really sort of grassroots level, and that's not, to use buzzwords, it's really important. We make it relatable. If it's not relatable and I don't understand it, what does a ton of carbon look like? How can I visualise that? If you're a football fan, you might want to do that in football pitches. For somebody else, it might be double-decker buses. How do we make it relatable so that I can think in my context of where I live, my work, how can I make those changes in a way that's doable and doesn't make me feel that it's unachievable and what's the point and give up tomorrow. We've got to keep going. We can't give up. Doing nothing is not an option.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. And Barbara, I know that one of the things you've done in Vilvoorde to try and capitalise on that kind of approach is to have a competition where you've gone out to neighbourhoods and you've had a kind of, essentially you've had a kind of bottom-up approach to crowdsourcing ideas. Can you tell us just briefly about that and what's come from that that's been useful?
We did this the first time now this year, where we try to move away. Like the city contract is us executing a plan that is co-created or partially co-created, but still it's the city doing it. And in our path towards, realizing that we have to engage people more, we decided to launch a competition where we give a prize to, we look for projects locally, and we involved also companies in that. And we look for projects coming from civil society, coming from, but also from just individuals looking for interesting climate-related projects, and we decided then to award a prize, if the project's sufficiently effective, and to grant them money actually. So two projects were laureates this year, and they each get almost 10,000 euros to execute their project. And for us, 10,000 euros, well, it's a chunk, but to these winners, it means a world of difference to their project. And so that's one way, and I think we'll continue doing that one way or another to really help us engage and have more local small projects. I think it's about having many things going on in parallel.
Yeah, cool. You told me you learned a lot of things along the way from that first thing. You do things differently next time. Maybe that's a conversation over lunch for people to pick up with you. So that's a really good way to kind of like make these real, to concretize the sort of challenges, which are sometimes a bit abstract. I'm going to come back to you, Iona, just to ask, we started this conversation today with the notion of the carbon budget. Right at the beginning, we had the short animation with the carbon budget. Talked about how each city had to kind of approach that in its own way and try and customize it in its own way. Can you maybe just tell us how you've done that in Bystrica and how you've had to work with the Manchester model to localize it in Bystrica so it works effectively for you on the ground?
Yes, I think that was a very interesting experience. It was a journey, really, because first we knew nothing about it, and to our knowledge, Bistrița is the first city in Romania that is actually using this tool and trying to understand the carbon budget and to include it in the local policies. And also it's a very important moment because right now we are also developing the integrated urban development strategy for the city, the sustainable urban mobility plan. So working on the action plan and taking on the carbon budget was quite important for the other strategic documents, and we are going to include the carbon budget and the targets that we set in the other strategic documents. So from that perspective, it's quite important. From the technical perspective, we worked with all three methodologies. So we wanted to see how our carbon budget looks like from all three perspectives, so population, economy, and grandfathering. And we actually ended up choosing economy, although we also didn't have local data on the GDP or gross value added. However, we used the proxy, and then it worked out fine. We chose this option because it was the most convenient value for us. We realized that the values for the population or the grandfathering methods were way too unfeasible for us, let's put it like that. And even with the economic model, we realized that, for example, if we don't take action, we are going to use up all our carbon budget up to 2035. So this also emphasizes the urgency to act. So we chose this economic perspective, and then, of course, it was already discussed before, we realized that this is such an integrated issue and huge issue that we have to act on, that it needs an integrated perspective. And that's why our action plan includes actions in all sectors. Of course, transport and buildings are the most, let's say, consistent ones, because there's also where the emissions are the most significant. But we also included all other sectors, and we try to understand, as I mentioned before, how we can involve all stakeholder categories in order to also decrease emissions. And we are also thinking about compensation measures, because only decreasing emissions is not enough from our numbers.
Great. Thanks a lot, Joanna. I mean, it's amazing how much has been packed into this relatively short space of time, and we could spend a lot of time talking about this, but we're going to have to start concluding. And yeah, absolutely. Ian, I'm just going to give you the last word, and then I'm going to invite Adele to join us to say a few final things as we wrap up. If other cities are watching this on live stream, or they're interested in being involved in Urbact, and maybe thinking about what Pascal said earlier about the chance for smaller cities who are new to this, what are the kind of top tips you would maybe give them from the experience of zero carbon cities over these last 30 months or so? It's a nice, easy question to finish with, but maybe share a couple of your own personal thoughts on that. Say a bit more. It doesn't sound as though it's on. No, try another one. I'll do a juggling act in a minute. Let's try that one. Fingers crossed. Say a bit more.
Does that work or not? Yeah, it does. So I think when we started out, it's this whole thing about the science, and I would like to say that actually I discovered, well, it's not a new discovery for me. The work's been about social science, not about science. So the science is guiding us, but the social science, when I talk about social science, it's the human relations, it's the connections. That's incredibly important. What you create within an urban group is around about relationships. So when you need to set up a video within a couple of days, and you call up your ULG members and they're all ready to come in, that's not science, that's social science. That means that you've created a good relationship with people. They trust you, they come in, and they're prepared to do something for you. The major issue is that cities have all these responsibilities to achieve these huge targets. In reality, if you look at the infrastructure that they control, it's a couple of percent, it's like 2-3%, right? Everything else is outside. And so you can't do it alone. The urgency's there. You need the people, you need the personnel. So actually when Claire was doing her talk, she's prepared a paper, and she was saying social inclusion is important. Well, let me also tell you, capacity at the local level, good people working well with the capacity is incredibly important to move things forward. Cities are seen there to be leaders, but if you don't have those people working in your cities, driving it, moving things forward, you're not going to move forward. So yeah, for me, any other city wanting to do something is invest in your personnel, get good people working for you, create a great and fun working environment, and that should help you achieve things. So sorry, it's not very scientific, but it's more social science.
Thanks a lot. Do you want to say a quick word, Joanna, while Adele comes to the front of the stage? Yeah.
Just very quickly, I agree with Ian, but I think that what was particular about this project was also the science part. And I think that data-driven policies are particularly important, and we can move towards that. And we saw in this project that when you actually show people the data and you make them understand what would be the opportunities or the possibilities and so on, and why they have to get involved, you might have an advantage on getting them on board and mobilizing them. So I would say that data-driven policies are important. That's a personal message that I wanted to
be continued. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adele, great to see you. Well, let's say a quick thank you to our panel, first of all. Sorry that was so short, but it will continue. Adele, great to see you. Do you want to say a few words just to try and summarize and tell us maybe about what happens next with Urbact, actually?
Yeah, I'm not going to try and wrap up the whole morning because I think that's a bit of a mean feat, isn't it? So first of all, thanks so much for inviting me to come and join you at this session. So I'm Adele Bucella. I work in the Urbact program. So we funded all of this, and I'm really, really very happy to be here to see some of the real results, actually, because for us, sadly, most of it has been on paper through reports that we've been reading for the last 2 years. So it's great to be physically here and to hear and see these videos and to listen to you all speaking about the things that you've learned. And it's also great to be back in Manchester. Manchester is a veteran Urbact city. I'll say a little bit about where we can go in the future towards the end, but it's obviously very sad when you see so many fantastic examples of things that can be shared around the European Union, that we're going to be losing cities like Manchester from sharing their experience in the future. But it is actually fantastic to see the progress that has been made in these 5 cities, despite the extremely challenging working conditions you've had. Urbact is a cooperation program. It's about active learning. How can you do that when you're all confined to your own homes? And we have a lot of expectations, and you've all really risen to the challenge of using digital tools to engage with your stakeholders. And I think the videos that we've seen, for me, the biggest message that I saw is a huge step has been taken forward in most of these quite small and some very new cities to the Urbact methodology of participation and integrated working. You've made a huge step forward, and I think you should be very proud of yourself. So we can give you a very big round of applause at the end. I just want to basically say my main message to wrap up for today is that although this network is ending, it's actually only the beginning for many of you, because we, as you know, in Urbact, we don't finance the implementation of what you've got planned. You've planned this, you have created this integrated action plan, and now you need to do it. I mean, the real work starts now. And I think I would really encourage you to continue to do that with your stakeholders. And we've heard words like co-creation, co-implementation. They're buzzwords, but they do make a huge difference if you're able to work in those ways. And I think with a topic like climate change and the challenges that we're facing, it's the only way that you can actually achieve and really succeed. So I would suggest to you that you need to continue working as if you're still in an Urbact project, and try and keep in touch with these lovely people that you've met, because Urbact is actually all about meeting people and making these connections. Just a quick word then about the future. So URBACT will continue. We've got a new 7-year program which is about to be approved. We will continue to work with cities across the whole of the European Union. We'll be welcoming some new countries into our program from the Western Balkans, the pre-accession countries. We'll be saying goodbye to the UK, unfortunately, but we are working with our very creative minds to try and find some ways of maintaining the contact with the UK cities, and I hope that we can achieve our ambition to continue to do that. We'll continue to be a program that deals with all topics related to sustainable urban development, that works with all cities, all sizes, new and old. So please be welcome to come and join us, come and see us, learn more. We have next week our City Festival. You can, if you're not coming to the City Festival physically in Paris, you can connect online and learn more about the new programming period. So finally, on behalf of the URBACT program, I want to say a huge congratulations to all of the Zero Carbon Cities city partners. I think you've got a long and ambitious journey ahead of you, but I'm convinced that you'll all achieve the goals that you've set yourself. So well done and congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Adele. Well, that's it for us, folks. Thanks for joining us. Thanks to all of our speakers. The conversation does continue over lunch, which is outside, I think. For those of you who are from the network and you're coming on the site visit this afternoon, we're leaving at 13:45, so that's 1:45 in old money. If you're not sure how you get in there, where you're going, you can ask Grania, Craig, myself, and we'll help you know where you need to be by when. Otherwise, bon appetit, have a nice lunch, everyone. Thanks again, and thanks also to the technical team for supporting us, and enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. Thanks very much. Cheers. Bye-bye. Thanks. Make sure to switch.
The sea, the sky, the mountain valleys, the forest land. Animals. The world is filled with animals. They flutter, trot, hop, flap, glide, leap, growl. Animals are amazing. In the forest lives a bear, a big brown grizzly bear with an itchy back. The bear hates having an itchy back. The forest is a home to an evergreen tree with rough bark, perfect for itching a bear's back. The bear uses the tree a few times a day to relieve the itch. The bear loves the tree. Every autumn the bear prepares for hibernation, stocking up on food ready for a long winter ahead. Every winter the bear sleeps. Every spring the bear wakes up and heads straight to the tree for a big wake-up itch. This spring the forest smells different. The forest smells of humans. trees have gone, the humans have cut them down. The humans move on. The humans move on to the next forest. This forest has luscious leaves on the trees and is filled with wildlife. The forest is amazing.
The humans do not care. The humans need the land to grow palm oil trees. Smoke, flames, fire. The humans set the trees on fire. The trees are burning. The orangutans lived in the trees. The baby orangutans played in the trees. They swing and climb, run and jump. The orangutans love the forest. The forest is on fire. The orangutans run.
Not all of them survive.
If I was the lake, I would say fish responsibly.
If I was a turtle, I would say stop throwing litter, keep our environment safe.
If I was a bee, I would say stop cutting down trees. If I was the ear, I would say stop driving cars.
I want the sound to think what nature will say. If it's cold, I want the sound to think what nature will say.
If
sewer in this part would be a barrier to communication, although it would be a line of communication as well. But for cross-country communication, it was obviously a barrier, and therefore your settlements grew up where there was crossing of the river. And Salford and Manchester grew up at both ends of a ford, hence Salt Ford. I always think the most amusing one is John Barham, who lived just down below here at Kersal Cell, and writes from Cambridge that he's fed up with Cambridge and the river there and longs to throw himself in the waters of the Irwell at the bottom of the garden at Kersal Cell. Charlie Hanson, who was the Salford historian, thought it was connected with the ford by the hall of the lord who sort of overruled these parts. But I think the generally accepted one is that it was a ford by the willows, the sallows, the willows, which is logical enough. The other theory is that it means connected with dark waters, the ford by the dark waters. I think Willow Ford is probably the correct one.
I suppose a year or two ago, you could describe it as one of the dirtiest open sewers in England.
At one time, I used to reckon that it changed colour every half mile or so. It would be bright blue, and then it would be brown, and then it would be yellow, as the different works, dye works in particular, poured their waste into the river.
On the local level, the various floods, which of course have had a disastrous effect on some of the areas. The last one was just after the Second World War, when great areas of Lower Broad were flooded.
A man living up the lane here, for example, who's got a great idea that it could be even a means of relieving pressure on the roads. He's got the idea of a boat taking people down to work. I just don't see that one, because you've got such vast meanders, you know, unless you'd a couple of hours to get to work. I don't see that as a possibility.
In the turn of the century, there were pleasure boats, and until fairly recent years, the old landing staircases were still to be seen near Manchester Cathedral. And yes, there are. Still there. And the pleasure steamers used to come up there and load, and it was a day out for people to go sailing. Well, over the years there have been lots of suicides. There was a period when Victoria Bridge, which is one of the main links between Manchester and Salford, and many people threw themselves off there. I think more people were injured than drowned. There's a great character who used to live in Salford, he died many, many years ago, called Mark Addy. He saved no fewer than 55 lives. And local people said he used to push them in and then dive in and save them. He eventually died because of this, because on his last rescue he dived in and he swallowed so much of the even then filthy water that it brought on his last fatal illness.
In the middle 19th century, there was quite a fair amount of traffic, pleasure traffic, going to places just outside what were then rural parts outside. Even Trafford, Pomona Gardens, there was terrific traffic to Pomona Gardens, where you had gatherings of tens of thousands of people on occasion, and a lot of them would go downstream from opposite the cathedral down to Pomona Gardens.
Actually think of the river, the Irwell?
A difficult one. I think a kindly acceptance, as one would accept the black sheep of the family. It's with us, it's got character, and we accept it as it's there. And I think most Salfordians will say its main purpose is to make a clear distinction between us and Manchester.
What do you do? What do you mean, do? Well, do.
Hello, please, can you open the door, please?
What do you mean, do? Do you mean, what do I do now? What have I done? What am I going to do? Well,
I don't like talking.
I don't know. Why? What do you do? Oh, I do me bit. On me tip. Cut down fences at a snip. Fight for freedom, fight for fairness, fight for out. I couldn't care less. What, so you mean you're one of those activist people?
You've got an order there by a judge.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I'm an activist. Why, what do you do? Oh, me? Me, I'm a copper.
You know, we can do things on our own. We don't need, you know, to go and have the council support and everything. We can just set up a community garden if we wanted to, you know, like just squat a piece of land, or like we squatted a cafe.
You find your building, look, you need the right size and the location. Something a bit different about building is nice. You set your date that you're going to go in and make sure everything's ready. You need a couple of people to go in, first of all in the morning, to check that they can, check they get in, check no one's been alerted to it.
Alright, see you later. It's alright.
You all turn up there, you get into the building. Hopefully by that point it should be quite easy over a wall or through the front door or window or something.
That's exactly how we left it. It's such a fucking beautiful building, isn't it?
I can't believe we've still got electricity.
Then you change the locks on the building to secure it. As soon as the locks are changed, it's your building really. Then it's a matter of getting some furniture in there to make sure you've established that you're using the building. And then you just sort of get it together and you wait for the police to turn up.
I'm just nervous. I'm sure the police are going to show up and that's going to be quite stressful. But as soon as we get this sign on the front door, section 6, they can't do anything about it. We just say we've been there for like 48 hours. Then we have a legal right to be there because we can say it's our home.
Once you've been involved in activism for a while and you keep, I mean, so much of it can be focused on stopping this and, oh my God, we've got to stop Monsanto from doing this and stop Tarmac from doing that. And it's all so, you know, you're up against a wall all the time trying to stop things. And doing something like this is a really, like, wow, positive way of reaching out to people and saying, wow, look, abandoned building, what can you do with it?
This is now a legal squat. We have been here 48 hours. We've got legal warning, section 6 notices under the Criminal Law Act 1977. We are totally legal.
That DIY way of working, it takes a long time to get used to. It's really confusing at first. You feel lost because you want to hang around and ask people what you're supposed to be doing. You know, once you do squatting, you learn a bit of everything. You learn how many talents you do have, and you really surprise yourself.
You don't mind hanging upside down? Yeah. I'd love to.
Let's all do it.
Just don't drop me.
You know, because some people are apathetic and say you can't do anything, and it's just bollocks.
And that's exactly the sort of society that I think the
people, you know, who are running things they want people to sit at home and watch the telly and just absorb this crap and then go out and buy stuff and then come home again and not talk to their neighbours and not do their own things and not be creative and not organise.
It's gone really smoothly today. I think just because everyone knows pretty much what they're doing and they know the building and stuff like that. We've come back in and found the building exactly as we left it, which is great. Like, not too much needs doing. Like, every time we've gone to a building before, it might look a bit run down today, but it's been much more derelict, and this has got everything working in it. So, yeah, it looks like it's going perfect. Looks like we'll definitely be open within 24 hours, really.
Direct action's about people getting involved in what's going on in the world and trying to make it a better place. It's about doing things yourself, not asking other people to do it. So not asking Parliament to sort it out, or getting your MP to do it or your councillor, but saying we can do it as a community, as a group of people, as a group of mates. We're going to sort things out. It's our lives that are being affected by it.
It's very much presenting an alternative to everything else that's going on. It's like right there on the main street, it's a squat, and it's sort of right in your face, and people can't miss it. Well, last year it was very different because we'd never done this before. This was our first time. I remember we had this meeting where half the room said, "Oh, we can't put too much political stuff up on the walls; it'll frighten people off," and it was agreed. And like the politics was just kept totally out of it. I don't think politics put people off, not when unless it's party politics, obviously, because that's dull, but when it's politics about doing it yourself and anarchy, then it's not dull.
You're trying to sort of challenge people's ideas for normal, how things run normally, and so the donations had to do that, like the amount of people that just sort of had a bit of a head fuck from that. I don't know if it was good or bad, and how much do I pay for this tea, or whatever you think it's worth. And sort of some people got really into it. I was like, oh right, wicked, and gave like a quid sometimes, And other people just sort of felt it seemed like they would rather just not have to deal with that, having to think about something, which is quite funny because it's sort of the point. But at the same time, I sort of felt kind of like, oh, that poor bloke, he just wants to have a cup of tea.
We have a group in Manchester which meets and organises certain things, and it's got an environmental focus, I suppose, but in the past couple of years it's broadened out to be a lot more political generally.
Who's the chief negotiator?
I haven't myself had much to do with the owner, but after last year, I think he's trying to settle it amicably.
I really have very little sympathy with him. It's quite interesting, like at least 3 different students have come in and said, oh, he's my landlord.
Ollie just sort of went up to him and he's sort of just chatting on his phone and ignoring him. But Ollie was just like, because if he smells and he didn't want to talk to Ollie.
Yeah, it was just sort of pretending I wasn't there, really. It was probably too far beneath him to warrant a word or two. So never really got much of an idea about who he was, or if they had any good reasons for letting a beautiful building like that go rotten, rain coming in, floors with dry rot, etc.
As far as we can gather from the lease, there's a company coming in to change this place into a bar restaurant. If they're going to use the building to its potential, I think we should move on.
This is a totally abandoned building. It's blatantly obvious that no one has been, I mean, this is the second time we've squatted it, for God's sake.
They gathered a bit of information and then went off again for a cup of tea, probably.
We're doing something amazing here, you know. I mean, if he was at all reasonable, he'd just see that we were doing something amazing and just walk away.
Burning crimson heat, dripping through my mind, slowly forms shapeless designs, colourful yet benign.
This is the famous occasional cafe, pancakes and poetry night. They come here from miles around, at least as far as Hume.
I'm sure every event came from a different place, like the poetry and pancakes evening. That's sort of fun and giving poets and people a chance to express themselves in that way. So that doesn't really have any sort of political, much radical motivation behind it. It's more just creating a space that's enjoyable, I suppose.
No, it's hot 'cause it's been on.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Just
a bit big, John. I can't eat all of that. Oh my lord.
That looks really
Try that
big.
one. You just poured a mixture over a load of burnt pancake, man.
Don't criticise until you try it yourself.
Take off the gloves, throw down the gun, run to the fields, dance in the sun, bass and drum, just for fun, come on!
I think people don't like to see others getting off their arses and doing stuff a lot of the time, because it makes them realise what they're doing with their life is so narrow and short term.
They let people die on their kitchens. They do. There was a lad murdered on their kitchen on their burger burner a few years ago because they treat them so bad. They don't allow unions.
No, you're getting that wrong. So you're gonna have to leave the store. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, have one.
No, you have to leave the store.
Jeff, don't eat at McDonald's. McDonald's will make you ill. McDonald's are murderers.
We know the cafe is really good, that it's really good from like loads of different perspectives, that it's a really good way of being visible. It's like Earth First, this is what we do, here we are, come in, get a cup of tea the first time, and the next time somebody comes in they might have to do some washing up. Maybe the next time they come in they might get involved in going on an action.
Lots of people said they agreed with us, but they still carried on. But it takes a while for information to seep into the back reaches of their brain, I think. But it's good, we've said a lot of stuff, so it's been nice.
Policeman is sort of like acting as a go-between between us and the landlord, waiting for him to come and see what we've got to say, and then he'll go back and tell them what we've said, and then he'll come back and tell us what they think.
We'll definitely be in next week, so it's going to take them that long if they were going to try and get us out. We haven't got any court summons yet, so they're not going to get us to court this week. If they get us to court next week, it's another few days after that. So that's definite here next week. And then after that, it depends on how they think, well, whether they carry on believing us that we're going to negotiate. So.
I think he'll go for legal action myself.
Well, you've not got someone coming along taxing you all the time. You're not going to charge you £2.30 a pint and then tell you to go home at 11:10. They're not going to charge you £6 to get in. They're not going to say you can come in and you can't come in. You can't have a spliff in here, you can't lie on the floor and be silly.
You just push past me, who is it?
I work the parties, which is a real shame. I'd quite like to go to one. It's my sort of party. I get a responsible head on. Don't get drunk, don't take drugs. Oh my God, what if there's a fire? I can't settle. I feel really responsible for this building.
You can be responsible and respectful and creative and hold all sorts of events and hopefully be inspiring and make people realise that there are changes that people can make from very little ones about the resources that they're using up to very big ones about organising their communities to make them safer, healthier, freer places to be.
I think that's part of the idea in it behind the squat as well, is getting people active.
You know, the genetics group came and did a workshop in the first week that was packed full of people, you know, learning about genetics, and also some students who do science and have a different aspect on genetics.
I think people manipulate the terminology they use to make it sound more frightening than it actually is.
Well, I sell organic vegetables, you know what I mean, so I'm on the freaking front line of the genetics campaign, you know, day in, day out, informing people and supplying people with stuff that is GM free, so that's what I do. I'm well into that, yeah. Support it.
Nobody is making profit. Maybe a project that they're involved in is going to benefit. You know, like if they want to do a really good action, then they're going to benefit from the cafe's existence, but it is a fundraising cafe for radical activism.
And like, I think this is how the student union should be run, you know what I mean? Non-profit making for a start. Spreading the word, it's letting people come in and have a cup of tea without being ripped off, and it's about sort of sitting around and having just decent conversation. When you go up there, right, and you like, just talk to people in the cafe, and they, you know, they'll be talking about all sorts of stuff.
If you're a middle class lefty kid and you've got nothing else to do for a while, then fair enough. Hey, well, fair enough, you'll grow up.
It is a fairly middle class thing to be doing. I think that's a fair criticism of the whole ecological movement generally, actually. Although I think a lot of people would shout at me for saying that, but I think that, you know, it genuinely is a lot of middle class people because they have got the time and they haven't got to worry about money and whatever.
There are people that do realise that they can give their life, you know, to fighting for something or incorporate that into their life, and that's wicked, and I don't see why anything sort of negative should be judged against that.
Where else could you go? 5 o'clock, Manchester, and find about 200 students who'd all just been to the same club. And we're still very loved up.
15 minutes on 12 hours for charity.
What time is it? 20 to 6. This is not possible. It's the only place I've known in a long time in Manchester that this has happened, yeah? It's wicked, man.
If we just said we're going to resist eviction, then probably that is going to make him lose his lease. Yeah, as soon as those people find out that we're going to resist eviction, it's going to be a sort of court process thing. Yeah. We could make that lease defunct. Do we want to do that?
And we've got a really, really irate landlord on our hands.
I think the only justification we can have to do that is if we want to have a permanent squat.
I like the way that people can come in and be creative with the space. People like Matt being able to come in and say, I'll organise a punk gig. Like, yeah, great, we know nothing about punk gigs. Never done one of them before, but yeah, why not?
We'd actually given the policeman a date, the 26th of April. The policeman hadn't been able to talk to the other party. They could have said whether or not it was suitable for them. They decided that they was going to serve court papers on us.
There's a big sort of rota sheet, not a rota sheet, a list of events, and you just fill in, if there's a meeting you're holding, you actually just write it in and the time.
Playing some reggae and ska here on Saturday.
charge, mulatto, dancing all night. I was loved up to the eyeballs, and it felt right that instead of getting kissed up and it ending in a fight, I was guilty of dancing all night. But I'm guilty as charged, mulatto, of cracking open squats, cause there's places sitting empty and I need somewhere to doss. It's winter.
We're here this morning to go before the High Court judge about a possible eviction of the Squat Cafe on Oxford Road.
But I'm guilty as charged, mulatto, of blatant anarchy. An anarchist is what I am and what I'm glad to be. You can keep me down and you can lock me up and you can throw away the key. But you'll never take my songs, my love of life, my sense of wrong. You'll never quench the flame inside of me. You can keep me down and you can lock me up and you can throw away the key. But you'll never quench the flame inside of me.
It is ordered that by consent of those present, the plaintiff recover possession of the premises by 12 noon on Monday, the 12th day of April 1999.
Take it to Claire's.
Okay, let's take everything to Claire's.
Go on then, do it.
It's not a waste at all. It's always difficult to gauge, you know, what the exact consequences of anything are, but I think we've sort of raised an agenda about wasted buildings a bit for a few people, and about the possibilities of doing things without trying to rip people off, and about people coming together without very strict structures and rules, and still working together and achieving lots, and about getting, you know, creative people together doing lots of different things. I think it's been excellent.
See you next year.
Last minute, all the stuff's out, and we're going to be out in a minute. We're just hanging around just to annoy the owner for a little bit.
Hello, please, can you open the door, please? I didn't say please.
So the police have gone in today, and so they chuck everyone out. What's going to happen to it? Yeah, that's what I want to know.
What I'm saying is, he's got a court order in his hand that says vacate by 12, which you haven't done. The van's gone and you've locked the door and they're understanding.
There's no sort of student identity like there used to be. And maybe this is just the last bastion of something that's just getting crushed out of existence now, you know? I feel sorry for the landlord, maybe, but I bet you he owns another 200 houses up and down the road.
But we actually signed the lease about 2 weeks after the squatters left. But we had intended to sign it the weekend the squatters moved in. They know the law better than the police do. If they broke anything, they could have been done for criminal damage. I mean, they painted the walls, no problem. It's all come off, doesn't matter. It's all getting redone. That's great.
If we do another one, it will change again. Nothing stays the same.
I'm sure there'll be another one. I can promise you that.
Because I know that we're onto something good. I know we're onto something that has got a massive potential.
Yeah, there will be another squat in Manchester because it's so brilliant. People love it.
This panel, we're going to briefly introduce ourselves and then get started. I'm Donna Graves. I'm an independent public historian from California, and I have the great good fortune to be here on a Fulbright Specialist program with the University of Essex as my host.
So, hello everybody. I'm Liam Redfern. I'm a PhD student at the University of Essex and a research assistant there supporting Donna and Sarah.
Hi, I'm also a PhD student in my second year, and I'm with the University of Derby, and I'm looking at placemaking at World Heritage Sites, which also includes sustainable tourism, which kind of ties in with today.
And my name is Sarah Lloyd, and I'm a historian of the British 18th century at the Institute of Historical Research, but I keep straying into the uses of the past in the present, which is what's got me here today.
So what we wanted to do here was talk about the question, how can heritage resources play a larger role in climate change education while inspiring a more just and sustainable future? My public history practice in California has mostly focused on place-based storytelling that reveals, in partnership with communities, stories that have been erased or suppressed. And it's in the last 5 years, once California started to have these horrible annual or more than once a year wildfires, that I began to think, well, what can I as a public historian contribute to the campaign to address climate change? And I realized that stories are key to what I do, they're key to what all of us do, and that stories are a tool that has not been well used in the climate change, much of the climate change activism realm. I'm going to read a short quote by the writer Ben Ehrenreich from his book Desert Notebooks, A Roadmap to the End of Time, that I think is really apt. He says, "This is what humans do. We turn the world into a story and put ourselves at the center of it." Now, we might quarrel with something that turns the world into a human-centric place when it's actually polycentric. But we do know that social scientists and neuroscientists tell us that compelling stories that center community values allow people to see themselves in history and can be a really powerful tool for social change. The heritage sector, on the other hand, has mostly relied on researching and thinking about the threats that climate change poses to the places and things that we really care about, that we believe hold our stories. And what that then leaves on the table is the power of the stories that those places and things hold to help educate people more deeply into how we got to this moment of climate crisis and perhaps inspire them to take action. In the United States, I'm working with the National Park Service on a toolkit along these lines that's bringing human-centered narratives to the many park rangers and interpreters and visitor centers that interpret the 428 national parks in the US park system. Like most places, the park system has relied on scientific data and technical language to talk about climate change. And I don't know about all of you, but I'd say about half of that data sort of goes over my head or makes me feel overwhelmed and not able to rally and take action. So all of us are going to be talking today about how stories and the stories associated with place might join the cause of addressing climate change. We're going to focus our comments to industrial heritage sites in the UK. I noticed when I was planning my time here that industrial heritage is a much more prominent feature of your heritage landscape than it is in the United States. There are over 400 listed sites here. So that seemed like a really promising theme to pursue given the role of industrial revolution in climate change. As part of the project, we organized a journey for students at University of Essex and faculty to take a trip to the Suffolk coast and visit an industrial heritage site, a nuclear power plant, the Sizewell plant, and a bird sanctuary. And at Derby, we collaborated with the University of Derby and the Darwin Valley Mills World Heritage Site to organize a roundtable on how industrial heritage sites can be places where people talk about climate change. Sarah, do you want to?
Just to sum up, really, the question that is driving our collaboration here, and it's this, which is, what can heritage contribute to discussion about climate change that it is impossible or difficult to do in any other means? Or what is the distinctive contribution that heritage can bring to action in relation to climate? And I think very often we see the connections between human activities in the past and climate emergencies now, but what is often more challenging is what we do with that connection. So where do we go from there? Having spotted the link, what do we do with it? What do we make with it? Or, as Donna's been introducing this, what stories does it enable us to tell? So we've been going around for the last few weeks with these events that Donna's just mentioned, and it's been really interesting listening to people telling us about how they are making the connection and what they're doing with it. And one interesting and common strategy is for people who see, who frame it very deliberately in terms of learning from the past. So we spent time with a community hydrologist in the Derwent Valley World Heritage Centre site, and he sees himself, so he's leading a community water power scheme. And he very much sees that as part of a long line that dates back to Strutt and the industrial 18th century. And to quote him, he says, "Strutt knew the landscape better than the Environment Agency engineers today." So he's been reading all these old books where records where they were looking at flood levels and things like that. And he's actually using that to model some of the actions he's taking now to try and get water power back into the national grid. So that seems to be one type of story that people are telling. But we have other examples as well. So I'm just going to hand over now to Liam.
So yeah, at this event in Derby, one of the things that struck me most was they were talking about why these places are World Heritage Sites, and they're very keen to stress that these were once the reason why they've been preserved, why they've been given these status as World Heritage Sites, is because they were once, or they are a symbol of human innovation to overcome a circumstance. So perhaps we can think about them offering a sense of hope that humanity has risen to challenges in the past. Perhaps it can do so again in the face of climate change. And yeah, specifically, they were talking about, Sarah's already mentioned, the Strutts, but these two mills in the Derwent Valley, one in Cromford, owned by Richard Arkwright, I think, isn't it? And another one in Belper, the Strutts Mill. And they spoke about this idea of, human innovation, that there are challenges here, and while this innovation in the past has undoubtedly involved the exploitation of land, people, resources, but it still has involved an imagination and ingenuity to overcome the challenges that they were facing.
And I think that's one of the themes we'd be really interested to talk to you further and hear your views about in the discussion, is actually this notion of contradictory stories that sit side by side. I think sometimes there's a bit of a drive to simplify a narrative, to tell a line of story. But I think what we've been thinking about is actually the importance of stories that may contradict one another, and what that means in practice, and the extent to which that actually mirrors life, in that life is full of dissonance and contradiction. And so does heritage, or can heritage reflect some of that in relation to this particular theme?
And we've noticed that one of the things people have been worried about in complicating the history of industrial heritage is whether that's going to make people who feel kinship with that, or their ancestors, feel that they're being shamed, that we're saying, oh, you all have created the climate crisis. But one of the things we're trying very carefully with our National Park Service work is to not make this a story of villains and heroes, but more one of choices that have been made by society and individuals over time that have had consequences, intended consequences and unintended consequences. the unintended consequences, some of them actually were perhaps accepted and intended, the kinds of exploitation that Liam just referenced, like exploitation of land and also of people, are really important to bring into the discussion, because we need an honest account of how we got here if we're going to really understand issues of climate justice today and the uneven impacts that climate change is already having on historically marginalized communities.
So that leads really on to some comments we've got about some of the things we've discovered in terms of both the strengths of this type of approach that Donna's been talking about, in about mobilizing heritage stories specifically as a response to climate change and a way of mobilizing action. So in terms of strengths and challenges, I'm going to lead off with what I think is often a challenge, and it's a theme that is already surfaced in what we've said so far, and that's what I call sticky stories. And these are these really, really difficult stories to dislodge, and you think that you've found some new piece of information that qualifies or nuances something that is a familiar narrative, and you think you've got they're the undead of history, really. You think, oh, this is great, we've added this new thing in, and then the story comes back again. And so Donna's already mentioned one of them, which is the notion of, heroes and villains. So there's this like a set piece of usually well-off white men who are seen as the story of industrial innovation. There's also a real push for something being first. So we've been counting up firsts as we've gone round the country. So we've done all sorts of firsts in terms of technology. We've had several firsts in terms of factories and industrial organisation. And we think that often those things do actually, the prevalence of sticky stories or the problem of sticky stories can limit the imagination and make it difficult to innovate. And we had one really good instance of this where we went to a small industrial museum in Suffolk, and we had, Donna and I had a preliminary chat on Zoom, as what all these things are, that were at that point, with the museum manager. And he related to us all the ways in which his museum actually had resources to engage with climate change and to fashion stories that would be ways of presenting that in a place-specific way. So they had material on the impact on the local environment, which they brought up to date in terms of being a zero-carbon site. They had material about the family and the women of the family who had been pioneers in education and all sorts of aspects of public life in the 19th century, which he saw again as a way, the museum manager saw as a way of, again, highlighting the action that individuals could take. And we went through, and we also talked about the colonial links with these machines, these steam machines, which were sent all around the empire in the 19th century and were an important energy source for the plantation system and so forth. So we had all those really, really fascinating connections. But when we went to the museum and he showed us round, the official, as it were, narrative of the museum sort of got in the way, and we didn't have any of those conversations again. What we had was the standard narrative about the man who set the factory up, his family, and the technical innovation and the firsts. So I think that's quite a good example, and we've seen them in other places as well, of this particular dilemma about what happens when you're not getting different narratives sitting side by side. You're getting one very dominant narrative that keeps biffing away alternative approaches. So I think I'm now handing over to you, Liam, about, yes.
Yeah, so this sort of relates to what you were talking about when you went to Leiston and the Longshot Museum. What we did with Essex, Donna mentioned earlier as well, they took a group of MA students in both history and also wild writing. So they went to the site, they walked around the Longshot, the former tractor plant, and then went up to the coast and Sizewell power plant and got them to record essentially their experiences of when they were travelling around walking around these sites. And I think it's perhaps quite important, like in these places that you've mentioned, contradictory stories, that there is not, while they may contradict one another, there is space for them both to sit alongside one another. And using the wild writing students, we got a really good sense of how perhaps the heritage industry can engage with these stories a lot more creatively. So, and yeah, how essentially using their own imagination can make things more relevant when explaining what went on in these sites and setting, especially the site on the Suffolk coast where you have a small tractor factory at one end of the village, then a nuclear power plant at the very other with a bird sanctuary in between, how they sit in juxtaposition to one another. And I'm going to read a brief extract now from one of our wild writing students, Anne. This is what her recollection when she was walking around the museum. And the Simon referred to here was one of the museum volunteers, and he's specifically talking about the Garrett family, the people that ran the museum, ran the long shop, sorry. They were reasonable, says Simon. They did not believe in trade unions. My jaw tenses. I glanced at the portraits of the Garrett family, well-dressed, well-nourished, well-rich.
So I think what Anne's account there, what her response to the visit and talking to Simon the volunteer highlights for us is power relations. And often the detail of power relations gets hidden behind stories of innovation which are attributed to named individuals. So far we've named, you've already heard about the Garretts, the Strutts, and Arkwright. So we've actually been falling into our own trap in that sort of way. And what often get unresolved or unacknowledged in some of these narratives are the sorts of power relations in these places. So Simon the volunteer's sort of endorsement of the Garrett family's anti-unionism was coupled with a sense of paternalism. But that starts to mean that you see the whole narrative from the perspective of the factory-owning family. And I think that actually once you start to look below the surface and look at these power relations, it also starts to explain to us some of the difficulties that one can have specifically in industrial heritage sites, and particularly in terms of conflicted narratives. So here I'm not so much talking about sticky stories, I'm talking about the politics of now and how very difficult some of these stories can be, which picks up again on Donna's theme about avoiding anything that comes across as in terms of being overly about being moralistic or shaming or looking for people to blame. And one of the people we've been talking to and talked to at the Derby, one of our Derby event, was somebody asked us this question. He said, how do you talk about climate change at a coal mine and to ex-miners who take pride in what their industry and labour has contributed to the nation? And we don't have an answer to that question necessarily, and we'd be interested to hear what your answer will be. But I think it points to the nub of some of the difficulties that often get sort of overlaid by these simple narratives. Is why it's easier to tell some of these other stories. But I think addressing power relations and the centrality of power and understanding the causes for discomfort that can result in, I think we can learn quite a lot here from how Britain has dealt or not dealt with the legacy of its long involvement in the trade in enslaved peoples. Because for a long time, of course, in Britain, the history of the abolition of the slave trade attracted a lot more interest and visibility in public museums and heritage sites than the evidence of Britain's involvement in the trade and profits from the trade itself. And I'm wondering whether we might be able to learn something from recent attempts to address colonial legacies and what happens when you put the local into a global perspective, whether there are ways in which we can, all these topics are connected to one another anyway, and whether there's a sense in which, in terms of thinking about climate, we might, in the history of climate, we might actually draw more and understand, develop strategies and things that actually draw on the experience from that discussion. So we're next going to move on to onto our next steps and in search of answers. So that's to you. No, it's not. Have I missed something?
Claire
Shall I
had
go?
something, yeah.
So also when we're thinking about what we learned, I'm going to talk specifically about the roundtable event we held at Derby. We held it at the Museum of Making, which is in the Silk Mill at Derby, which is reportedly the first, a first factory in Britain, in the world? In Britain. So the people who came there, just to give you a bit of background, we had people from the National Trust, we had people from Historic England, and we had people from the various mill sites along the Derwent Valley Mills World Heritage Site. It's a 15-mile long site, so and it has several mills, if you don't know it. So there are a lot of different stakeholders involved. So we had a lot of people there to talk about how we can start thinking about these stories and talking about climate stories. And what we found was that there was an appetite to talk about climate stories. People wanted to talk about it. People were almost relieved to have somewhere that they can talk about what they had been doing, which led someone who was there, who was with Derby Museums, to say, we kind of just need to talk to each other. So the very act of all being in a room and being able to discuss those climate stories was quite a powerful thing we found actually at the event. And that led me to think about how climate stories could have another function as well as being positive for the environment. So it's a common cause. Whatever people's belief about what is happening in the environment, making an environment better for people is a common cause, however you would approach that. And it relates to something which is called a boundary object, which can, very simply, is a thing that can be a real thing, or it can be an issue, or it can be something you want to do that lots of people agree on and can almost be the lens through which you then communicate. So when you have multiple people who are involved, and we are all involved in making our environment better, by putting this boundary object, climate change in this instance, in the centre of that discussion and saying, we all have our own perspectives. However, is it the best for our central object, our common cause, can facilitate people to work together. So there's an opportunity for climate stories to have a double function, really, I think. And it's something that tourism has explored in when they want multiple stakeholders to work together. Shall we move on to our next steps? Shall I move straight on? So that's great that we're starting to have conversations, and the round table at Derby was the start of that conversation, and that still hasn't been resolved yet. That's still a starting thing that's moving on. But there needs to be next steps, and that was a general consensus for people who were there, that yes, it's great to talk about it, but what can we actually do? What practical things? And there was a huge appetite for toolkits. The word toolkit was mentioned lots and lots. Various types of toolkit. Toolkit to help people at heritage and museums, who the volunteers, because often there's a large volunteer involvement in these places and organisations, have they got the tools to talk about this with the people who come and visit? So there was a talk about having a toolkit to help people start these conversations with people who come to visit, which I thought was interesting. There was also talk about toolkits for how the organisations themselves start to put in place that change, almost, and I think this was very Derwent Valley centred because that was predominantly who attended, how that can be replicated along the site, but then replicated across other sites. So it's a way of getting started, I think, a toolkit, almost like something you can, a touchstone that you can touch. But lots of people suggested them. And And that can be done. Places like UNESCO already have toolkits for things like this. But I think making that accessible definitely came through what we were talking about. And the talking to people, talking to the other people, the other stakeholders are involved in the specific area that you are looking at, particularly for World Heritage Sites. Who else does the climate impact? And one of the really interesting things that came out of that round table is the gentleman we were talking about earlier who was looking at hydropower and said that Strutt knew the area better than the Environment Agency now. He was talking about the capacity for Belper, which is where he was focused, to have hydropower in the town. And somebody from Cromford Mill, on the same World Heritage Site, he was at a mill further up, went, we're doing that. We're putting a water wheel in. This is what we're going to do. We're going to be carbon neutral. We didn't know that Belper could do this. And just having that conversation suddenly sparked that link. So ways forward for us seem to come out of the round table, specifically the Derby round table, creating a toolkit for helping people to start these conversations because people want to do it, and talking to each other about it, which just sounds so simple, but that's what happened and what seemed to be most effective.
And one of the things I really noticed at Derby and other heritage sites I've gone to is that many of the site stewards are already really thinking about how their place can be more sustainable, and they're putting steps into place, such as the very creative reinstitution of hydropower in those mills. But it seemed that they weren't even thinking about how they might interpret those steps to the public, that connection to the broader public to help them think about climate change in their heritage site was something they hadn't quite reached. Likewise, as we walked through the Museum of Making in Derby, which I would recommend anybody go see, it's a very, very excellent reuse of this industrial site as a center for community creativity and telling the story of Derby and the Derwent Valley. The main exhibit there has some really great overt connections between the local history of industrial revolution and climate change. The curators were very conscious about drawing those lines. But that way of creating a narrative, the kind of narrative that we've been talking about, connecting the past to our current climate crisis, didn't seem something that the other mill sites felt comfortable tackling yet. And that's where this idea of some sort of ready-made toolkit, where especially more volunteer-run sites might have some graphics and some materials that would allow volunteers who maybe didn't feel comfortable talking in detail about climate change could have something put up that allows visitors to see the connections between this heritage site and its story of the Industrial Revolution and the climate emergency that we're experiencing now. The other thing I wanted to propose as a next step, and it's something that I'm putting into the toolkit that we're developing for the National Park Service, is that heritage sites represent places that people really care about. There's been investments made of time, of energy, of affection, and resources. And as such, they hold a special place in the hearts and minds of communities and the larger nation. Heritage sites and climate activists share a common purpose, which is to protect and preserve places that matter to them, whether it's an individual site or the planet as a whole. And I can see a very fertile relationship developing between heritage sites and climate organizations who might co-create programming, or heritage sites might just make their place available to climate organizations to do their own events or gatherings that allows climate organizations to use the kind of shine and goodwill associated with heritage sites to reach new audiences and perhaps inspire people to join their cause. That's something that we're talking with the National Park Service about, national parks expanding their reach and partnering more with climate organizations. Did anybody else have anything they wanted to add?
No, I think that's where we are for now. So I think we might come back in a bit, but we've been talking for about half an hour now, so we'd be very interested to have any responses to what we've said, or anybody who'd like to share their experience, perhaps in the type of histories that they might already be telling around climate change. So yeah, we'd love to hear your responses or any questions. Oh, thoughts are good.
So I am doing a master's degree, which is partnered with the Eden Project. And we went down there in February for a week. And
Partnered with what?
Eden Project in Cornwall.
Can you?
So it's about 20 years old now. It was built in an old abandoned China clay pit mine, and it's now now home to the largest greenhouses in the world, and they have a rainforest biome and a Mediterranean biome, and it's amazing. You'd love it. So that alone is quite a cool way of thinking about a sort of industrial heritage and the way of repurposing industrial sites. But what I thought you might be interested in particular is when we were there, we spent a bit of time in the local area, and Cornwall, I don't know if you know, is very much built around a mining heritage. And so when you were talking about the coal miners and how you might talk about how you might address that challenge between pride in your heritage and telling stories around climate and things, one of the things we covered was the Eden Project have got a lot of sustainability things going on, and they wanted to try and make their site they're trying to make it as carbon free as possible, basically. And originally they were planning to do things around wind turbines, and there was quite a lashback from the local community. And now they're doing a geothermal power. They've got a whole site going on there, and the local community love that, because they're like, well, that's what we're about. Our whole heritage is built on going underground things. And so I guess it's that kind of, how do you show, like using that heritage to show a new way to still honour the past whilst paving the way to the future, basically. So I just thought that might be of interest.
Definitely, that's great. And the last little bit that you spoke about, that people feeling uncomfortable with the wind turbines, but then comfortable with the idea of geothermal because it connected to something they felt it was part of their heritage, is brilliant.
It kind of links to what's happening at Clonford as well, because the water wheel they are installing is part of the system. It's kind of reviving the system that Arkwright had in the beginning to power his water frame. And it's that kind of going back and seeing how that worked and pulling that through and making people still feel that connection to it. So I like that. I think it's interesting that it's happening in other parts of the country, similar things. And I think that's where that talking to each other broadly and having that support network and people not feeling they do it on their own, that's really interesting.
Yeah, we also had quite a lot of general speakers coming in throughout the couple of weeks we were down at the Eden Project, and it did feel like an overwhelming sense of there's so many little pockets of amazing things going on, but nobody's talking to each other. Absolutely. So it's things like this where it's like, this is what needs to happen, we need to hear what everyone else is up to, and it's really inspiring.
Are any of the rest of you associated with particular heritage sites or involved in public history or public narratives? Or you were just interested in the title?
That's okay as well. I was particularly interested in, the relationships you were talking about between museums and communities, and involving like museums and heritage sites with local people, which you've just talked about, and how that relationship builds. Because sometimes it can be quite a challenge to build those relationships. And I was just wondering, in your experience, we talk about co-production and co-creation a lot in terms of how we're trying to bring climate change and carbon reduction into heritage and into the public space. But that is quite a challenge. I just wondered whether you had any thoughts or responses to that.
I think we use the word community as if it's a unitary, a sort of a unitary thing, and of course it's not, and there are many different perspectives and values and so forth. So I think it's a long process, actually, and I think that's why placemaking. I was interested in what you were saying about the Eden Project, because that's very much about the place and understanding the place, and it's about relationships and values, and none of those just happen immediately. They take a very long time. So I think it is often about that. And I think the other thing is that inevitably in a talk like this, it sounds as if we're saying everybody's got to do this and everybody's got to be engaged with this thing. And I think that often you put it out there and people find and take from what is there, and they give things back that you don't necessarily expect. And you can't predict, you can't set a path that everybody's got to, that people have got to follow. And that's why I think power relations are really important. I think understanding the power relations of the past is crucial, but I think also remembering the power relationships that we are also in. And so museums sometimes can have very grassroots feelings, but sometimes they can feel very top down, and sometimes there are antagonistic relationships and everything. So I think what is really interesting about Donna's work is that Donna has been working in the US context about how you might develop these narratives and so forth. And that it sort of enriches the resources with which one can embark on these complicated relationships, which I'm afraid is a very unhelpful answer to your question, because it's just the usual thing, which is, of course, it's complicated. But I think the first step is always to recognise what the complication is. And the interesting thing about the coal miner example that the person who had a very specific example of a disused and now listed coal mine, was that actually the ex-miners didn't want it to be a heritage site. They saw it actually more as a graveyard because of the number of miners who died there. So they saw it as a sort of a site of value and respect. And so there was already a slight tension of different purposes about even what you call this place. And for them, for a lot of the mining community, actually, not calling it heritage was an important step of things. So you've got to, sometimes even you're not even starting from the same place. So I think I think that first of all we have to unravel some of those things, but listening and assuming things cannot be done quickly is not a bad place to begin.
I think I'd add to that as well that the relationship between, well, like you say, community is this entity, and that those relationships aren't just, we're working on it, we've got it, we now move on to the next thing. They never stop being mutually, reliant upon one another and giving back and taking. And I think sometimes because projects in heritage are funding based. So the funding is finite, the project is this, you go in, you do the project, it finishes, you move on to the next thing. That kind of longevity of community relationship isn't sustained because the funding isn't there to sustain it. But as you say, it needs that time for big stories like climate stories to be embedded. So it's how, I think it's really important to try and think about how that can be given that longevity when the structure within it that it's fitting isn't geared towards that.
So if we think about this as a climate emergency, we want to recognize the urgency that phrase indicates. One thing I'll say is that coming from an American context, a big part of this project with the National Park Service is just to have people be talking about climate change in public. It's much less common there. Even I live in the very progressive stronghold of the San Francisco Bay Area. I talk about it all the time, but my friends and colleagues and family, I'm the one who's bringing it up. It's not that common. I think that there is more consciousness here on a daily basis about the climate crisis, and I'm sure there are Brits who have their head in the sand and are driving their SUVs very happily. But I see a lot more projects bubbling up and coming from top down than I do in the vast United States. And so I think the phase 2 for the project with the National Park Service is more co-creation, but the phase 1 is just getting to the point where we're talking about it in public and making that something that isn't a political football, which it has been, but something that everyday people who go to a national park not expecting to be introduced to a conversation about climate change can engage in. Any other thoughts or questions or responses or? Do you guys have anything else to add?
No.
Online viewers as well, just to say. We haven't had any questions though from online viewers either. So sorry about that.
That's okay.
It's just the way of the world, isn't it?
Yeah.
But no, it's been a very interesting talk, particularly around obviously some of the research and the museums that you're working on and with. And I'm definitely going to look at the. I've just been looking at the Derby Museum here while you've been speaking, and it looks an amazing place. And maybe we should all visit it after this session.
Yes, you
but
should.
yeah, it's great to see also things happening in other places and spaces. Obviously, you know, and what you're doing down in the Eden project, and you know what you're all doing in different heritage sites across the UK. It's quite interesting how we also don't connect, you know, with what's happening here in
such
Manchester.
a small place.
I know it always amazes me how sometimes siloed we all are, and that those relationships. And I do agree they take a long time to build those relationships, and also. You know, the funding element that you mentioned there, I think it's just the system is not good in terms of developing longer term relationships. And if I was a policymaker, I would have like 10-year funding plans in place, because you need that time to engage with communities, whoever they are. I think, you know, it's a long-term relationship, and it's always that kind of thing, okay, that's the end of the project, what do we do next? And you lose so many people, don't you? You know, when you want to bring people on your journey with you, and because the funding ends, the project ends, and I think that's really hard.
And the other thing I think that is very vulnerable is the digital, because so often funding is attached to a digital output, which could be a website or whatever. But it is very unusual, especially for smaller projects, to have any funding or capacity to ensure the ongoing life of a website after 2 years or whatever. So much stuff is actually lost. So we get the siloing effect you're talking about between different communities and initiatives, and you also get the constant duplication and reinvention, which sometimes is productive, but sometimes, you know, it is a bit frustrating when you think, I've just done something, and if only I'd known they'd done it and I could have found their material, I would have saved myself a lot of trouble, and I could have picked up at a different point. So I think that's another thing that has not, that a lot of funding has been put into the changing the experiences of the people who actually do the project in the first place, but isn't necessarily there as a creative resource for another set of people and generation to come and build on and re-engage with. And I think that is a great loss.
I just wanted to ask as well about the toolkits, because they sound amazing. Are they publicly available, or how is that going? Because I think having those toolkits and working with people really does help. And I know from Manchester History's point of view, you know, we have a few of our own toolkits, and they're great, and they help you to structure and frame things in a really good way, and lots of them are very well thought through. So just wondering where you are with that and whether they were available.
The National Park Service toolkit is going to roll out within National Park staff across the country in the next month or so. The next phase of it will be making a public-facing document, and I can't exactly tell you when that's going to be. I'd hope by the end of the year. But what we've done is is come up with a set of narrative themes that we think are transferable across many kinds of heritage sites, and then talking about how those themes connect to the climate crisis, with examples of how those might be interpreted. So it will be very useful for people to think about attaching to their place. The idea of a Darwin Valley toolkit just came up at this last roundtable, and I don't know where they're going to go with that, but
well, we don't know where we're going to go with it yet, because we only met. It wasn't too long ago, yeah. But I think the idea is for the group to keep meeting and to kind of co-produce it. Really, is the idea. I don't know how long that would take.
Would it? I mean, we were sort of winding up. Would it be helpful if Donna? I mean, there are 4 or 5 sort of like themes in her National Parks toolkit. Would it be helpful to hear what they were?
So we've titled the toolkit History and Hope, Interpreting the Roots of Our Climate Emergency and Inspiring Action. And I'm working with 2 colleagues, Elizabeth Villano and Nicole McHenry, on this. The themes they're very simple ideas that we then found you could spin a narrative from. And the first one is path. So it's what was the path from whatever the period is to now in terms of how we got to this moment of climate emergency. And that can point to transition of fuel sources, different ways of using the land and other kinds of resources. And an example that I shared at a talk a couple days ago is many of the national park sites hold historic homes. They're not just Yosemite and Yellowstone and those big iconic landscapes that I think come to mind for most people. Many, many national park sites are actually historic places, many of which are homes. And in a house, you can talk about transition of fuel sources. I was showing an image of the home of an early 20th century African-American woman who was an entrepreneur and community leader, Maggie Walker, in Richmond, Virginia. And the park already interprets how in 1905 she was very proud to electrify the home that she'd bought that had been built in the 19th century, and that she also switched from using a horse and buggy to an automobile a few years later. The park could talk about those transitions of fuel sources in terms of changes that get made that led us to where we are, but also the more hopeful example of we make changes, we figure out new ways of powering things, so it can inspire discussion. Another aspect of that is that Maggie Walker later in life had to use a wheelchair. And if you think about her living with a disability and her lifelong commitment to fighting on behalf of marginalized African Americans, then you have a way to talk about disparities in climate impacts and how for people who are marginalized racially, economically, by disability, what's the future going to look like for them? Other themes are traditional ecological knowledge, which in the United States is often mostly thought about in terms of indigenous people, but as you all know, there is long-standing knowledge everywhere of how to work with the land, how to understand the biodiversity of a place and support it. Other themes are mobilization, finding common cause, which is sort of an obvious way to then think about, well, how do we find common cause today in addressing climate change? Another is that many park sites deal with military history. There are lots and lots of forts that are national parks. And so the theme of security and safety, which you might think about as something embedded in a war, is also fodder for thinking about, well, what's the largest threat we face now? What does security and safety look like in the future? There's one more, Sarah. Creativity and adaptation, which many stories show, like you were talking about with the development of the mills and the changing ways that mills would be used. We're constantly adapting. The creativity and adaptation are sort of basic human attributes that we can pull on from the past to think about how we're going to face the challenges that climate change is imposing upon us. So those are the 5 themes. I hope to make this available to people by the end of this year, as I said. And anything else you should?
Well, we could share it with you if you would be interested.
Yeah, and you said something about a toolkit here in Manchester?
Oh, they're more to do with looking at archives, so trying to work with the public so they can understand what an archive is, how they might make their own archive. One around things like oral histories, you know, how do you tell stories through oral histories? And we've got one on looking at evaluation, why is it important, looking at impact and that kind of stuff. So they're kind of based around kind of like historians who might be at the start of their journey on looking into history. And yeah, we put them together a few years ago now, but they've been really helpful to you know, do your own workshops, or we have them online so people can download them. And another one is around historical research. So, you know, how do you do it? Where do you start? And yeah, they've been really successful. So I'd love to share yours as well. And I think, you know, people do like them and they can learn through them. And, you know, I think they're a very, very valuable resource.
That's great. Are they on the Manchester Histories website?
They are, yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I think that's really interesting what you said, because one of the things that came out from the round table was one of the questions we asked for, burning questions, like what do people really want to answer about this? A few people mentioned, how do we link the big story of climate crisis, which can seem huge, almost too big to get your head around, to people's actual lived experience of what is going on? And that link of bringing it more to people who aren't talking about it just as an everyday thing. And somebody mentioned, we were talking about it in terms of climate crisis sounds like a big thing, but just locally where we are, we've flooded way more than we should have done. So the actual silk mill we were in flooded about 3 times in about the space of a year, and it should only have flooded once in 20 years. So picking out those stories, and that's made me think that maybe a toolkit for people who aren't involved inside the museums or inside the heritage sites, what they can do if it was provided like as a conduit through those places could be useful as well. I don't know if that made sense there, but yeah.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. Did you want to say anything else too? One more question.
Okay. Okay, I won't take that long. So on the idea of kind of bringing these stories into, or the awareness of it into everybody's day-to-day lives and those who aren't always engaged with it, I was just wondering, quite a broad question, like generally on your thoughts of how to differentiate between, like, I feel like a lot of the messaging that people are aware of is very negative and overwhelming and terrifying and doesn't galvanize change or inspire people because it's just like, how do I stop the end of the world? So I was wondering if you had any thoughts about how you can bring a positive spin into that, whether it is about that kind of creativity and adaptation, like helping people to imagine a better world, or if there's other ideas you have behind how to make this a positive, inspiring, joyful, collective thing rather than something utterly terrifying.
You're asking the perfect question, and that's one reason why we titled our toolkit History and Hope. Since it hasn't rolled out yet, and it hasn't much been implemented yet at national parks, that where feet hit the ground is yet to be seen, but it's definitely towards what you're talking about that we're aiming, that the kinds of messages that paralyze people are not what we're trying to foster. We're trying to get messages that help people see that this is a collective problem, that humans created it, and that we need to fix it, and we can fix it.
I think the pathways that you were talking about are really instrumental in that, because understanding where something's come from can help you navigate where you can take it in the future.
I'll be curious to talk with you after this session about whether at Eden Project, whether they're framing their work in these terms.
Great. Well, that's been very insightful. Thank you very much, all of our panel guests,
Thank you.
and our lovely small audience. But sometimes, you know, I always think in these things, sometimes having a small, intimate audience is better than having a big one, because you get more out of it, don't you? And yeah, it's been really fascinating, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
For coming, and we look forward to keeping in touch, and we look forward to looking at your toolkits when they come out. And yeah, let's keep the relationship going. Thank you, everybody, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
The sea, the sky, the mountain valleys, the forest land. Animals. The world is filled with animals. They flutter, trot, hop, flap, glide, leap, growl. Animals are amazing. In the forest lives a bear, a big brown grizzly bear with an itchy back. The bear hates having an itchy back. The forest is a home to an evergreen tree with rough bark, perfect for itching a bear's back. The bear uses the tree a few times a day to relieve the itch. The bear loves the tree. Every autumn the bear prepares for hibernation, stocking up on food ready for a long winter ahead. Every winter the bear sleeps. Every spring the bear wakes up and heads straight to the tree for a big wake-up itch. This spring the forest smells different. The forest smells of humans. Trees have gone, the humans have cut them down. The humans move on. The humans move on to the next forest. This forest has luscious leaves on the trees and is filled with wildlife. The forest is amazing. The humans do not care. The humans need the land to grow palm oil trees. Smoke, flames, fire. The humans set the trees on fire. The trees are burning. The orangutans lived in the trees. The baby orangutans played in the trees.
They swing and climb, run and jump. The orangutans love the forest.
The forest is on fire. The orangutans run. Not all of them survive.
If I was the lake, I would say fish responsibly.
If I was a turtle, I would say stop throwing litter, keep our environment safe.
If I was a bee, I would say stop cutting down trees. If I was the ear, I would say stop driving cars.
I want the sound to think what nature will say. If it's cold, I want the sound to think what nature will say. Sound to think what nature
safest part would be a barrier to communication, although it would be a line of communication as well. But for cross-country communication, it was obviously a barrier, and therefore your settlements grew up where there was crossing of the river. And Salford and Manchester grew up at both ends of a ford, hence Salt Ford. I always think the most amusing one is John Barham, who lived just down below here at Kersal Cell, and writes from Cambridge that he's fed up with Cambridge and the river there and longs to throw himself in the waters of the Irwell at the bottom of the garden at Kersal Cell. Charlie Hanson, who was the Salford historian, thought it was connected with the ford by the hall of the lord who sort of overruled these parts. But I think the generally accepted one is that it was a ford by the willows, the sallows, the willows, which is logical enough. The other theory is that it means connected with dark waters, the ford by the dark waters. I think Willow Ford is probably the correct one.
I suppose a year or two ago, you could describe it as one of the dirtiest open sewers in England.
At one time, I used to reckon that it changed colour every half mile or so. It would be bright blue, and then it would be brown, and then it would be yellow, as the different works, dye works in particular, poured their waste into the river.
On the local level, the various floods, which of course have had a disastrous effect on some of the areas. The last one was just after the Second World War, when great areas of Lower Broad were flooded.
A man living up the lane here, for example, who's got a great idea that it could be even a means of relieving pressure on the roads. He's got the idea of a boat taking people down to work. I just don't see that one, because you've got such vast meanders, you know, unless you had a couple of hours to get to work. I don't see that as a possibility.
In the turn of the century, there were pleasure boats, and until fairly recent years, the old landing staircases were still to be seen near Manchester Cathedral.
But they still are.
And yes, they are still there. And the pleasure steamers used to come up there and load, and it was a day out for people to go sailing. Well, over the years there have been lots of suicides. There was a period when Victoria Bridge, which is one of the main links between Manchester and Salford, had many people threw themselves off there. I think more people were injured than drowned. There's a great character who used to live in Salford, he died many, many years ago, called Mark Addy. He saved no fewer than 55 lives. And local people said he used to push them in and then dive in and save them. He eventually died because of this, because on his last rescue he dived in and he swallowed so much of the, even then, filthy water that it brought on his last fatal illness.
In the middle 19th century, there was quite a fair amount of traffic, pleasure traffic, going to places just outside what were then rural parts outside. Even Trafford, Pomona Gardens, there was terrific traffic to Pomona Gardens, where you had gatherings of tens of thousands of people on occasion, and a lot of them would go downstream from opposite the cathedral down to Pomona Gardens.
Actually think of the river, the Irwell?
That's a difficult one. I think a kindly acceptance, as one would accept the black sheep of the family. It's with us, it's got character, and we accept it as is there. And I think most Salfordians will say its main purpose is to make a clear distinction between us and Manchester.
What do you do? What do you mean, do? Well, do.
Hello, please, can you open the door, please?
What do you mean, do? Do you mean, what do I do now? What have I done? What am I going to do? Well,
I don't like talking.
I don't know. Why? What do you do? Oh, I do me bit. On me tip. Cut down fences at a snip. Fight for freedom, fight for fairness, fight for out. I couldn't care less. What, so you mean you're one of those activist people?
You've got an order there by a judge.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I'm an activist. Why, what do you do? Oh, me? Me, I'm a copper.
You know, we can do things on our own. We don't need, you know, to go and have the council support and everything. We can just set up a community garden if we wanted to, you know, like just squat a piece of land, or like we squatted a cafe.
You find your building, look, you need the right size and the location. Something a bit different about building is nice. You set your date that you can go in and make sure everything's ready. You need a couple of people to go in, first of all in the morning, to check that they can, check they get in, check no one's been alerted to it.
Yeah. Alright, see you later. It's alright.
You all turn up there, you get into the building. Hopefully by that point it should be quite easy over a wall or through the front door or window or something.
That's exactly how we left it. It's such a fucking beautiful building, isn't it?
I can't believe we've still got electricity.
Then you change the locks on the building to secure it. As soon as the locks are changed, it's your building really. Then it's a matter of getting some furniture in there to make sure you've established that you're using the building. And then you just sort of get it together and you wait for the police to turn up.
I'm just nervous. I'm sure the police are going to show up and that's going to be quite stressful. But as soon as we get this sign on the front door, section 6, they can't do anything about it. We just say we've been there for like 48 hours. Then we have a legal right to be there because we can say it's our home.
Once you've been involved in activism for a while, and you keep, I mean, so much of it can be focused on stopping this, and oh my God, we've got to stop Monsanto from doing this, and stop Tarmac from doing that, and it's all so, you know, you're up against a wall all the time trying to stop things, and doing something like this is a really like, wow, positive way of reaching out to people and saying, wow, look, abandoned building, what you can do with it.
This is now a legal squat. We have been here 48 hours. We've got legal warning, section 6 notices under the Criminal Law Act 1977. We are totally legal.
That DIY way of working, it takes a long time to get used to. It's really confusing at first. You feel lost because you want to hang around and ask people what you're supposed to be doing. You know, once you do squatting, you learn a bit of everything. You learn how many talents you do have, and you really surprise yourself.
You don't mind hanging upside down?
Yeah.
I'd love to.
Let's
all do it.
Just don't drop me.
You know, because some people are apathetic and say you can't do anything, and it's just bollocks.
And that's exactly the sort of society that I think the people who are running things they want people to sit at home and watch the telly and just absorb this crap and then go out and buy stuff and then come home again and not talk to their neighbours and not do their own things and not be creative and not organise.
It's gone really smoothly today. I think just because everyone knows pretty much what they're doing and they know the building and stuff like that. We've come back in and found the building exactly as we left it, which is great. Like, not too much needs doing. Like, every time we've gone to a building before, it might look a bit run down today, but it's been much more derelict, and this has got everything working in it. So, yeah, it looks like it's going perfect. Looks like we'll definitely be open within 24 hours, really.
Direct action's about people getting involved in what's going on in the world and trying to make it a better place. It's about doing things yourself, not asking other people to do it. So not asking Parliament to sort it out, or getting your MP to do it or your councillor, but saying we can do it as a community, as a group of people, as a group of mates. We're going to sort things out. It's our lives that are being affected by it.
It's very much presenting an alternative to everything else that's going on. It's like right there on the main street, it's a squat, and it's sort of right in your face, and people can't miss it. Well, last year it was very different because we'd never done this before. This was our first time. I remember we had this meeting where half the room said, "Oh, we can't put too much political stuff up on the walls; it'll frighten people off," and it was agreed. And like the politics was just kept totally out of it. I don't think politics put people off, not when unless it's party politics, obviously, because that's dull, but when it's politics about doing it yourself and anarchy, then it's not dull.
You're trying to sort of challenge people's ideas for normal, how things run normally, and so the donations had to do that, like the amount of people that just sort of had a bit of a head fuck from that. I don't know if it was good or bad. How much do I pay for this tea, or whatever you think it's worth. And sort of some people got really into it. I was like, "Oh right, wicked," and gave like a quid sometimes, And other people just sort of felt it seemed like they would rather just not have to deal with that, having to think about something, which is quite funny because it's sort of the point. But at the same time, I sort of felt kind of like, "Oh, that poor bloke, he just wants to have a cup of tea."
We have a group in Manchester which meets and organises certain things, and it's got an environmental focus, I suppose, but in the past couple of years it's broadened out to be a lot more political generally.
Who's the chief negotiator?
I haven't myself had much to do with the owner, but after last year, I think he's trying to settle it amicably.
I really have very little sympathy with him. It's quite interesting, like at least 3 different students have come in and said, "Oh, he's my landlord."
Ollie just sort of went up to him and he's sort of just chatting on his phone and ignoring him. But Ollie was just like, because if he smells and he didn't want to talk to Ollie.
Yeah, it was just sort of pretending I wasn't there, really. It was probably too far beneath him to warrant a word or two. So never really got much of an idea about who he was, or if they had any good reasons for letting a beautiful building like that go rotten, rain coming in, floors with dry rot, etc.
As far as we can gather from the lease, there's a company coming in to change this place into a bar restaurant. If they're going to use the building to its potential, I think we should move on.
This was a totally abandoned building. It's blatantly obvious that no one has been, I mean, this is the second time we've squatted it, for God's sake.
They gathered a bit of information and then went off again for a cup of tea, probably.
We're doing something amazing here, you know. I mean, if he was at all reasonable, he'd just see that we were doing something amazing and just walk away.
Listen down. Burning crimson heat, dripping through my mind, slowly forms shapeless designs, colourful yet benign.
This is the famous occasional cafe, pancakes and poetry night. They come here from miles around, at least as far as Hume.
I'm sure every event came from a different place, like the Poetry and Pancakes evening. That's sort of fun and giving poets and people a chance to express themselves in that way. So that doesn't really have any sort of political, you know, much radical motivation behind it. It's more just creating a space that's enjoyable, I suppose.
No, it's hot because it's been on.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
just
a bit big, John. I can't eat all of that. Oh my lord.
That looks really
Try
thick.
that one to start with. Just poured a mixture over a load of burnt pancake, man.
Don't criticise until you try it yourself.
Take off the gloves, throw down the gun, run to the fields, dance in the sun, bass and drum, just for fun, come on!
I think people don't like to see others, you know, getting off their arses and doing stuff a lot of the time, because it makes them realise what they're doing with their life is so narrow and short term.
They let people die on their kitchens. They do. There was a lad murdered on their kitchen on their burger burner a few years ago because they treat them so bad. They don't allow unions.
No, you're getting that wrong. So you're gonna have to leave the store. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, have one.
No, you have to leave the store.
Don't eat at McDonald's. Make you ill.
Can't think of any.
We know the cafe is really good, that it's really good from like loads of different perspectives, that it's a really good way of being visible. It's like Earth First, this is what we do, here we are, come in, get a cup of tea the first time, and the next time somebody comes in they might have to do some washing up. Maybe the next time they come in they might get involved in going on an action.
Lots of people said they agreed with us, but they still carried on. But it takes a while for information to seep into the back reaches of their brain, I think. But it's good, we've said a lot of stuff, so it's been nice.
Policeman is sort of like acting as a go-between between us and the landlord, waiting for him to come and see what we've got to say, and then he'll go back and tell them what we've said, and then he'll come back and tell us what they think.
We'll definitely be in next week, so it's going to take them that long if they were going to try and get us out. We haven't got any court summons yet, so they're not going to get us to court this week. If they get us to court next week, it's another few days after that. So that's definite here next week. And then after that, it depends on how they think, well, whether they carry on believing us that we're going to negotiate. So.
I think he'll go for legal action myself.
Well, you've not got someone coming along taxing you all the time. They're not going to charge you £2.30 a pint and then tell you to go home at 11:10. They're not going to charge you £6 to get in. They're not going to say you can come in and you can't come in. You can't have a spliff in here, you can't lie on the floor and be silly.
You just push past me, who is it?
I work the parties, which is a real shame. I'd quite like to go to one. It's my sort of party. I get a responsible head on. Don't get drunk, don't take drugs. Oh my God, what if there's a fire? I can't settle. I feel really responsible for this building.
You can be responsible and respectful and creative and you know, hold all sorts of events and hopefully be inspiring and make people realise that there are changes that people can make from very little ones, about the resources that they're using up to very big ones about organising their communities to make them safer, healthier, freer places to be.
I think that's part of the idea in it behind the squat as well, is getting people active.
You know, the genetics group came and did a workshop in the first week that was packed full of people, you know, learning about genetics, and also some students who do science and have a different aspect on genetics.
I think people manipulate the terminology they use to make it sound more frightening than it actually is.
Well, I sell organic vegetables, you know what I mean, so I'm on the freaking front line of the genetics campaign, you know, day in, day out, informing people and supplying people with stuff that is GM free, so that's what I do. I'm well into that, yeah. Support it.
Nobody is making profit. Maybe a project that they're involved in is going to benefit. You know, like if they want to do a really good action, then they're going to benefit from the cafe's existence, but it is a fundraising cafe for radical activism.
And like, yeah, I think this is how the student union should be run, you know what I mean? Non-profit making for a start. Spreading the word, it's letting people come in and have a cup of tea without being ripped off, and it's about sort of sitting around and having just decent conversation. When you go up there, right, and you just talk to people in the cafe, and they, you know, they'll be talking about all sorts of stuff.
If you're a middle-class lefty kid and you've got nothing else to do for a while, then fair enough. Hey, well, fair enough, you'll grow up.
It is a fairly middle-class thing to be doing. I think that's a fair criticism of the whole ecological movement generally, actually. Although I think a lot of people would shout at me for saying that, but I think that, you know, it genuinely is a lot of middle-class people because they have got the time and they haven't got to worry about money and whatever.
There are people that do realise that they can give their life, you know, to fighting for something or incorporate that into their life, and that's wicked, and I don't see why anything sort of negative should be judged against that.
Where else could you go? 5 o'clock, Manchester, and find about 200 students who'd all just been to the same club. And we're still very locked up. 15 minutes on 12 hours for charity.
What time is it? 20 to 6. This is not possible. It's the only place I've known in a long time in Manchester that this has happened, yeah? It's wicked, man.
If we just said we're going to resist eviction, then probably that is going to make him lose his lease. Yeah, as soon as those people find out that we're going to resist eviction, it's going to be a sort of court process thing. Yeah. We could make that lease defunct. Do we want to do that?
We've got a really irate landlord on our hands.
I think the only justification we can have to do that is if we want to have a permanent squat.
I like the way that people can come in and be creative with the space. People like Matt being able to come in and say, I'll organise a punk gig. Like, yeah, great, when you know nothing about punk gigs. Never done one of them before, but yeah, why not?
We'd actually given the policeman a date, the 26th of April. The policeman hadn't been able to talk to the other party. They could have said whether or not it was suitable for them. They decided that they was going to serve court papers on us.
There's a big sort of rota sheet, not a rota sheet, a list of events, and you just fill in, if there's a meeting you're holding, you actually just write it in and the time.
Playing some reggae and ska here on Saturday.
charge, mulatto, dancing all night. I was loved up to the eyeballs, and it felt right that instead of getting pissed up and it ending in a fight, I was guilty of dancing all night. But I'm guilty as charged, mulatto, of cracking open squats, cause there's places sitting empty and I need somewhere to doss. It's winter.
We're here this morning to go before the High Court judge about a possible eviction of the Squat Cafe on Oxford Road.
I'm guilty as charged, mulatto, of blatant anarchy. An anarchist is what I am and what I'm glad to be. You can keep me down and you can lock me up and you can throw away the key. But you'll never take my songs, my love of life, my sense of wrong. You'll never quench the flame inside of me. You can keep me down and you can lock me up and you can throw away the key. But you'll never quench the flame inside of me.
It is ordered that by consent of those present, the plaintiff recover possession of the premises by 12 noon on Monday, the 12th day of April 1999.
Take it to Claire's.
Okay, let's take everything to Claire's.
Go on then, do it. It's not a waste at all. It's always difficult to gauge, you know, what the exact consequences of anything are, but I think we've sort of raised an agenda about wasted buildings a bit for a few people, and about the possibilities of doing things without trying to rip people off, and about people coming together without very strict structures and rules, and still working together and achieving lots, and about getting, you know, creative people together doing lots of different things. I think it's been excellent.
See you next year.
Last minute, all the stuff's out, and we're going to be out in a minute. We're just hanging around just to annoy the owner for a little bit.
Hello, please, can you open the door, please? I didn't say please.
So the police have gone in today, and so they chuck everyone out. What's going to happen to it? Yeah, that's what I want to know.
What I'm saying is, he's got a court order in his hand that says vacate by 12, which you haven't done. The van's gone and you've locked the door, and the rum's happened.
There's no sort of student identity like there used to be, and maybe this is just the last bastion of something that's just getting crushed out of existence now, you know. I feel sorry for the landlord, maybe, but I bet you he owns another 200 houses up and down the road.
Well, we actually signed the lease about 2 weeks after the squatters left, but we had intended to sign it the weekend the squatters moved in. They know the law better than the police do. If they broke anything, they could have been done for criminal damage. I mean, they painted the walls, no problem. It's all come off, doesn't matter. It's all getting redone. That's great.
If we do another one, it will change again. Nothing stays the same.
And I'm sure there'll be another one, I can promise you that.
Because I know that we're onto something good, and know we're onto something that has got a massive potential.
Yeah, there will be another squat in Manchester because it's so brilliant. People love it.
change. We can't go on consuming as much as we like, because in the end we're going to burn out. It's time to think about what we need, and what we really need to do is to save our planet. Hi everyone!
it's like you basically saying you can't say
I know that today DC.
We're going to talk about climate change.
We want you to listen and use your brain.
Don't pour your oil down the drain. You made your choice, so you are to blame.
Educate yourself, learn some facts, watch some videos and learn some stats.
Use the internet, your iPad or phone, talk to each other and let it be known.
You can ask through with us a lot.
Inside your phone, the talking robot. Pollution makes people
Turn the engine off.
CO2 gases bundled in masses.
Oil, cod, plastic, using the tragic.
Look what the world is coming to. It needs help from me and you.
The world is dying and the animal dying.
You tell the truth, we're not lying.
I'm here to cause commotion. Our oceans deserve devotion. We need to set in motion our plans to save the ocean.
Dolphins in whales are fishes with scales.
Butterfly and bees. Protect them, please.
The owl was swooping. With no trees, it's weeping. Without a home, it's all alone.
Plastic in the sea floating in the tide.
Turn the light off when it finds outside.
An endless cycle of destruction. We're fighting against corporate corruption. We're all part of global consumption. We're causing an unnatural disruption.
Save the world, have the power to change.
It's in our grasp, it's in our reach.
Use more public transport.
Plan your journey with thought.
You have so many tools, skating, biking, and even carpools.
You can make a better future happen.
Forget fast fashion, show us some passion.
You can make sustainability happen.
This initially started 4 years ago as the Manchester statue project. It was going to be a statue of a woman of significance to Manchester. There are 17 statues of named people, 16 men and 1 woman, Queen Victoria. Surely we can do better than that, and that really is how it came about.
The names are all named after men, all the statues in Albert Square are men, and it's kind of like the women have been forgotten.
Project lead Andrew Simcock kicked off the fundraising for the project in 2015 with a sponsored bike ride from Land's End to John O'Groats. A long list of 20 inspirational Manchester women for consideration was announced, with each having made a significant contribution to Manchester.
That was then whittled down to a shortlist. We used SurveyMonkey to get the votes of thousands of people in Manchester and all over the world actually, and Emmeline Pankhurst was the clear winner.
The unveiling of Hazel's statue, Rise Up Women, was held on the 14th of December 2018, which was the 100th anniversary of the first women being able to vote in the UK in a general election. The selection of Emmeline Pankhurst as the subject and Hazel Reeves as the artist was a public choice, and the people of Manchester were all invited to participate in celebrating the unveiling. With around 5,000 people expected at the event in St Peter's Square, the infrastructure was put in place for such a big gathering. Whilst Hazel and the team made sure that the statue was looking its best and ready to be unveiled, across the city, people were getting ready to march.
Equality! When do we want it? Now!
Thousands of people, including 1,000 children from 31 schools, gathered at 2 symbolic meeting spots, the People's History Museum and the Pankhurst Centre, to march to St Peter's Square and welcome Emmeline.
100 years ago exactly, right across this country, for the first time, millions of women were voting. It happened because of the commitments of millions, because of the sacrifices of thousands, because of the leadership of a few, and amongst those few, one woman, Emmeline Pankhurst.
I'm really proud of Manchester's role in the history of women's suffrage, and though it's taken 100 years, I cannot think of a better choice than to honour Emmeline Pankhurst in this way.
For me, this statue represents so many hard fought for rights that we now have, but also acts as a reminder that we are not yet there.
Together, we are honouring the legacy of Emmeline and the suffragists, and who did so much for us we should never forget. And I'd like to welcome all of the women here today to come and help me unveil this beautiful statue.
Emmeline, I'm so sorry. Your statue has been a long, long time coming. Exactly 100 years since you proudly first placed your ballot paper into that box. It's been a huge privilege, it really has, and a real labour of love. And I dedicate this statue to your friends, the modern day Emmelines, and the future generations of Emmelines.
Manchester today is a busy, thriving city, the biggest banking and commercial centre outside London. A major factor in the rise of the city to its present position was the building of the Manchester Ship Canal. This act of faith and foresight on the part of its founders, inspired by Daniel Adamson, solved the problems of cheaper carriage and led to a great expansion of trade. The 1880s found Manchester depressed, her trade at a standstill, her workshops silent, her warehouses empty. The people faced unemployment and a hard, bitter struggle for existence. The great import and export trades of Lancashire and the West Riding were being slowly crippled by heavy railway and dock charges. Then Daniel Adamson, head of a Manchester engineering firm, became the leader of a movement to give Manchester and the industrial north its own docks, away to the sea, and direct contact with overseas markets. Meeting at his home in Didsbury in 1882, Adamson and his colleagues laid the foundations of the great ship canal undertaking that turned the tide of depression and led to a new era of prosperity. The promoters had to fight against heavy odds. In the early stages, legal battles and opposition from many quarters threatened to wreck the scheme. Later, floods and storms delayed the work, and rising costs brought increased difficulties. But despite all these trials, the canal was built, and on January the 1st, 1894, it was open for through traffic. On that day, the first cargo of cotton reached Manchester. The way to cheaper carriage and expanding trade was clear, and with the general rejoicing and the pealing of bells, the canal was officially opened on May the 21st, 1894, by Her Majesty Queen Victoria. By road, rail, and water, the Port of Manchester serves the most densely populated industrial area in the United Kingdom. Here live craftsmen and engineers, skilled workers, and artisans with a long tradition of intricate jobs well done. They work in the mines, the mills, and the factories in this great industrial zone. And to Manchester, the nearest port, the results of their labours flow in an endless stream for shipment to the rest of the world. Cotton, coal, iron and steel, chemicals, vehicles of many types are made here. Paper, textiles, food, and consumer goods. Machinery and commodities of all kinds are produced in this area. Electrical equipment and petroleum products all come from this strategic centre of trade and industry. Today, within a 75-mile radius of Manchester, live over 16 million people, approximately twice the population of Australia. Here is the man-made ocean highway, 35.5 miles in length, servicing this great area, giving the inland city of Manchester access to the sea and bringing ships to the very heart of industrial Britain, a veritable gateway to commerce. The port and the whole of the canal zone are served by excellent road and rail communications, linked with inland water and ocean water in the port of Manchester. All industries in this area have direct access to shipping services which are worldwide. This, then, is the Manchester Ship Canal, built with courage and determination to give Manchester an outlet to the sea. But it is more than just a highway, and industrialists have been quick to realize the advantages of unrivaled home and overseas communications enjoyed by factories along the waterway. The Manchester Ship Canal has become a national main street of industry. So the great ships come and go, bringing the food and raw materials we need, and outward bound, carrying the products of British skill and craftsmanship to the markets of the world.
Lies Lancashire, whose looms for 200 years have given the world its cotton goods. The air is full of the moisture so kind to cotton yarn. Under its green slopes is coal to turn the machinery, and from these Pennine hills rise countless streams, whose waters, slowly filtered through millstone grit, gain the chemical purity necessary for printing and finishing cotton fabrics. Cranes swing out over the docks of Manchester, great city of textiles, hauling out of the holds of ships big bales of raw cotton. Cotton from every continent, cotton for the spindles and looms of Lancashire, cotton for the yarn, which is exported all over the world. As fast as the raw cotton comes into the docks, packing cases of finished goods go out. It's a particularly important consignment of dresses on their way to South America. A fashion collection organized and created by the leading manufacturers and couturiers of Great Britain. A collection so representative has never before been collected even in peacetime, far less in war. The leading designers have excelled themselves in exploring the infinite possibilities of cotton fabrics. Science is producing new dress materials in cotton and cotton mixtures, and the hands of British designers are turning them into beautiful new styles. At one time, only simple dresses were made in cotton. Today, cotton materials are used for elaborate gowns and will satisfy the highest ambition of the designer's art. Lancashire can produce an amazing variety of cotton fabrics because she uses more sorts of cotton than any other country in the world. Cottons from America, Egypt, the West Indies, Africa, India, they all find their way into the mills of Lancashire. Which of all these many sorts of cotton is the proper one to use for any particular purpose is determined not by rule of thumb, but by scientific research. At the laboratories of the British Cotton Industry Research Association, every aspect of cotton manufacture undergoes thorough scientific investigation. A great deal of this research is concerned with the structure and qualities of the cotton fibers themselves. And day by day, more and more is learnt about the characteristics of the many different kinds of cotton and their spinning and weaving properties. This information is tabulated and passed on to the practical men in the mill. The machines are the latest engineering science can provide, and they are operated by descendants of families who have been spinning fine cotton since Crumpton first invented his spinning mule nearly 200 years ago. The mule, by the way, is still in use, for no better way of spinning the very finest of yarns has been invented. Bolton still exports such yarns to the rest of the world. Now let the looms of Lancashire tell their own story as they weave their symphony in cotton for the people of the world. So the looms of Lancashire go on weaving for the world, for in peace or war, Britain delivers the goods.
Yes, I know you can hear me, little one. Huh? Don't kick so hard with you. So clever. That's like, I am not
If you ask, I don't read the master. It's got to be done.
everybody. Thank you so much for coming. Are you all sitting comfortably? Yes. Thank God for that. Fantastic. You might have noticed there are a few cameras around. With this trial being as monumental as it is, we've got a lot of national press and national coverage. So, to those of you watching from home, I hope you're sitting comfortably as well. But yes, thank you so much for coming today. It really does mean a lot for you to have given up your time to be here, so thank you. Now, you are all here for the trial and the adjudication of the trial of Alex Hummel, whose fate you will be deciding. No pressure. But what exactly was it that Alex did? Well, let's start with the facts. Agecroft Power Station, found on the banks of the River Irwell, was a power station way back in that 20th century that used coal as its energy source. Now, this was taken offline and deactivated in 1991, around 70 years ago, and had remained inactive ever since. This was, however, until last year, when it was discovered that a group of citizens from Moston, led by Alex, had reactivated this power station and brought it back online, providing coal power energy to their community and other Greater Manchester regions now. This, of course, goes against the Ergon Clean Energy Act, the climate law preventing the use of non-renewable energies. We need your help to decide what to do with Alex, because this is the first time this law has been broken. Now, we're not here to debate whether or not Alex broke the law. Alex did reactivate the power station, and Alex did use coal to do it. No. After hearing from both sides, your role as jurors will be to decide whether Alex should be punished for what they did, or whether they should be allowed to return home. Did the ends justify the means? Shortly, I'll go through with you how today's trial is going to work. But before I do that, if you don't mind, the higher-ups have given me the go-ahead to share with you a quick little compilation video I've made, which I like to call The Journey to Ergon, from 2020 to 2060. It is a working title. But take a look, it is a real hoot.
Hurricane Maria, 96% of Puerto Rico, and this week we'll be talking about the extinction of the rhino. Channel West, yeah, Antarctica. There's now a big collapse. We know you're actually 7.5 million people who don't eat this. Thousands of people in the streets. And now my family go to Canada. 41 degrees. The town centre has flooded again. Scientists claim this will see a rise in sea levels of up to 3 meters. Now, it's heating up out there as we look to break our record for the third consecutive year since 2020. UK climate activism takes 5%. British public over to a government that has rising causes snap election. And the British government declared a state of emergency. First prorogation. 2054 UK general election. US pressure on UK. First ever Green Party government. Prime Minister's Ergon Act is voted through. Hey guys, sorry it's been a while since I uploaded one of these videos. As you know, we've been working flat out recently. This is a historic moment in all our lives. Oh God, we did it! We did it! So the name we've come up with is Ergon. Today, the United Kingdom have truly united on the right side of history. Oh, you don't understand it. The Ergon Act will cap our daily spend. Everything we buy will cost less or more depending on how much energy it consumes. This is not just a victory for the Green Party. This needs to be a victory for the future of humanity. The British public have recognised that as the climate collapses, so too do our people. Apparently, the coast is now aligned with razor wire. Our communities, our rich, diverse cultures. They put soldiers on our beaches. What is this country coming to? My party refuse to continue to sit in a stagnant talking shop and mutter the ideas of change without doing anything. Our idea is that energy will become currency. by limiting spend, we will limit how much energy we consume and subsequently limit the damage we do to our planet.
Prime Minister, that's why I want to talk about that. What you have to say to the thousands of people who have lost their jobs as a result of your government's actions.
I would say that the British people have shown time and time again that in times of national crisis we pull together. Yes, jobs have been lost, but new ones are being created. Thank you.
Does this include the million of our borders? Prime Minister, did you even talk to me that there are millions of people who cannot physically adapt to this new world?
What do you want us to do? What would you protect our borders against militant asylum seekers? What would you say to the billions of people who cannot escape from climate collapse?
Well, there you have it. Isn't Erica just the best? Anyway, to trial. So, as some of you will remember, in the 2030s, the way the courtrooms ran dramatically changed. There used to be boring waffle factories run by sharp-nosed snobs in expensive suits and ridiculous wigs. Perfect place for a nap, if you ask me. This has now all changed. The courts are now run by the people, for the people. Lawyers have now been replaced by volunteer speakers who can make their case in whatever way they see fit. And they're from our communities. No one's banging a silly wooden hammer anymore. Now instead you, we, the people, are in charge. This is a safe and open space. One where you can laugh, cry, boo, hiss, heckle, whatever you're feeling. Let it out! All we ask is that you listen to what our speakers have to say. We ask that you listen with your hearts and with your minds. Do you think Alex should be punished for what they did or allowed to return home? That is your decision to make. But remember, this is the first time this law has been broken. There is no right or wrong answer. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes. Are you nervous? Yes. There's really no need to be. Well, without further ado, I would like to introduce you to our volunteer speakers. You may recognise them from our community. Please give a warm welcome to our defence, Anthony Denton, and our prosecution, Alistair Power!
And welcome to the great debate. Today, you will be stamping your marks on history. Today, you will be deciding on the future of justice. Every single person in this room will have a hand in creating the law. We will be setting an example for the rest of the world, giving them a taste of who we are and letting them know where we stand when it comes to our fight against the climate. Tony?
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be able to be here with you. I just wanted to start off by reminding everyone why today is so important. It's important because we are deciding on the outcome of a person's life, as a group. Now, we don't know this person yet, we don't have a particular feeling yet either way, which is a beautiful part of our democracy. No bias, and everyone gets an opportunity to have their voices heard. What I'd like everyone to do today is really put yourself in the shoes of the defendant. Question yourself. Your views, your morals, your principles, and be honest. It's the only way we're going to make any real progress. There's no judgment here.
Apart from, of course, all the judgment here, we are in court. Today, we will be adjudicating the trial of Alex Hummel.
On the 3rd of November, 2060, Alex was accused of ecocide after it was discovered that he had taken over Agecroft Power Station, from which he collected and distributed energy to the people living in the district of Moscow.
Now, Agecroft Power Station has been unused for over 70 years, and with good reason. It uses coal to generate power. Being a fossil fuel and a danger to the planet, coal has been banned from usage since Ergon came into place. From what we've gathered, Alex mobilised hundreds of people to mine and collect coal down the Moston pit. This coal was then transferred over to Agecroft Power Station, where it was burned to generate electricity. This electric power was then stored using energy capture cells like this one. I'm sure most of you have one of these powering your houses. They gathered thousands of these, filled them up with electricity, and then dealt them out to the people of Moston.
Dealt? You make it sound like an organised drug operation.
Okay, not dealt. Distributed them out to the people of Moston.
Thank you. Now, this whole thing lasted around 6 months, and in that time, the power that Alex generated produced over 10,000 tonnes of CO2 emissions. That is roughly the same as flying from here, Manchester, to Sydney in a jet fuel plane 10,000 times. Those are the numbers. But you're not here to play detective and investigate whether or not Alex actually mined this coal.
That's right, we know it happened. We have witness statements, video recordings, audio evidence, you name it. Alex and his associates took the coal and used it. Alex and his associates took the coal and used it. As you rightly pointed out, that's not what we're here to debate.
Yeah.
What we are here to debate is whether or not we think Alex should be punished by law. Whether we think he had a right to do what he did, or whether we think he should be made accountable for his actions and be prosecuted.
Yes, the ends justify the means. One thing I'd like everyone to consider is that this is more than just a deep chat about right or wrong. This is about who we are as human beings and who we want to become. You are here to decide whether Alex deserves to be punished or not.
Couldn't agree more. So, let's get on with it. The first thing I'd like to show you today is a testimony from Bangladesh. Now, as we all know, here in the UK we are being restricted because of Ergon system changes due to the climate crisis.
Yeah, major travel restrictions, flying is now illegal.
Yes.
A number of jobs have been lost.
That's true, although new jobs are being created too.
Yes. Meat is now illegal.
Finally some justice.
Unless you buy it on the red market, but that will cost you an arm and a leg. Seriously, they will take anything. Sorry, just trying to say that we're restricted.
Yes, but in other parts of the world, people aren't just restricted, they're threatened. Bangladesh has lost 20% of its land due to flooding, and over 20 million people have been made homeless, climate refugees. They live with cyclones and winds tearing through the country at over 200 miles per hour. In the cities, they have food and water shortages. Overpopulation means resources are scarce, and they've had huge outbreaks of new diseases. Now, this isn't some freak accident, okay? This is because of climate change. This is because of industrialization. This is because of countries like the UK spending years burning non-renewable energies like coal and living unsustainably. We are responsible. We may be restricted, yeah, but it's our own undoing. For our first testimony, I'd like you to hear from a local Bangladeshi Mancunian woman named Bacha. She is going to tell us about her mother, Kooj. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here today. I'm lucky. I travelled to Manchester with my father many years before the borders closed. I've grown up and raised my children here. Manchester is a good city, my city. But I'm not here to talk to you about Manchester. I'm here to talk about my birthland. It seems to me that the world only pays attention to Bangladesh when catastrophe strikes there. Like, the world is only interested in seeing Bangladeshis as helpless victims, unable to look after themselves, weak and in need of a hero, in need of being saved by a super Western hero. We are not weak. We know how to live with Mother Nature. We do not need saving from what happens in Bangladesh. We need people from the industrialised nations to stop making things worse. I just punched you in the face, but if I wish you to the hospital, I'm your hero. No. Don't pity me. Don't pity us. My mother's name was Buckle. This is her story. The baby and knocking, asking to be let out, eager to take their first steps on Bengali soil. Hey, stay inside, little one. It's safer in the womb. The sky is on fire today. Deep, burnt, orange hues like a streak of tigers running through the heavens. Beautiful. I'm on my way to collect some shrimp from Tahir. We can't really afford to be eating shrimp, but Tahir needs the money more than we do. We have to rely on the kindness of others. Tahir is having to rebuild his house for the 3rd time this year. Our homes are being swallowed by the rivers, the waters stealing the ground from beneath our feet. We have a saying in Bangladesh, water is the mother of our country. Water used to mean life to us, but now it means death. Tahir lives at the end of the village, close to the river. Our village sits at the heart of the Sundarbans. Sundarbans means beautiful forest in Bangla. The Sundarbans have protected us since the beginning. The trees' roots dig deep down into the soil, shielding us from the waters of our river. For decades now, though, the roots have been dying. As the sea levels have risen, the salt in the water has crept in and suffocated our beautiful forest. It feels like the human race has for a century held its foot on the throat of Mother Nature. But it's our throats, really. We are the ones that will suffer the most. Not many people live at this end of the village anymore. As I carefully trek through the unforgiving mud, I noticed to my left a broken cross where the small church used to be. We had a mosque before the church, but when that was consumed by the waters, some turned to Christianity. In truth, all our gods have now left us. We live in godless times. Even the graves of our loved ones have been lost to the river. Allah, please help us. Show us the way. Further down the muddy street is where my brother once went to school. Where I had hoped my little biter would go one day too. Yes, I know you can hear me, little one. Huh? Don't kick so hard, will you? So clever already. I will teach you as best I can. I am not far from Tahir's hut now. I will have to take a seat when I am there to rebuild my energy for the long walk home. The rice still needs harvesting and that will take hours. I hope the roads aren't rotten. One thing at a time, Boggle. Best not to think about it right now. Are you still kicking, little one? Mummy needs a rest. Perhaps I should stop here for a moment. It feels like the air has been stolen from my lungs. Like the lights are going out. The lights are going out. Oh, where have the tigers gone? The sky? Someone has stolen the sun. Oh no, please. Not now. That's Tahir. What's he shouting about? He's running this way. Oh, the waters. Okay, little one. Mummy is going to have to leave the ship for today. I need to get away from him. The wind has picked up, the sky is dark, and the rains are on their way. Oh, why did you come here? Oh, this is not a place for a pregnant lady. Stay away from the water, huh? Always stay away. Perhaps it will pass. No! The rain is coming, I can hear it, like an army of drums banging in the distance. It is approaching. We need to leave this place. Oh, no, tonight. The rain will turn
your eyes open. You know the little hope. Let me see if they are. Forget their eyes. Perhaps the storm shelter. Taher, can you help me to the shelter? Taher? Oh, where is he going? Is he leaving us, my bacha? He is saving himself. Oh, we cannot leave him. Okay, come on. The wind is strong, filling us like a sail. Perhaps it will push us to the shelter. The river is already crawling up the shore. Help us! No one is here. Okay. We are strong, everyone. We will make it to the shelter. Forget the command, forget the thirst, forget the hunger, forget the love. 2 bodies on 1 pair of legs. The sun governors is screaming. Listen to the tree. Their poor roots aching. Onwards. My shoes are sticking. Allah, please guide us to safety. Baby, stop kicking. I know we are scared. The shelter is just 500 meters from here. Will it be safe? Baby, stop. That was not the time to come out. I know you want to have mommy, but you must stay in. Just for a little longer. Help! What a perfect time to go into labor. The waters are coming, huh? Come on. 1.
So that's my mother's story, and mine. The story you just heard wasn't from today in 2061. That story was just over 20 years ago. Things in Bangladesh have only got worse since then. But I'm not speaking to you today to ask you to cry for me or for my mother. I'm not asking you to cry for Bangladesh. I'm asking you to make a decision, to take action, to find this man guilty, to punish him and set precedent and put a stop to the chaos your country is causing, the damage our country is causing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Butch. Wow, what an important story. Thank you for sharing it. One thing I'd like to pick up on, actually, which you haven't really spoken about, is how well Bangladesh are dealing with the climate crisis and the climate in general. They are one of the world leaders when it comes to dealing with cyclones and floodings, and they have been ever since their independence in the 1970s.
Correct.
So let me ask you, why are you making them out to be the victim? They dealt with the climate long before we did. In fact, we learned many of our coping strategies from them, and they are coping.
They're surviving, so hold on, what you're saying is that just because they can cope with the issue, we can carry on making it worse.
No, I'm just saying they're not the sob story you're making them out to be. Besides, the UK are paying a lot of money to help them with the crisis, and now we're suffering as a result of it.
And we're not paying to help them. That money is compensation for the damage we've done.
What has this got to do with Alex?
Alex, quite literally, added fuel to the fire. His energy distribution caused more damage to the planet, leading to more lives lost and more climate refugees in areas like Bangladesh.
How can you say that what Alex did directly affected Bangladesh?
Well, it's like the butterfly effect. You know, a butterfly beats its wings, it creates a sequence of events that eventually leads to a tornado.
Thank you for explaining the butterfly effect to us all.
Okay, so what happens when millions of butterflies beat their wings at once? Members of the jury, the science is there. We've already seen the consequences, and it is far worse than we ever predicted.
So you're saying that Alex, and everyone in the same position as Alex, should be happy to suffer if it means ending the suffering of others?
Yes, because if we don't suffer now, if we don't stop being selfish, then we are going to suffer more than we could ever imagine. And I don't just mean the UK or Bangladesh, I mean everyone. It's going to get even worse, and in 40 years' time, the world will be unrecognisable. Just like today is unrecognisable from the 20th century, and I don't mean that in a good way.
Well, why should anyone have to suffer at all? Alex only tried to help people. In fact, he put himself in danger to end the suffering of others. How is that selfish?
For all the reasons I've just mentioned.
Right, okay. Perhaps my first witness can help clear this one up. Now, it is unconventional, but I thought it'd be good for the jury to hear from the younger generation. So I'd like you all to make her feel very welcome. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Alex's daughter, Ria Hummer. Hi, Ria. Oh, do you mind just bringing the... How are you doing? Room's pretty packed, isn't it? Yeah. You know, I get a little bit nervous when there's a lot of people too, but I've learned this clever little trick that makes it a bit less scary. Do you want me to teach you? You have to promise to keep it a secret, okay? What I do is I imagine every single one of them with a big silly moustache, you know, the ones with the twirly bits at the end. Go on, try it.
What if they already have a moustache?
Imagine them without one. That's a trade secret, so use it wisely. Now, if at any point we want to stop, we can take a break, and if you need to go see your mum, she's just over there. Okay. Now, I brought you in today to ask you a few questions so that us adults can understand what's really going on here. I just need you to answer honestly and take your time. Alright?
Okay.
Okay. First of all, what can you tell us about your dad?
Well, he's nice.
That's good.
And he's really funny.
Is he nice?
Yeah, he likes to pull pranks on Mum, and then he gets really angry, and that's even more funny.
I bet you're a bit of a prankster yourself. Do you know why we're here today? Do you know what your dad did?
Yeah, he helped people.
He did?
Yeah, my dad's always helping people. Sometimes not even me or Mum or Grandma, sometimes strangers too. And no one asks him to. He just does it because he wants to.
How does that make you feel that he helps people?
It's good. It makes me feel proud. He's made a lot of people really happy. My friends think he's a hero.
What do you think?
Well, he's not Superman, but he's almost there.
You know, some people think that what your dad did is a crime. They might think he's more of a villain than a hero.
He's not a villain.
No, I don't think so.
Does that mean some people think saving lives makes you a villain?
I don't know.
Well, because if that's the case, then we should all be villains.
Ah, yes. Wisdom ahead of your years, Ria. How was things at home before the Ergon restrictions were implemented?
It was okay. We were happy, I guess.
And how did things change once the Ergon restrictions came in?
Things got a lot harder.
In what way? Were you able to spend more time with your dad?
No, he was always too busy working. And my grandma, she's very sick, you see, so we have to look after her. And there are a lot of things that were wrong around the house, and so Mum and Dad had to fix those things, which meant they didn't have a lot of time for me.
That's tough.
It was sad because I would see other kids my age online and stuff, and their lives looked really happy, and they got to spend loads of time with their Mum and Dad, so I didn't.
How did that make you feel?
Made me feel jealous and also alone. I have to go to school at home, so I don't get to see my friends very much, and they live quite far away too, so Mum and Dad can't walk me to their house. And actually, a lot of the time I was cold and I was hungry, and it wasn't her fault, but that made Mum really sad, and she said it didn't, but I know it did, and sorry. My brain sometimes gets a bit full and I can't think properly.
That's okay. Take your time. How did things change at home once your dad did what he did after he started helping people with the energy capture cells?
Well, he was around the house a lot more, which meant we got to play together, and I got to see my friends a lot more, so we played together and eat hot food and stuff, and so that was so nice. And I got to spend more time with Mum too, because Grandma was sick, and so that made me very happy. But then Ergon took my dad away again. I only got to be with him for a little bit, and then he was gone again. I just don't know why I can't see him. I don't know why he keeps being taken away from me.
What do you know about the Ergon system, Ria?
I know that it's mean, and it's unfair, and it doesn't like our family, because it never lets us be together.
Do you know why it was brought in?
Because of climate change.
That's right.
But why? I don't get why. I never asked for climate change. It's evil and it's big and everyone talks about it all the time and it makes everything really scary. I hate it. And I hate Ergon too. They say they're here to help but they don't help us. They forget about us. They don't care. Just like climate change doesn't care. They're just the same. They're monsters. Both of them. I hate them. I don't want to do this anymore. Can I leave, please?
Members of the jury, thank you for your patience, but understandably Ria doesn't want to carry on, so I'm sorry her testimony had to be cut short, but it does go to show how important today's decision is. I'm happy to move on to your next witness.
Members of the jury, friends, fans, I know a lot of you came here today to catch a glimpse of our next witness, and I, for one, don't blame you. They are a hero who has fought through countless obstacles to join the stand. They fought through paparazzi. They fought through heat waves. They fought through tidal waves. They fought through microwaves. They are a generational sensation, an inspiration for the nation. Please put your hands together for Mama Creation!
Hard choice, no voice. Look at all the lost boys. What's wrong? How's gone? We so know we gotta get out. Gotta get out. We go, they go, acting like we didn't know. Your fault. We so know you gotta get out. Gotta get out. Climate change is real. Thank you. Hello, Manchester! Thank you for having me here today. That was just a little teaser of my new single, Gotta Get Out, available on all platforms, including this one. You know, I'm not used to performing in venues like this. You British sure do have your quirks. So I guess I'm here to promote my new album.
No. It's not why you're here. Besides, it needs no promotion. I'm sure it's a masterpiece, so...
I didn't take you for a fan.
What? I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. I'm actually a really big fan.
You flatter me.
Okay, so did you bring Mama here as witness or did you just want an autograph?
Sorry, you're right. Sorry, Mama. Do you mind if I call you Mama?
Sure.
Okay. So, Mama, no, you're actually here to tell us your story. What happened to you back in Los Angeles?
The City of Angels!
Yes.
La La Land, Lotus Field, El Pueblo! Where do I start?
Well, for those who don't already know, why don't you start by telling us why you don't live there anymore?
Nobody lives there anymore, sweetie. All that's left of it is ashes. L.A. Used to be that all the stars lived there, but it wasn't safe anymore. Mother Nature had her sassy pretty face all up in our grills.
I remember seeing it on the news. I mean, it was just... The whole world was watching in disbelief.
Those damn wildfires. We had no choice but to go.
And where did you go?
Well, I'm sitting right here, aren't I?
Of course, but I mean, before that, Mama, with LA being on the west coast of the United States, how did you end up here?
Yeah, the West Coast. Man, it used to feel so good to say, I'm a West Coaster, baby. Me and my fellow West Coasters, we had to run. Run, honey, run!
Wow. And you tried to resettle into other states. I mean, what was it like, leaving everything behind?
Oh, well, we tried to call plenty of places home, but we were always told,
there ain't no place here for y'all.
We traveled right across the states. It was like being on tour, except without the music.
You were some of America's first climate refugees.
I don't personally agree with that term. But yeah, you could call us that.
So, they turned you away wherever you went, then what happened?
You know, it's funny, we ended up settling in New York for a while.
Oh, West Coast was on the East Coast.
Exactly, the Big Apple. Of course, no one lived there anymore either. Sad, really. It used to be the musicians like me, we'd do anything to live in those places like Los Angeles or New York or London, but all those places where you could hit the big time, they're gone. Stolen away by the strongest woman I know.
And I believe it was in New York that you heard about the Ergon system here in the UK.
It was, yes, you've done your research. Your pretty little British accents calling across the Atlantic to us. Sounded to me like you had the right idea.
How was the journey?
Rough. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, though. It reminded me of the stories of the Syrian refugees at the beginning of the century, except instead of leaving Calais, we were leaving New York, and instead of escaping war, we were... I don't know.
How was it, Mama, when you arrived into the UK? Were you welcomed with open arms?
We were greeted with guns. I thought, since when did you polite British keep guns on your beaches?
Since we were overwhelmed with climate refugees like yourself.
It's awful how we humans decide we own this world. Who's to say this is your land to defend anyway?
You weren't turned away?
No, I wasn't turned away. I'm here because I'm a superstar. Seems your soldiers in the sand were fans of mine. My face, my name, Mama Creation bought us our freedom. Do you know how disgusting that makes me feel? When I know that all along the British coastline there are warehouses full of other people who tried to find safety, do you know how disgusting that makes me feel? Yes, I'm here, I'm safe, I'm grateful, but I hate it. I hate it because this isn't home. I hate it because there isn't enough space to help all the other people who ran it. It's all our fault. America, Britain, we smoked this planet and forced people to flee their lands. We smoked them out. This man, Alex Hummel, He's a nostalgic melody that should have been forgotten a long time ago. Guilty.
Tell me though, how has Alex's story got anything to do with yours?
Open up your eyes, dude. It's not just the man, it's the idea.
It's the idea, buddy. Right. Mama, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming here today to tell us your story. God bless you. Mother Creation, everybody! Your album comes out
June 30th, 2062. Hot stuff. Save the date.
Oh, I will.
Right, well, the prosecution has done flirting with the global phenomenon. We can move on to my next witness. Mama, I think you better get out!
I knew you were a fan.
Wow. We love you, Mama.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Well, no, it's nice seeing your true colours.
Well, I think it's important that we hear from different perspectives. Plus, I thought it would help ease the tension a little bit.
You certainly did that. My next guest also needs no introduction.
Okay.
A man whose name can be heard whistling through the streets of Moston. A local legend and a well-respected member of his community. Please welcome Jack Pye! Jack Pye.
Alright, I'll do.
Right.
You know, this building here used to be a library before it were a common. Yeah, my dad used to bring me here when I was a young boy.
Ah, it's always been like this, a bit before my time.
Brings back memories.
How you feeling?
Young, bored, and ready to get on with it.
Fantastic. Okay, so I brought Jack in as a member of the Moston community, so we can hear how it went down from your perspective.
Yeah?
Tell us about it, about Alex. I think the jury deserves to know a little bit more about him.
May I speak openly?
Absolutely.
First of all, I think the fact we're even having this trial is a disgrace. It's still proof there's a whole lot wrong with this world, right? We still have a huge imbalance between those making the decisions and those living with the consequences. Alex Hubble is a good man, a working man who's been beaten and battered by the system his whole life, and for the first time in his life, he says enough is enough. He stands up to those in power with his fists raised, not to fight, no, but to protect himself. Yeah, that's what's most important to remember. Alex never threw the first punch, it was self-defence.
Yeah, you're onto something here.
Yeah. Alex had to put his fists up or it was good night at the end. What, a few rounds in and the referee decides to call foul play? You're kidding me? No. Enough! You're out! Alex is disqualified. Now, little did he know, but the referee's been paid off. And now poor Alex has to face the axe just because he swung back. It's a fight. What did you expect? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember that just to get there, but I think I get your point.
What I'm saying is he had to go down.
Ah, yes, in the fight.
In the coal mine.
The coal mine.
You see, we were in need of help. You know, God knows some of us were desperate, scared even. Someone needed to act, and if it hadn't been Alex, it would have been someone else. I mean, I tell you, if I'd been 20 years younger, I'd have done it myself.
Why didn't you?
You've been down the mines. What do you think my back would have taken it? Look at me, pal, I'm horizontal.
So when Alex came knocking at your door with the promise of energy, how did things change?
Well, it was a relief. And my wife Lucy, well, she has a heart condition, which means it can be a lot harder for her to breathe when the house gets cold. So when Alex told us we wouldn't have to worry about the heating anymore, we were like two happy rabbits. Oh, it's like I found my woman again, you know, my best friend all over again. Ah, we sing and dance and stay up late, it was a blast. It was like she found a new lease of life, and that was down to Alex. I tell you, if he hadn't helped us when he did, I'm not sure how Lucy'd still be with us today.
Well, I'm very glad that you're both in good health.
Me too.
Look, I said I wouldn't keep you long. I think
Sorry, I do have one question if you don't mind.
Yeah, fire away.
Hi, Jack. I've had a look at your records. You were arrested quite a lot in your youth, weren't you?
Oh yes, sir. A rebel by nature.
You were a member of the Extinction Rebellion group in the 20s, is that correct?
I was, yeah.
Did you protest often?
Oh, we were out rallying on the streets every weekend, pal. That's where I met my Lucy.
I see. How How long did this go on for?
We didn't stop until real action was taken, until we finally got the Ergon system in place.
See, that's what I'm struggling to understand. Jack here spent decades fighting like hell to make sure that my generation still had a planet by the time we were 20. If it wasn't for you, we might not be having this conversation. And I, like many people in this room, owe you a debt we can never repay.
You're welcome.
But what I can't get my head around, Jack, is that you fought for the Ergon system. And you won. It's here. And it is finally starting to steady the ship. We are just about keeping afloat, and yet, here you are, defending someone trying to tip us over. I mean, can't you see the irony in all of this?
When you were as old as I am, and you fought as long as I have, you will see no irony in it at all. I've always stood on the side of justice. And for 30 years, you're right, I fought for climate justice because it was the right thing to do. But so is this. Alex doesn't deserve to be punished. He wasn't trying to tip anyone over, as you said. He was left to drown. And he did what he had to do to survive. And I can't blame him, because I'd have done the very same thing. We may well have improved the way we treat our planet, but by God is there work to be done when it comes to the way we treat the people on it.
Okay, but you supported the Ergon system.
I supported the people, which is what I've always done. And if you think that makes me a hypocrite, then you call me what you like. Truth is, we're all hypocrites when it comes to the climate crisis. Every single one of us guilty. So if you want to prosecute Alex, you're going to have to prosecute me too, and everyone in this room. For too long, we have put the system before the individual, and it's cost us dearly. Don't make the same mistake again.
No further questions.
You sure? Happy for you to carry on? Thank you for coming to speak to us, Jack.
Pleasure. Now, if you don't mind, I'm just going to go and freshen myself up. I've got a hot date with my missus in about an hour or so.
Take care, and send my love to Lucy.
Oh, I do no such thing, you cheeky rat. Alright, bye for now.
It's alright. You alright? Look a bit flustered. Everyone else alright?
Yeah.
Yeah? Good. I think we've got time for one more witness.
You know what? I will never understand people like him. It blows my mind how you can be so fickle in your beliefs.
You clearly weren't listening.
Oh, I was. We're all guilty. I'm on the side of people, not the system. I've had it a million times, and all I hear is excuses for not taking an initiative.
The world isn't black and white.
I think the climate crisis is pretty black and white. And I think the way it affects people is black and white too, which is why I have decided to invite our next witness to show us just how serious the climate crisis really is. I would like to welcome Kelly Healy to the stand. Kelly Healy. Where's Kelly? Oh, hi there, Kelly.
Just a minute.
Oh, here, I'll help. You're welcome.
I'm shy, management.
Okay.
Dirty things.
I'll take it.
No!
Oh, goodbye. You could just put it on the side.
Nearly there now, so okay. There! Oh, bloody hell, that was a bit of a hassle, wasn't it? Sorry about that.
You're alright.
Didn't hit me outside, didn't it?
Yeah, it's freezing. You want some water or?
Perfectly fine, thank you. That for me, is it?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Amazing. So, Kelly, I wanted to start by telling the jury why you're here.
Oh, yes, please do.
Great. So, Kelly here sadly lost her home in the northwest of Wales. Now, as we all know, a huge problem with the climate crisis is coastal erosion because of rising sea levels, which of course...
Rising sea levels doesn't sound very scary, does it? It's not rising sea levels, it's a conquering invasion. It's an oceanic assault on our land.
Yes,
An oceanic assault.
Oh, I don't mean to be dramatic, but you've got to tell it how it is, haven't you?
You do. We have lost countless coastline villages to rising sea levels, which has caused hundreds of thousands of climate refugees forced to migrate inland.
Oh, I tell you what. I'm no pop star, but I sing on the creation that I got a fair bit in common. Yeah, I'm a climate refugee. I'm a West Coaster too, as it goes, although in Wales, not Los Angeles.
Okay, you were originally from Fairborn, yes?
I was, yeah.
What was it like?
Oh, it was a lovely little village. Just outside Barmouth Bay, right next to Snowdonia National Park. Oh, I miss my little house very much.
When was it lost?
2035. About 5 years sooner than the scientists predicted.
I'm sorry to hear that, Kelly, but you lost your home over 25 years ago. Why are you here to testify today? Alex would have barely cut the apron strings, and Ergon wasn't even a thing. Are you really here to blame him for you losing your home?
First of all, it's Mrs. Healy. Don't be so rude, speaking to your elders like that. You want to show a bit of compassion, and tell you what, you want to go into the naughty step.
I'm just making the point.
Cheeky sod. I hear what you're saying. No, it isn't directly Alex's fault I lost my home. But we were a warning for the rest of the country, weren't we? Just like how Los Angeles was a warning, or Bangladesh was a warning, or Australia, or Greenland, and Algeria, Jamaica, and the list goes on, because there have been so many warnings, and all of these warnings were there before I lost my home. And we haven't listened. And if we find Alex Hummel not guilty, that shows we're still not listening.
Well, we're listening now.
I don't mean to be rude, young man, but I've lived a lot longer than you have. I've lived through warning after warning, and I can tell you things are going to get worse. I'm scared of what the world's going to look like in another 50 years' time. I'm frightened of what the world's going to look like in 10 years' time. I'm frightened of the world today.
What is it about the world today that frightens you?
Apart from being made homeless, you mean? Apart from our country being overpopulated with more and more poor souls with nowhere else to go? Apart from the wars over clean water and the rise in cancer cases because of UV light? Apart from the rise in the risk of pandemics capable of wiping out humanity? And don't you tell me that's not to do with climate change? All those insects migrating and spreading diseases because of changing temperatures. The ice caps and glaciers that have trapped disease for centuries that are now melting. That's on us. Well, you ask me what I'm frightened of? I'm bloody terrified. Because all of this was beginning to happen over half a century ago, but we decided to close our eyes because seeing the truth hurts and life can be cruel enough as it is.
Well, you certainly know your stuff.
It would be a crime not to. And that is a crime that Alex Hammes carried on, knowing the consequences. I don't blame Alex per se. You know, I understand it can be hard to get by nowadays. I understand it's human nature not to want to see others get hurt, so I understand all that. But what he did can't go unpunished. It just can't. If we say okay, that it's okay what he did, then we're saying it's okay to keep on doing it, and we should have said it's not okay to do it a long time ago.
I'm sorry, I can see you're very upset. I didn't mean to offend you.
It's not your fault, darling. You're young. So is Alex Hammes, to be fair. No, it's our fault, really. My generation. We left you this sorry mess. We didn't do enough.
You know, your generation fought harder than any that came before it to solve climate change.
It's nice of you to say so, but it was our problem all the same, wasn't it? Just like how it's your problem now. We spent so much time blaming the generations before us. And the old people that didn't have a clue. We attacked them, we did, that's the thing. And we made them feel guilty when really they loved us just as much as I love you. We should have just got on with it. Together. That feeling of regrets will never leave me. That feeling of guilt, and it makes me so angry because, well, it was inevitable, wasn't it? What I am trying to say is that I don't want you youngsters to feel like I do, to feel worse than I do, because truly, I'm worried about what all this stress is going to be doing to your mental health, sweetheart. This is an awful lot to deal with, and I'm scared because I've seen how far it's pushing people over the edge.
Yes, but we saw how far it pushed you. It fired you into action.
Oh yes, it did, but some of us weren't ready and we burnt out. Please, just don't overdo it, my lovelies.
We'll try.
Thank you, I don't have any further questions.
Alright, my loves, well, I'll be on my way.
You take care of yourself now.
You make sure to do the same. These are difficult times. Bye for now.
Bye. Thank you, David. Members of the jury, black and white.
Nah, I wouldn't say so. She said that Alex was only trying to protect the ones that he loved, and that she understood that.
No, she disagreed with it.
Yeah, and yet she admitted to doing the same herself, blaming herself for the way she dealt with the crisis. Perhaps we should be putting her on trial for her not doing her bit.
You can't prosecute everyone.
No, you can't. Which leads me on to our next witness and our main event. Members of the jury, we have heard from witnesses from all over the world, but now it's time we heard from the man in question. Are you ready to meet our defendant? I said, are you ready to meet our defendants? Weighing in from Marston, Manchester, weighing in at 128 pounds with a reach of 26 inches in his professional career, he is one and oh, please welcome Alex Hummel! Alex Hummel, it's good to finally see you. How are you doing?
How'd you think?
Fair enough. We've heard from quite a few people today, including your daughter. She was able
Yeah,
to...
no, I wasn't too happy about that.
I'm sorry?
Nothing. Go on.
Okay. She was able to give us some insight into what life has been like in Boston, but we'd like to hear it from you. How were things for you and your family before you took over Ergon?
Bad. But that's what you want me to say, right?
You're free to say whatever you like.
Am I? I live in a two-bed with my mum, my wife and my kid. My mum's been ill for years now and to this day still hasn't been diagnosed. Ria pretty much lives off cold porridge when we can afford to eat it. I mean, we can't afford to keep the heating on or the lighting on. I mean, do you want me to carry on or...?
Tell us about your mum. What was she ill with?
Don't know exactly. I think she'd been depressed long before this Ergon thing came into place. Whatever it was, she'd stopped eating. Found her at hers once, keeled over on the floor of her apartment in a pool of her own blood. She'd passed out and knocked her head.
I'm sorry. Take you haven't always lived together.
Would you leave your mum alone after seeing her like that?
When exactly did this happen?
I don't know.
Was it before or after Ergon came into place?
Not a clue, pal.
Okay, but if you had to guess.
Look, I know what you're trying to get at, and believe me, life wasn't easy before Ergon came into place, but yeah, after the restrictions, things got really tight.
Did you seek help for your mum?
We're not a charity case, mate. Look, I know you're here to help us, but we won't be your sob story.
I just want people to get the full picture.
No point asking for help round our ends. Well, not from the authorities, anyway. People like us are forgotten about in a system like this. No, best thing I could do was to put her up and keep an eye. I think it did her good being around the family and that.
You said you couldn't afford to pay the bills. Did you have a job?
Was that before or after Ergon?
Before.
I was a mechanic.
Not many of those around anymore.
No. You know, I'm not sure any of us at the garage we really knew what was going on with the Ergon change. You know, no one ever came and spoke to us. No one ever told us about the restrictions, you know. It was like we were forgotten. Gosh, you hear about it on the news and people gossiping in the streets, but you never really think this kind of thing's going to happen, do you?
Until it does.
Yeah. You know, a couple of us turned up to the garage day after the change happened, just expecting business as usual. It's our life, you can't stop us kind of thing.
I bet that went down well. What did you do?
I cried. Right there at the locked doors of the garage, I cried my eyes out.
You know, you weren't the only one. Millions of people lost their jobs that day as they were deemed unsustainable. I lost my job. I'm sure many people in this room did too. What did you end up doing?
Same thing as everyone else. Just went down the job centre.
Were you prepared for the new restrictions?
Well, how can you prepare for something you know nothing about?
Were you able to find a new job?
If you can call it that. They were handing out these new green opportunities in clean energy production.
Right, which sector?
E-bikes. They had us peddling those things day and night for next to nothing. We were treated like machines.
A job's a job.
Yeah, but I was a mechanic, a skilled worker, you know. I mean, how do you think I got the power station up and running?
I wouldn't say that was the best use of your skills.
Right, but I could have done so much more, you know. I could have adapted.
You could have adapted. Why didn't you?
Where was the help?
Why didn't you take the time learning new green skills to help out your community instead of doing what you did?
I'm sorry, but between the 10 hours on the bikes, the 2 hours walking to and from the e-bike station, looking after my kid, teaching my kid, looking after my mum, looking after the house, all this, by the way, before it got dark, when do you suppose I'd have had the time to learn new skills?
So what you're saying is you didn't want to adapt?
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying at all.
No, what he's saying is he had to work hard than everyone else, which is why he took matters into his own hands.
No, I'm not saying that either.
He's trying to tell you that he did what he did to make a better world for his family and his community.
Okay, I'm not denying that he's had a hard life, and so have a lot of us. And trust me when I say he's a lot more privileged than people living in other parts of the world.
Why should he have to care? Why is that his responsibility? Surely that's the government's responsibility. And what's the government ever done to help the needy people in our country?
You cannot throw that kind of argument around. Yes, the The government should have done more than what they did, but we are where we are, and we just don't have a choice anymore. Individuals have to take responsibility.
Because the government says so.
Because the law says so, yes, and because the planet says so.
Because the planet says so.
Yes! Because if we don't change the way we live now, we might not have a planet left to live on.
Here we go again with the drama.
So, I'm sorry, are you denying that climate change is affecting the planet?
No, I'm not an idiot.
You sound like an idiot.
You are?
I said you sound like an idiot.
Oh, good. I did hear you, because sometimes it's really hard when you're standing so high up in that ivory tower.
Oh, I'm sure you would love a tower made of ivory.
Wow, you see, this is the problem with the people in the blue corner.
What?
You're always going to the extreme, always punching wildly, when all you need to do is just settle your breathing, because you fight with so little composure.
See, there it is. That's the exact thing, the exact problem. They're all in denial.
In denial? How much more evidence do you need? Do you deny that Alex is the victim?
The victim. What about the Bangladeshis? They've been beat down their whole lives.
All his life he's been beat down. Whatever happened to social justice?
You call what he did social justice? You've got to be joking.
It's 12th round. He's getting knocked in the teeth, but he's got this crooked smile on his face. It doesn't faze him.
It doesn't faze him. It isn't showmanship or courage. It's sadistic.
It's intent. Which is exactly what I'm trying to say. Alex tried to help me.
He tried to help his own people. There's a big difference. Just look at the difference in speed, okay? In power, it's like a lamb, okay? A poor, innocent little lamb going up against an armoured tank.
You're right, a poor, innocent little lamb covered in blood.
Gushing with blood. It's graphic, it's sickening, it's unfair.
It's David and Goliath.
It's David and Goliath. Only Goliath is the climate, and we are all just little Davids trying our very hardest to survive.
Wrong. Alex is David and the system is Goliath.
Don't you think it's sad just how narrow-minded you are?
Narrow-minded? There's a man's life in the balance here. Can't you show a bit more compassion, a bit more passion, a bit of determination?
Trust me, I am determined.
To do what? At what end?
Okay, you need to control yourself.
It's all out of control. All Alex did was try to take back control.
You can call it chaos, or you can call it control. It just depends which side of the Atlantic you're on.
No, they're one and the same thing. Red and blue.
Blue and red. Wait, are we agreeing?
It's like stepping into the ring. Right, you've got two gloves on, one red, one blue, and you're punching. At the end of it, you've got bruised knuckles and a purple face. Exactly, it's like shooting in the mirror.
And is it because Alex is from the UK that you think he deserves extra treatment?
What? Are you calling me a racist?
I'm not talking about skin colour, I'm talking about where you're from. Geographical privilege.
How about where you live? Perhaps it's because he's northern and working class that you've got such an agenda against him.
An agenda? I am just doing my duty as an Ergon citizen. What do you think?
I'll tell you what I think. I think you're a coward. I think you've been pulling your punches. I think you're weak and insignificant, which is why you've come here today to try and prove a point, give yourself some worth. But you've been edging around the ropes this entire time because the thing you fear the most is having no purpose.
I think you're here because you wanted something to moan about. I think you're selfish and you crave attention, which is why you've decided to pose as this lovable, relatable, all-knowing guru to distract us from the fact that you don't care what you're fighting for. Or who you're fighting for, because if you really believed a single word that came out of your mouth, you'd put those fists up and fight me. second-hand clothes. And to begin with, that feels like a really good thing to do, except for the fact that a large part of the Bangladesh economy relies on the fabric industry. And so you end up thinking, well, if I buy new clothes, that's bad for climate change. But if I don't buy new clothes, then that's bad for people disproportionately affected by climate change. And so it's a wicked problem. That's why we call this show The Wicked Problem.
And with a problem as big as the climate crisis, it can be really overwhelming because, I mean, how the hell do you fix it, right? It's not like we've got the privilege to spend 24 hours a day, 7 days a week worrying about climate change. We've got to have a job, we've got to earn enough to make a living, we've got to try and have a life and be happy. You've got family, there's, worrying about getting sick, where the food's coming from, where rent's coming from. I mean, even just having to go to the shops to buy food, that takes time, and so we don't have constant time. Constant space in our brains to be worrying about something as huge as the climate crisis, but it is a problem that isn't going away, and it's only going to make our lives harder as we move forward. So as much as we can, we must at least try to consider the issue, be conscious of the issue, right? And as much as we can, make small changes in our lives to be able to cope with the issue, make things better. Even if as individuals we can only do so much, we must at least accept that we are responsible for someone. So maybe we just start by changing the way we think about the issue, right? If I take a taxi somewhere rather than cycling or walking or taking public transport, blah blah, I do that because I know I want to get somewhere quickly and conveniently. But at the same time, I know that by taking a taxi, I am contributing towards the problem. When making this show, one thing that was really important to us was remembering that we're human, that life can be hard, that if you're going to approach someone about a problem, you must approach them in a way that is supportive and informative, not patronising but helpful and loving. We shouldn't shout at and attack someone because they're not an eco-warrior. There are always reasons why we do things or don't do things, and it's those reasons that we must work on and tackle together. That's social justice. But, right, okay. Let's say I make a big sustainable change in my life. Great, amazing. One person changes. That feels like it's going to do nothing, right? If I'm spending all my time trying to be sustainable, worrying about what I'm wearing, what I'm buying, where I'm buying it from, what I'm eating, how I'm travelling, where I'm travelling to, blah, blah, blah. If I'm spending all of my energy on trying to be more sustainable, but, Gary over the road's not doing any of that, what's the point in me doing? Well, the point is, if Gary over the road starts doing it because they see you're doing it, that becomes two people doing it. 2 drops in the ocean. And then what if that means that your family starts to do it? Well, more drops. And then what if your friends and your community starts to do it? And then what if the people at your workplace start to do it? Well, then it creates a wave, a movement. And what if that means that an entire sector and industry starts to do it? And that means that the council has to start to do it, which means the government starts to do it, which means the entire country starts to do it, which means other countries start to do it, which means the entire continent starts to do it, which means other continents start to do it, which means the entire world starts to do it, and that means that change can happen. We are powerful and infectious as individuals, and here's the thing. The climate crisis is one huge problem, but it is made up of billions of small problems, billions of human beings. If we just focus all of our energy on that one massive problem, the wicked problem, well then we're never going to focus on the smaller things, and so we're never going to change. But if you focus on these smaller things, slowly but surely we will change the huge big thing that they make up. We are all puzzle pieces in this problem. We just need putting in place in the right way. But hey, the way that you look at that puzzle is up to you. Maybe there are a few pieces missing, or maybe they're in the wrong place. Do you think Alex should be punished for what they did? It's a wicked problem. But whatever decision you make will be yours. And by making a decision today, you'll be forming an opinion on the climate crisis, whether you have done before or not. Anyway. Where were we?
That got a little bit heated there.
Yeah, it certainly did. Yeah, it's natural with these new courts, no judges to keep things under control.
Exactly. Felt good though. Getting everything off our chests.
Yeah.
No hot feelings?
Sure.
Okay. Anyway, I feel like I've made my case, so unless you had anything you wanted to add.
No, other than I'd like everyone to listen to their hearts when making today's decision. Deciding on the future of a person's life. Hold on to that.
And make sure to use your minds. You are also deciding on the future of countless others around the globe. Thank you.
You now have 5 minutes to come to a decision. Should Alex be found guilty and punished for what he did, or be allowed to return home and found not guilty? We'll be here to take any questions if you have them, but yes, 5 minutes. Over to you. Discuss amongst yourselves. Just so that everybody knows, you're not. This isn't the moment where it's like end of the trial. We have to make decisions. There is a decision that you've got to make. So, what do you think? So, the punishment will be decided at a later date. That's going to be decided by another group of people. That's not for you to decide. For you, it's just should they be punished or not. My authority in this space is not Okay, everybody, we are going to come to a verdict now. Now, in this voting process, we ask that you vote simply by raising your hand. We also ask that during the voting process, jury close their eyes. Now, this isn't mandatory, you don't have to do this, but we do recommend closing your eyes just to avoid any swaying in judgment. Are you ready? If you could all close your eyes, please. On the charge of ecocide, if you believe Alex is guilty and should be punished, please raise your hand now and keep it raised. The feet you hear is just me, I'm not going to do anything to anybody, don't worry. Thank you, you can lower your hands. Keeping your eyes closed. On the charge of ecocide, if you believe Alex is not guilty and should be allowed to return home, please raise your hand now and keep it raised. You can lower your hands. And open your eyes as well if you want. The jury has come to a verdict. On the charge of ecocide, the jury finds the defendant not guilty!
What?
Court is adjourned!
No, I demand a recap!
Court is adjourned, sir.
So that's it? Unbelievable. People have spoken. Justice has been served. Oh, get off your high horse. This isn't justice. It's a failure. My failure. Oh, come on. It's a fair trial. Just catch the end of the fight. I'll buy you dinner. No thanks. I've lost my appetite. Don't listen to him. You've saved an innocent man's life from peril today. That isn't justice. I don't know what is. Thank you.
Outside the building protesting against the decision, with fights breaking out amongst the crowds. Our Prime Minister Ergon Theatre refused to comment on the situation. Alex Hummel was sent home, where he was greeted by over 300 people who had gathered from the Moston area to welcome him back. A historic day indeed. That's it from us today. Thank you for being here at Ergon Live. We'll see you in the future.
Conversation to be part of this festival as well. If you want to continue the conversation outside of the space, please do feel free to contact us and follow us on social media, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook at Ergon Theatre, or feel free to get in touch via our website as well. We're always up for a chat and getting involved in lots of bits and bobs as well. But yeah, thank you so much for today. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the festival. If you do want to stick around for a little bit of a sort of chat to discussion for about 15 minutes or so, feel free to. But otherwise, have an amazing night. Thank you again. Thank you.